Good numbing. Hello YouTube and welcome back to session 8 of our revisit of Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, where today we're diving into the investigation and trial of Case 4. Last session ended with the dismantling of Mekamaru, and now we need to find out who his dismantler really is. There's only so many of us left though. In fact, I believe there's, if I check, there's only like 8. Hang on. Yes, we've got ourselves, Nagato, Gundam, Soda, Fuyuhiko, Kane, Chiaki, and Sonya. Sorry, 8. Yeah, we've got 8 left. Someone will go there now, put us down to 7. Oh, I should actually probably buy a skill or 2. I've got 5 points, I don't know if I can actually buy much. I was saving up for something, wasn't it? Was it... You know, I'll get Melodious voice. Sure. Anywho, as always, remember to like and subscribe YouTube, which generally goes a very long way in helping this channel grow. Additionally, in the description of every video, you'll find my Twitter and Patreon if you feel so inclined. But, without wasting any more time, let's dive straight in. We need to find out who killed Nekamaru, or Mekamaru to adopt Chiaki's nickname. First, I need to look at the Monokuma file. The victim is Nekamaru Nidai, aka Mekamaru, after his robotic transformation. His body was discovered in Great Tower, which is inside the Funhouse. His head is severely damaged and beyond repair, so it shall be considered the cause of death. Despite the fact that his arms and legs are dismembered, those limbs were actually designed to be detachable, and it seems they separated due to a severe impact. Aside from that, several other areas of his body are damaged. Because of this, many of his functions seem to have been shut down. His arms and legs were detachable, and it looks like they separated due to sort of severe impact. Does that mean Nekamaru was supposedly clubbed with some sort of weapon? Repeatedly even. But was there a reason they need to club him over and over again? The pillar next to the door is tipped over and broken. Did this pillar break when it fell over? Not just that, there's a strange liquid in the upper section of the pillar. Is this Nekamaru's oil? This is the only pillar that's tipped over, the other one is still standing. Plus behind me is the door to the Great Hall. The 2 pillars on each side of that door haven't changed either. They're not tipped over. It's strange that this pillar is the only one that's tipped over. It'll probably mean something. Yeah, you think? I see, I got it. But what?
Leave it to me.
This pillar is the weapon. The killer uses to beat up Coach Nekamaru. This huge pillar?
Damn it.
If you got socked by something like this, even Coach Nekamaru wouldn't stand a chance. Well, that's impossible. It'd be too heavy to wield as a weapon.
Now then.
Hajime, grab that end over there. Huh?
I'm gonna do
We have to try it out, obviously. Come on, hurry up. Fine. Jeez, you're more forceful than usual. I don't yet.
It's no use. It's barely budging.
Didn't I tell you?
All right. If that's how it's gonna be, my body can take it.
You're not
Power
Goku?
Times 3!
No, seriously, just give it up already.
Why?
It's no use, it won't even budge. 2 people can't move this pillar, then it's impossible to use it as a bludgeoning weapon. Well, there's only one person who could have lifted something like this. Robo Coach Nekamaru, he's definitely the only one. An enormous hammer has been carelessly left on the floor. It's like it's suspicious because it stands out so much.
How cruel.
Perhaps that hammer is the weapon that broke Nekamaru. I do believe a weapon of that size is capable of damaging Nekamaru. This hammer is the weapon? But it looks a little too clean. It's almost like it's new or something.
It is strange,
Also,
no?
where did the killer obtain this hammer? Prior to now, I do not believe I've ever seen an object like this. Was it hidden somewhere? Good point. There's no supermarkets in here. I wonder where they obtained it from. What is this? The door at the far back is a chain wrapped around the doorknob. It's like it's a sturdy metal chain. It's wrapped around the doorknob from every direction, and it even has a padlock on it. Why did they do something like this? Perhaps this was used as an alternative to locking the door with a key? If that's the case, you wouldn't be able to enter this tower from the Strawberry Hall side. After all, the door should lead to Strawberry Hall.
You are right.
If they barred this side of the door with a chain, it would be impossible to open it from Strawberry Hall. But still, why would they need to bar the door to Strawberry Hall? It's Nekomaru's body. It's cruelly broken. It looks as if it's been severely damaged, that even the head was dented. That'd be the fatal wound, right? But Nekomaru's robot body should have been durable enough to withstand any assault. For Nekomaru to be this damaged, it can only mean whoever attacked Nekomaru did not hold back. Ugh, that's probably not the best time to think this, but I guess Nekomaru was really transformed into a robot, huh? I was getting used to the idea, but now I think about it, robots are definitely unusual. Well, it doesn't matter if it's a robot or not, either way, Nekomaru is still killed. It's definitely strange, isn't it? What is?
Well?
If they wanted to kill him, they could have just destroyed his head. Why did they destroy his entire body too? Maybe they didn't know how to kill a robot, so they damaged him all over.
You!
But they went against Coach Nekomaru. He ain't the type to die easily.
What's that mean?
They obviously didn't fight him head on. But even then, he wouldn't even leave himself open to attack. You're right. In fact, that's the biggest mystery. Nekomaru is even stronger after he became a robot. I can't think of anyone who'd be capable of killing him. Anyway, this alone isn't enough information. I should investigate a little more thoroughly. It's a sturdy metal wire tied to Nekomaru's left leg. The same wire is tied to his arms, almost like he was bound up or something. But even if they bound him up, the killer still had to deal with the robotic Nekomaru first. Who did this, and how are they able to bind Nekomaru? Also, the tip of the wire. It's like it's been tied into a loop, but what was the point of this? Metal wire been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. The cover on his chest is open slightly, but it won't open much more because the cover's all messed up. If only Kazuichi was here, we might have been able to open it. Jeez, what the heck could he be doing right now? There's something protruding from behind Nekomaru's neck. Is this? That's right. It's a cutting-edge function that puts my other functions to sleep, even if I have insomnia. Just press the good night button on the back of my neck and I'll be forced to enter sleep mode. Maybe the killer pressed the button and made Nekomaru enter sleep mode. But still, it's hard to think the killer was able to easily press a button on the back of Nekomaru's neck. Even if Nekomaru was ambushed, it still wouldn't be easy. The fluid flowing out of Nekomaru's body. Based on the smell, it seems like oil. It seems to be flowing heaviest from Nekomaru's head, probably because that's where the fatal blow was dealt. This oil, for Nekomaru, this might be similar to normal blood for humans. Which means all this oil is just a pool of robot blood. Anyway, that's the whole lot of oil, it's not going to be easy to clean up. No, now's not the time to even worry about that. Guess for now, this is all I can do to investigate Nekomaru's body. Alright, let's go talk to the people. Did you find anything? So you haven't found anything yet.
Leave it to me.
We need clues, right? I'll remember something, so just wait for it. Looks like that's going to be a little hard.
Yo.
Oh, I remember. There is something I thought was weird. It happened early in the morning. You're going back that far?
Like...
Come on, you noticed it too, right? You heard that rumbling sound? Rumbling? What was that sound just now? Was it an earthquake? I didn't feel the ground move. Guess I'm just thinking too much. I was sleeping pretty heavy, so I wouldn't think about how hungry I was. But that noise woke me up. I ran out of my room without thinking, and after I did that, then what happened? I didn't see anything, and it looked like the others didn't come out of their rooms either. I felt pretty dumb being the only one who came out, so I went back to my room and fell back asleep.
What's that mean?
In the end, I never found out what that sound was, but it's been on my mind for a while. You know, now you mention it, it does seem strange. What was that sound? You know, either? Well, I should tell you in more detail. When I ran out of my room, I happened to glance at the lounge clock. It said it was around 5:30 AM. Will you be able to find out anything with that info? I didn't think that rumbling noise happened that early in the morning. But I'm not really sure if that noise pertains to the incident or not.
Why?
What the hell? What's the trouble remembering that and you got nothing? Geez, you're so damn useless. She seems agitated. Oh, it's understandable. Kane's account. Alright, you Chiaki, what you found? What's this? Did you find something?
Well?
Under Nekomaru's no, wait. There's a small rock-like fragment underneath Mekamaru's body. You need to correct yourself like that. And what do you mean, rock-like fragments?
See?
Here, look. There's a lot of these small fragments. It's like they fell underneath Mech's body.
Well?
Oddly enough, though these fragments are underneath Mekamaru's body, there are hardly any on top of his body at all. What's strange about that? Is there a problem with that they're not on top of his body?
Yep.
If you don't know, it's okay. It probably means they're not that important. That was a... for goodness sake. If you're not going to get it, well, if you put it like that, now I can't help but think they're important. Guess so now I've checked everything out in this place that's caught my attention. What is it? You seem lost in thought. Well, the final dead room. The final dead room? What the heck? Why are you bringing that place up all of a sudden?
So...
Well, the hammer on the floor, the chain wrapped around the door at the far back, and that wire that tied up Mekamaru. All the evidence of this crime consists of things we've never seen inside this building, doesn't it? But as long as we can't leave, then there's no doubt that they came from somewhere within this building. So that's why you mentioned there the final dead room. Monokuma said beyond that room there's an ultimate weapon in a place called the Octagon.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you think of that place like an armory, then that's where the killer obtained their tools, right?
Then...
If so, let us go confirm it. No, that's dangerous. If you go in there, you'll have to play the life-threatening game.
Well?
Then I'll be the one who tries to confirm it. Huh? Well, what are you saying? You're the one who said the place was dangerous, right?
You!
Man, it's noisy. I can't focus with all this noise. Sorry.
It's not like that.
It's not like you guys. There's a sound that's been ringing since before the investigation started. A ringing sound since before the investigation? That reminds me, you've been mentioning that sound for a while, haven't you?
Hey, hey.
Akane, what kind of sound is it? It's like this high-pitched alarm clock sound. Probably ringing from upstairs. Could it be maybe it's better if we go check that sound out first? You know, check it out? And you guys go, I'll stay here. I shall wait here as well. Please be careful, you two. Sonya's okay, but... How come you're not going, Akane? Well, that sound is... annoying. And I don't really feel like leaving.
Hey, hey.
Hajime, it's okay if it's just the two of us. Come on, Akane said she wanted to stay here. Hmm? Oh, I get it, she doesn't want to leave Nekomaru's side. I don't know if she's actually aware of that or not.
Yep.
Let's go, Hajime. Yeah, if you say so. Jesus, is someone just holding down the ring button? Come on.
See?
Jeez, it's so noisy. It's like the phone's ringing. Phone, I guess I'll answer it. See, let me click receive and press the strawberry button, right?
Damn right.
Oh, you finally answered. And boy, is that you, Fihiko? Jeez, do you know how long the phone was ringing? I was getting worried that no one would pick up. What are you guys doing? You still in the strawberry house? Yeah, we wanted to go over there, we can't. It was like someone broke the damn elevator. It's not moving at all. And we can't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall because the door button there is broken too. So basically we're sitting ducks here. There's the elevator button broken, but the Strawberry House door button is broken too.
Hey, bastard.
Hey, you listening? Yeah, I'm listening. Anyway, everyone in Strawberry House is safe, right? We're safe, but we can't find Nekomaru anywhere. You know anything? Didn't you hear the body discovery announcement earlier? Damn it, so that's what it was. Shit, why did it have to be Nekomaru? He just came back to us. Where was he killed? Grape Tower. When I went there this morning, he was already... I see, Grape Tower. The door to Strawberry Hall wasn't broken. You'd be able to enter the tower and... Holy shit, that's it. The killer broke the elevator and the Strawberry Hall door. So they could split everyone up and prevent us from doing a proper investigation.
Dumbass.
Damn it, that dirty bastard. What about another way? Is there any way you guys can come to this side?
Oh, yeah.
I guess we'll have to let Kazuichi handle it. He said he'd take care of the elevator. I guess he's our only hope right now. You're right. Besides, if he doesn't stand up now, when the hell will he, right?
Like...
Based on what Kazuichi said, it's going to be hard for him to fix the Strawberry Hall door without parts. But he said he might be able to do something about the broken elevator. We'll be waiting. Are you guys going to be okay?
Damn right.
Yeah, we'll head over as soon as Kazuichi fixes the elevator. Until then, it's up to you bastards.
Hey, hey.
So the call came from Strawberry House. Apparently the others can't come over here because the elevator is broken. There's no doubt that this is the killer's doing. They prevented the others from coming to the crime scene. As long as the elevator is out of commission, those guys won't be able to investigate. But that's not all. For some reason, even the door button to Strawberry Hall is broken too.
Huh?
The door button, the strawberry hole. Then the door, is it blocked from both sides? There's a sturdy chain tied around it from the inside. And if the button is also broken on the outside, then yeah, that seems to be the case. Why did the killer need to block both sides of the door? I'm not sure, but there is something strange about that. I would like to investigate that in more detail, but if they can't come over here, then we can't go over there.
Yep.
Which means for now, it's impossible to check on the final dead room. I'm entirely comfortable with you going over there, but regardless, it's impossible now anyway. Apparently Kazuichi is repairing the elevator. All we can do now is put our hope in him. You're right. But Monokuma isn't going to wait. I doubt we have that much time left before the class trial starts. Oh, I hope Kazuichi can fix it soon, if not... Alright, time for this shit. Hey! Are you listening?
Hey, bastard!
Hey, you listening? Meanwhile...
Damn right!
No, you know I'm talking to you. Huh?
Jeez!
Don't harm me, because you weren't even listening. Sorry, I was just thinking. You're probably thinking something messed up, weren't you? But I have been listening to you. Nekomaru was killed, right? Then the body discovery announcement was referring to him.
Damn it.
Shh, everyone here just had to be Nekomaru.
Damn it!
The what he went through to come back to us, damn it.
How pitiful.
It's tantamount to being killed twice. Truly, he was a man burdened with terrible misfortune.
Hey,
Okay, so now that we know the situation over there, is it alright if I go ahead and fix the elevator? Is it alright if you wait a little bit? Before you do that, we should
Did you call for
get the
me?
Monokuma file right. Whoa! He's here!
Now
It
then.
seems you guys have noticed that the incident has taken place, so this is for you.
Red bean bread and milk.
And there's the bonus item.
It's the Monokuma
He does it the other way around this
file.
time.
Do your best.
Come on, satisfy your hunger with this and do your very best on the investigation. Why is the Monokuma file being treated like a bonus item? Whatever, man, let's just eat. Eating should come first right now.
damn right!
You're right. It's okay. It's okay if you guys eat, but can you hear me out while you're at it?
What do you
What
care
is
for?
it? Well, I was thinking about what we should do, and I wanted to discuss it.
Even so.
Thanks to the killer, we can't even go to the crime scene. We have to wait till Kazuichi fixes the elevator. True, there's no doubt that the killer is responsible. But it seems as though they made a huge mistake. There's no way the symbols of hope will give up because of this little setback. Yeah, in this investigation, you do a chunk of it as Hajime, and then you shift perspectives and play as Nagato. Was in Uta's Dreamscape badass. You've met my favorite character, bar none, and the very multi-layered character that she is. But because the lift is broken, half of the investigation and half of the area to explore, Hajime simply cannot access. So the game's way around it is making it that you play as Nagato for it. So you have to like compare notes basically at the end. There's no way the Symbols of Hope would give up because of this little setback. I didn't like her at first, and then it was literally like I said, the moment she started talking, I was like, oh no, she was clicking with me. The fact that Ao is the only one to like really go out of her way to try and defend her when no one trusts her, and Uta lifts her head because she knows they're talking about her, but only does so when Ao brings it up, I was like, oh no, she's noticed. And Uta's thing is that she genuinely cannot understand emotions. It's not like that she refuses to or something like that. She has no cognitive ability to process her emotions whatsoever. So something that should make her happy, she doesn't understand it. Something that should make her sad, she doesn't understand it. And that's what a lot of her Dreamscape or Heartscape showcases. Similar to yeah. Well, I adore her. And the sense of that her entire arc is her learning to not like discover emotions, but learning to understand the emotions she has, because they are there. She just doesn't understand them, and it's like helping her to understand them. And it's just that when she learns to understand them, she learns that one of the feelings she was having was love. But that feeling is also the same feeling she gets every single time she sees Ao. So, people like me, you don't like to see people like me. Yeah, but isn't it the same on a lot of things? The more, like, any character you find comparable to yourself, the more you kind of want to put them away. Because you're like, oh, no. Because yeah. Like, for me, I adore Uta. But then Uta, for the almost exact same reason for why I love Kurumi in Date Alive, it's because I know someone in real life near identical. I knew a girl from college who is very, very similar to Uta, and like she was one of my closest friends, and I always tried to look out for her, sort of thing. Even though she kind of struggled to keep up with people, like she wasn't as bad as Uta was, but she struggled. If that makes sense. Like, she wasn't as bad as Uta was, but there was clearly a lot of points where like everyone else was laughing, and she would just be kind of looking at everyone like, what's going on? But she genuinely had a wonderful soul. Like she still is. I don't really speak to her every now and then. Like I haven't met her in person since college, but we text each other all the time because she's just shy. But we still chat. She's genuinely got a beautiful soul, but she is like that. Like, and so because like similar to Kurumi, where I knew someone who was a lot like Kurumi minus the killing, I just gravitated to them more. So I like Uta was like my favorite character because I immediately was just like, she's just so much like someone I know, you know. I've done in the past. Well, the thing is, Uta, when she lost her memories, well, you've already kind of seen it through Hiyori's Heartscape, or the Hirohara sisters' Heartscape. Uta had already long since broken and reveled in the hell that she felt she deserved. But now she's lost her memory, she's got a second chance to try and fix that bridge. But she doesn't realise she has a second chance yet. Like, she's forgotten about, like, the given up hope version of herself, basically. Cross their arms waiting for the class trial to start. But it's the same with Kurumi in Date Alive. Kurumi reminds me of someone in college that we kind of had a back and forth for, and like she scared me, but I kind of was really cool with her anyway. Listen, everything but the killing was kind of identical. Implications of a dungeon. The implications, I think they handle it, them like in the way they handle it and what they're going to talk about isn't exactly what you think it is. It's close. Like, if I remember my first time, I was like, oh, okay, so this is probably this is probably that, and it is close. But it's kind of like, you have to keep in mind the Heartscape is the truest form of the heart. To relive trauma. Yeah, and don't worry, they will talk about that. You'll get partway through the dungeon, and they will talk about that en masse. And like how much it's affecting Uta, and they will make the decision to leave. It is going to be a part of the story. Like, they don't do all of Uta's Heartscape in one go, because they don't want to literally, like, almost psychologically torture the poor girl. Because they know they can't do that. They go as far as Uta's prepared to go, and the moment she says, no, I can't do this anymore, they go back. They respect her boundaries just enough. Like, they feel like they need to get her memories back, because they're a bunch of teenagers, and what they've done with everyone else is what else they know. But they do respect Uta's boundaries as they try and help her find her memories back. Anyway, we need to do everything we can on our end to prepare for the class trial, right? Well, yeah.
Fine.
It seems that we too shall begin to investigate on our end, though it remains unclear of how much we can do. Is this acceptable? If I show my serious side, things will not end with mere child's play. I'm so glad. I knew you guys were pumped up from the start. How beautiful. Even though you guys are suffering from despair, I can see it. You guys are still fighting for hope. Ah, such beauty. There's no higher honor for me to investigate this murder of you guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do we have to play Nagano? We need to be grateful towards Nekomaru for becoming the foundation of this hope. Well, regardless, whose side should I be on for this case? The killer or the rest of you guys? I must make sure I face this case's mystery properly if I'm going to find out which side is the true hope. Hey, you guys! Why don't we try arranging the sequence of events in this case? You know, so you can probably understand the situation we're in.
Fine.
I have no objection. Proceed. Then let's look back at what happened this morning. We tried to use the elevator so we could participate in Monokuma Taichi, right?
Damn right.
Since we're staying at Strawberry House, in order for us to get to the meeting spot at Grape Tower, we needed to use the elevator first and go to Grape House. That was before 7 AM, since it was right before Monokuma Taichi.
Man.
But once we realized the elevator was disabled, I seriously panicked.
Anyway.
And since we couldn't do anything about it, we just tried to get inside the tower from Strawberry Hall. But when we actually got there, the button on the hall door was broken. Thanks to that, we couldn't enter the tower at all. So Fuyuhiko suggested that we use the phone and call Grape House.
This too
And that
must
was
be the
everything
will
that
of
happened this
causality.
morning. I must say, I'm surprised. I never expected that elevator to be disabled. But then how was Nekomaru able to go to Great Tower?
Man,
Well, obviously he went before the elevator was disabled. And when was that?
you...
Idiot, if we knew that, this wouldn't be difficult.
Well,
No, we might know what time you went to Great Tower.
are you serious?
Seriously? It was around sunrise. That's when I saw him going down to the first floor.
What?
You mean you personally witnessed Nekomaru going to Great Tower?
Hey,
When was that sunrise? Was it before that rumbling sound? Rumbling sound?
huh?
What? You don't remember? Right after the clock in the lounge started ringing, we heard a rumbling noise. Did that clock even ring in the first place?
Hey!
You didn't notice that either? Seriously, the timing was super loud. That's weird. I feel like we're not quite on the same wavelength. Well, it is what it is. There's no way you guys would ever be on the same wavelength as trash like me. No, it's because you slept in the deluxe room, Nagato, so, you know, they're soundproof. You didn't hear it because you slept straight fucking through it. This is leading to an interesting development. Oh, I can't leave.
The night.
You
is
must have been in a steep slumber that night to not notice the alarm and that rumbling noise. I see. You must have been possessed by a wandering succubus. Some voice work, a couple of extras today. Oh, that's badass, dude. For you to avoid being snatched away to the world of the dead. I knew you had the devil's luck. Well, my luck is my only good quality. Like a Nagato's like, yep, sure do. Hey, you said that you witnessed Nekomaru at sunrise, right? Can you explain it to me in a little more detail? I was so hungry yesterday I couldn't sleep. I figured it was nearly morning, so I went to go check the clock in the lounge. Turns out I was totally off. It was still around 5 a.m.
Hey!
And that's when it happened. I heard the sound of the door closing off in the distance. When I stuck my head out from the lounge, I saw Nekomaru's back. He was about to go down to the first floor. To be fair, like, speaking of voice work, the voice I give for Yahiko is not at all how Yahiko sounds. Like, he sounds like he's somewhere between a normal person and a wise guy. Like, his voice actor, like, he's a little bit, yeah, but not all the way there. And instead, I just give him, like, a gruffer voice. I thought about running after him, but I didn't have the energy or willpower to do it. So, if I knew something like this was happen, I would have mustered the strength to follow.
Hey!
But why would Nekomaru wander off so early in the morning?
I
was wondering about that too. I mean, I already knew I wasn't going to get any sleep. So I just sat in the lounge, stared off into space and for no real reason, and waited for him to come back.
Jeez.
And it was when the clock in the lounge started ringing. I think it's that loud alarm, I completely forgot about Nekomaru. Until just now. Then from the time you saw Nekomaru until the alarm rang, you were at the lounge the whole time? But what were you doing during that time? By chance be thinking about everything that's happened so far and getting choked up? That's awfully specific for you, Nagato. Shut up.
What?
What? Was I right? Of course not, asshole. You're completely wrong. Sorry, you're absolutely right. And I thought you were reminiscing about Becca or something. But that can't be right. After all, you already know how pointless it is to cling to the memories of the dead. Jesus Christ, Nagato. I don't like hearing his thoughts. He doesn't have good thoughts. Hey, Kazuichi, if you don't mind, can you inform me? Are you fascinating my hand? Don't worry, I do too. Yeah, we just gotta pretend he's bringing up his hand every now and then. Like, they should have, since we're seeing it from his eyes, every now and then his hand just kind of lingers into the right side of the screen. Like it just appears, like it floats in. Like the fucking SpongeBob hand just kind of floats in on the screen. Hey Kazuichi, if you don't mind, can you inform me that stuff about a rumbling... I can't get that out of my head now. And the ringing clock, what was that all about?
Ooh.
Seriously, you don't know? You're so kind, Kazuichi. Thank you for actually taking the time to explain it to me. So, that's how it is. Fine, I'll tell you. It happened last night. I was sitting peacefully in my room when all of a sudden I heard this huge sound. What the hell? The sound was super loud, so I rushed out of my room. And so I went down the hall towards the lounge.
Hey! What are you doing?
This raucous... It's That's louder than the supreme ruler of the netherworld bellowing for a sacrifice!
Gundam. He's like, I'm trying to sleep, fucking god damn it.
Don't go making all that noise so suddenly.
It's not me. The wall clock just started ringing. I was just trying to stop it.
Then hurry up and stop it already!
I know. I'm in the middle of doing that.
And that's when the sound finally stopped. Man, that totally freaked me out. Well, I'm definitely wide awake now.
What did you do?
My mental defenses were bombarded with sonic resonance. Fuyuhiko, was this not your doing just now?
Shut up.
Why would anyone do anything so childish?
Huh?
You must have rushed over after hearing that sound, but you sure seemed to get over there pretty fast.
Well, yeah.
Well, I didn't rush over here. I was in the lounge by coincidence. Coincidence,
Huh?
What? Do you doubt me?
Hey.
Whatever, I don't really give a crap, but it's 5:30 a.m.
Aw, man.
Man, thanks to Fuyuhiko, I woke up early for no reason. Let's get back to sleep. Kablam! What was that sound?
What's going on?
Earthquake?
This
It
pressure.
did not feel like shook.
Hey,
Wait, this building's gonna collapse, right?
Hey.
Hey, Kazuichi, stop clinging to me. And that's what happened. I see. So you're the one who was clinging to Fuyuhiko?
That's
That's not the important part! And what happened afterwards? Did you guys just separate?
Hey,
We decided to wait things out, but in the end, nothing else happened.
also,
And not just that, we all felt really weak, so we decided to just go back to our rooms for a while. I see. Yeah, what you said just now was extremely important. Thanks to that, I thought of one suspicious person.
What?
Who are you talking about? Me, of course.
huh?
Huh? I mean, isn't it strange? I was the only one who didn't notice the alarm that was so loud. Everyone else came out of their rooms. If these guys saying the truth, it's a Akane. If it's one of them's lying, it's Soda. Ooh, interesting. Well, the same goes for the rumbling noise that you guys heard after that. I'll give you a clue. There's already been a very damning clue that's been given that's revealed who it is. It's just whether you've picked it up. It was that rumbling noise that you guys heard after that.
Why,
Hey, you better not be trying to confuse the shit out of us. Of course I'm not, for now.
Hey!
That for now line is what's making us even more worried. Rumbling. Anyway, it seems there's no doubt that what you guys just told me is a very important clue. The wall alarm clock you heard first and the rumbling. You can just say it was a loud bang. Why do we have to say that came right after? Now then, how do these noises relate to this case? Wall clock has a true bullet section in your handbook. Yep, I get it now. Thanks to everyone's detailed information, I'm slowly getting the grasp of the situation. I put events in chronological order. Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru at 5 a.m. That's the time Nekomaru apparently went down to the first floor. At 5:30 a.m., the alarm clock in the lounge started ringing. When that happened, you two woke up and left your rooms to go to the lounge where Fuyuhiko was. Right after that, you heard a strange rumbling sound that didn't quite make sense.
Let's make history.
Now that I think about it, something might have happened to Nekomaru during that noise. If so, it must have been Nekomaru's final scream before he breathed his last. Hold on, if Nekomaru died and we heard that sound, does that mean we have an alibi? Alibi?
I mean...
When we heard that rumbling noise, we were in the lounge, you know? If that's the killer murdered Nekomaru, then we have a solid alibi.
I get it.
Can't argue with that. It might be too soon to declare that just yet. Can't be certain unless we clear up the mystery surrounding the rumbling noise. A rumbling noise, huh? Did something heavy fall over or something? Also, based on what everyone just told me, there's another thing I'm curious about. You all heard the alarm clock in the lounge go off just before the rumble. What do you suppose that means?
Hey,
Haven't we talked enough? My favourite two are Shio and Kirara. Yes, fair. Kirara! So I treat her as like a little sister type. She's just a little gremlin, but she's my little gremlin, you know? Like, it's just like the little sister. It's like, I must protect this stupid fucking child. She's hilarious in the best way possible. Especially if you have, like, the deluxe edition stuff. If you take her on the hot air balloon, she just spends the entire thing, like, scaring the shit out of Ao, and it's golden. It's not my all-time favourite event. My all-time favourite event is the, when Uta is like with the group properly, and you can start doing her dates. There's one in the DLC pool, like the overnight pool, with like it's got like the glowing lights and everything. That one's my favorite because she goes so fucking flirt offensive. Like holy shit, she goes so heavy on the flirt offensive because she lets like some of her sadistic side that's buried in her come to the surface and tries to get Ao to indulge in it with her to satisfy her urges. And it gets so goddamn flirty. Because she's like, man, I'm not that good of a swimmer standing on the edge of the pool. It'd be a shame if someone pushed me. And then if you push her, she like smiles as she goes into the water. And when you follow her in, she just goes, oh, that was wonderful, Ao. Let's get on this next. And she hops on a chair, like on like one of those little floating like water chairs. And then she does the same thing. She's like, man, I'm feeling kind of anemic right now. It would be a shame if someone tipped it over and tried to drown me. Looks at you, Ao. And I'm just like, oh. And if you don't do anything, she tips it over instead just to collapse into you. But if you tip it over instead, she laughs and then cuddles you for it. And then afterwards, Ao finally has enough and says, what's that going on? And she says, I was just trying to get closer to you. And it's just like, Uta. I was like, what's your cat? Yeah, and the fact that she has like the, Kirarara has like the cat smile in her profile image. Like, you know she's a little cheeky menace. And Shio's just, like, I always just called her, like, the girl next door. Like, she's got her problems and whatnot. Like, you know, she had a violent streak when she was a kid because she defended Coco from the bullies. But as she grew older, she did become very much like the girl next door type. But she has her own, like, honors and systems and whatnot. And is a little bit of a clean freak. Like, she does all the cooking, she does a lot of the cleaning. Like in her home and whatnot, if you spend time with her, hanging with her to figure out that stuff. Like, she does a lot of work around the school to keep it in like spick and span. But she's a worker, you know. She gets on board. But for me, like, Uta is my favorite, but the dynamic between Reina and Yuki, especially in Chapter 8, holy made those two like some of my favorite characters. Like, they were wonderful. Anyway, have we talked enough? I really think I should repair the elevator soon. Oh my, you're still here? Huh? Once the elevator's fixed, I'm not gonna let you anywhere near it. And so Kazuichi ran down the stairs, complaining for some reason. So what should we do now? There's something I wanted you to do. After the elevator is fixed, there's something I want you to investigate. What is it? The clocks on the first floor lounges of both Grape House and Strawberry House. Right after that, you heard a strange rumbling sound that didn't quite make sense. Huh? Why? I'll tell you later.
Hey, bastard!
Fine, but why are you asking me? Can you investigate that yourself? I would investigate it myself, but by the time the elevator is fixed, there's a chance I might not even be with you anymore. Huh? Huh? Anyway, I'm counting on you. That bastard doesn't make any sense. Now then, here comes the main event. Only one thing I can do for them. I can go to that place for everyone's sake. I can't let them face that danger. I must be the prior who goes in their place. Yeah, we're going to the fucking dead room. That's it. I should investigate one more time. Alright, head over there. The elevator and the door at the far back of the Strawberry Hall. Just in case, it might be good to check and make sure they're really blocked off. Yeah, because Nagato didn't hear the sound because these two were in the crummy room. Well, let's say Fuyuhiko was outside anyway. Soda was in the worst sound protection room ever. He was gone. But Nagito was in the deluxe room. He was, which have already been established to be soundproof. Gundam also heard it as well, so we need to figure out why Gundam wasn't in his bed at 5:30 AM, because if he was in his bed, he would have slept through that and wouldn't have heard it. Why was he out and about, you know? Also, you don't have any levels of experience here. Nor do you have access to, like, most things. Because you're playing as Naruto, and it's like, no, you don't deserve any of this. Press the button next to the elevator, the door should open so I can ride it. But nothing's happening when I press it. It's like it's only broken. Huh? Hey, what are you doing? You're getting in the way of my repairs. So, why did the elevator break in the first place?
Man.
Oh, the killer malfunctioned the safety device. Look, You see that silver cover under the button? It looks like that's the elevator's control panel. They probably opened it up and messed with the settings. But the cover is locked, so they wouldn't have been able to open it unless they had some kind of tool. Are there any tools in this building? Could have used this as an opportunity to flesh out Nagato's dynamics. Yeah, this is like the only time in the whole series they have you randomly like change to a new protagonist. I say that V3 does it as well, but V3 you only do like you do the first chapter as one character, then the whole rest of the game as another. So that one's a bit different, whilst this is just like a one-off instance where we just play as Nagato. But we do get a little bit of Nagato, because I said he's Nagato is actually insanely fucking smart. And they're going to use that to advantage, because I said, because we're going to do a fucking escape room soon, and Nagato, it's supposed to be implied that Nagato solved it in like 0.5 of a second when he walked in. But of course, because it's a game, we have to actually solve the escape room. Forced away to it anyway. The control panel on this side wasn't the only one that was forced open. Oh, that was Soda talking. Whoops. I get muddled on the voices sometimes. Making Nagato, not being able to see Nagato, like, I don't know why it throws me off so much. Not being able to see Nagato's face when I'm doing his voice is making it harder for me to do his voice. Like, if I could just see his face, I could just look at it and be like, oh yes, there he is. I see. It's the control panel of the Grape House side that's broken then.
Yeah.
The one on this side isn't broken. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm pretty sure there should be a control panel over there too. It's one of the things I actually like about V3. On V3, you get a little picture box of the character you're playing as in the corner. So when they talk, like it zooms in ever so slightly into them, so you like it's easier to quickly identify who's actually talking instead of having to like pay attention to the name on the wall on the left side of the screen. Or seeing if the text background gets slightly lighter. Wouldn't that mean the last person who used this elevator went to Grape House? This game doesn't understand how accurate Nagato's hand is. Yeah, exactly. It's official. The elevator was disabled on the other side. Hey, I don't have time to talk to you. Hurry up and go away. Jeez, I'm trying to do the repairs without any tools. No matter how much time I get, it won't be enough. If you don't have any tools, why don't you use this? Whoa. Is that a multi-tool? Where'd you get something like this? I had it with me. Before I even arrived at the 4th island, who just casually carries a multi-tool with them? I mean, cool, that's really helpful and everything, Nagato, but at the same time, what? If we're going to explore a new island, it's essential to bring this kind of equipment, right?
You serious?
A guy like you has been walking around with a dangerous tool this whole time. Is there something wrong? It's nothing. And I'll let you have this. Your repairs might go faster now. They would carry multi-tools. No one I fucking know carries. They have a multi-tool in their home, but they don't carry it in their pocket when they go out to do their daily life. But in exchange, I want you to do something.
Huh?
What? That multi-tool is a compass. After the elevator is fixed, I want you to ride the elevator and see how the compass reacts. What the hell for? Well, to be honest, it's something I still don't understand regarding the structure of this building. So please, I really need this information to find out the relationship between the building and the elevator.
Huh?
I don't really get it, but, well, as long as I'm just checking the compass, I don't mind. I'm glad, then I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah, this investigation is going to be not just trying to find out who the killer is, but figuring out how this building actually is actually structured, how the funhouse is actually made, not just how we thought it was. It's the Strawberry Hall door that leads to the tower. The button is when it's just Nagato's own head, I'm not going to keep straining my voice. This guy talks enough as is. The button is broken, there's no way it'll open. As I recall, based on what Fuyuhiko told Hajime over the phone, the other side of this door is also barred with chains. I've been really cautious to go to trouble barring the door from both sides. Something about that seems a little sus.
Let's make history.
The killer's intent. I can think of only one explanation. Ah, Gundam! Perhaps they intended to keep me from entering the scene of the crime.
Listen well.
Which means the killer was afraid. Afraid of the conclusion promised by my assumptions. Yeah, that was probably it. As I thought, there's no mistaking it. The elevator and the Strawberry Hall door both look like they're completely broken. They expect the contact elevator to be disabled from the Grape House. As long as it's disabled, there's no way to move between houses, which means the person who disabled the elevator will be stuck at Grape. That person should still be at the Grape House, but No, it's too soon to form an answer. But I won't be too late to find the answer, even after I finish investigating that room. Yeah, just in case you need any more fucking hints. This is the room he's talking about. The final dead room. Only those who win the life-threatening game contained within will reach the Octagon. And inside the Octagon, the ultimate weapon awaits. There's no doubt Nekomaru's killer has been to that place. No matter where I search, there are no weapons anywhere in this building. Regardless of the weapon used to kill Nekomaru, the killer must have obtained it there. If that's the case, I should get going. Also, unlike everyone else, I don't mind dying at all. That's all the more reason why I should go. Alright, final dead room. Time for this fucking escape room bullshit. I see, so this is the final dead room. As I said before, I've just got a guide up. It feels a little eerie, I hope I don't get scared. Clack. Because I said I had to have them chat walk me through it a little bit. I know now I'm going to follow a guide, I'm going to make it look super easy to solve and whatnot, but yeah, I completely got stuck here for like a while on my blind playthrough. Did the door just lock? I see, the door is designed to automatically lock. Not that I would have turned back if it stayed unlocked. Oh, what? And I thought the door finally opened. Now it's locked again. I figured you'd turn up since I haven't seen you in a while. But I never expected to see you here. Nagato? Why are you in such a dangerous place? Same to you. Why are you here? I heard the body discovery announcement and I thought something happened in this room. And you got locked in when you came inside? You're a fool from head to toe. I'm truly ashamed. Well, not that I care. Just make sure you don't get in my way. Get in your way? The life-threatening game's gonna start soon, right? It'd be annoying if you got in my way. Are you planning to do it? Well, if I don't, I can't get out of here, right? And besides, the only way trash like me can be useful is by risking my life for everyone's sake.
That's wrong!
You're wrong. Nagato is not trash at all. There's no such thing as a human being that doesn't deserve to live. I know I'm being heartwarming right now, but my heart is still super scared and pounding like crazy. Are you sure you're not just excited? You know, isn't it exciting to think that I can finally be useful for the sake of those who shoulder hope? Now then, about this so-called life-threatening game.
Alrighties!
Nagato, if there's anything you don't get, just ask me. By all means, I'll help you make sure you get out of here. Bring it on, escape game. That sounds like something a teacher would say, but I shouldn't expect too much from her. Oh, fucking right! Like I said, it is literally an escape room. You have to investigate everything. I think I got as far as figuring out the door code before I got stuck. Because there's a thing that tells you which, like, yeah, north, east, west, south. So, like, oh, I can't remember the night where the last letter is, and then that there. And that's about as far as I fucking got. And then everything else afterwards I was completely stuck on. So excuse me as I bring up the guide. On the right wall, examine the desk. And then open the center drawer for the pliers. On the right drawer for the hint. Fucking, oh right, this shit.
I got it!
The first two letters of the days of the week are probably the password. Doubt it's that simple. On the left wall, open the closet door. And take the hanger. There's one hanger hanging in the closet. It might be useful to something. So I should grab it just in case. Then you have to go to... Oh, there we go. You have to press triangle. That was one of the things I got stuck on for a while. I didn't know you could do that. I remember getting stuck on that and someone in chat saying, hey, if you press triangle, you can do it. I remember. Use the prize on the hands on the wire. Use the wire on the bed for a desk key. Nope.
Alrighty!
Escape with this, Nagato. Who knows? Yeah, because if you click on it, he says, maybe there's something down the side. Examine the desk to use the desk key on the left. Drawer for scissors. Use the use the scissors on the plushie. I clicked on the bed.
You want me to punish you guys?
It's like his plushie talks and you squeeze the tummy.
Chills!
Oh, there's a last number on the blood on the floor. Plushie, if it's talking, it might be powered by a battery. Alright, let's try cutting it open.
Enough already!
I don't eat any grannies. A loud thing. Cut it open right away. Oh, so there was something. Got the battery. Examine the keypad on the left wall. What is your password? No, I'm gonna mind this work to you, Monami. I'll decline as well. Password to open is a fin that the hint's close by. Yeah, because it's follow the news, you follow the four compass, you follow the NEWS compass points, and you can find the numbers because the last one's in the closet. For a USB stick and a digital camera. There's no batteries in the camera, gee. You can now use the camera. And through the tools you have, from this point onwards, you're supposed to be able to figure out this. And I know there's an extra step we're missing. You have to be able to open up, you open up the hatch, which is next to us using the, actually I'll see if I can show you. You open up this.
Alrighties.
Oh right, the red light is a fucking signal. You have to use the red light to figure out the code. And this is what tells you the code for this fucking laptop. So before, it looks like I was able to unlock with the USB stick. Now I need to put in the password next. Maybe the memories inside the desk drawer might be the laptop password. That's right, I got the first, it's got the first letters of the days of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, meaning it's, MTWTFSS.
Huh?
Error. Huh? It was wrong? I doubt it's that simple. Yeah, there's your hint. It's SMVEMJS. If you're playing on PC, this part obviously goes by way fucking quicker because you just use the mouse. Oh, this part's... They could have just given us any better keyboard, huh? It doesn't help, there's a lot of fucking input lag. I didn't press it that much. Go back, go back, go back. I mean, loads of input. Like, I was just mashing the button. I let go ages ago. And then you got this shit. This is where I got completely stuck, and chat just went, look, this is the answer, because I didn't get this at all. I remember this very on my phone. I didn't get this at fucking all. Some advice. Is this a fellow? Is this a fellow? Could the light on top, the unlocking device, actually represent the number? They use this signal book on the laptop to decipher it. Even if you know the number, how are you able to input it? There's only one thing in this room that you can input a number into, right? Oh, right. You have to put it in this. It's a multi-use. And from your fellow and the lights and what they mean, you're supposed to be able to figure out this code. And I didn't get this at all. I just had someone explain it to me. Basically, the red lights tell you what keys in Othello you're looking for. And then when you look at them, you'll realise that enough of them are filled in that only 4 different numbers are left behind. And that makes 9, 8, 7, and 5. So I didn't clock any of that. And I just someone has to explain it to me, but that's the general idea. You hear something? This is the unlocking device to the unlocking device. Reusing gimmicks that we already used does conserve energy. And that unlocks this. And there we go. And you cleared the final dead room. Let me get rid of that guide. That's that. I said, on my first playthrough, I didn't have any guide on me. I just tried to figure it all out myself, and I got hard stuck, and chat spoon-fed it to me until I got it. And so on that bit at the end, I straight up just got stuck on. I got as far as the Othello. I said, I didn't pick up on the news hint straight away, and someone just went, it's the polls, and once I figured that out, the number code came in easy. I didn't realise that you could use tools by pressing triangle, because the game just doesn't tell you. And then after that, I got as far as the Othello thing. And then got hard stuck. I had no idea what the code was, and I had no idea how you're supposed to decipher it from the red lights in the Othello game. And then someone in chat just went, look, it's this code, this is how you figure it out. It just, go on. I'm like, oh, okay. Yay, it looks like we cleared it. With our powers combined, we were able to clear the life-threatening game. Who cares about clearing it? Why does the exit feel like it's not opening? What do you mean it won't open? Gladder. Are you serious? It's not opening. Didn't I just tell you that? It's not just the exit. Even the door we entered from isn't opening. Maybe the game isn't over yet.
Could it
Is there
be?
any chance that this thing I found earlier was just joking around? Seems like you have something in your mind. When I first arrived in this room, I received a letter. A letter?
Sorry.
I thought it was just a prank, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. Enough with the excuses. Hurry up and show it to me. Yes, it's this. Solve the mystery to the final dead room, and you obtain the right to play the life-threatening game. About the life-threatening game, it's Russian roulette. P.S. You are held liable for setting the roulette's difficulty. Depending on the difficulty, prepare special prizes, so make sure you don't overdo yourself. Yeah, we've got a revolver in front of us. We can put as many bullets into the chamber as we so please, spin it, point it to our head, and pull the trigger. The more bullets are in it, if we then live, the better prize. So if you want the best prize of the 6 chambers, you need to put 5 bullets in, spin it, and hope you somehow land on the 1. I see, so that's what it meant. What does it mean? It means the game up till now is just the opening act. From this point on is the real performance. Huh? Life-threatening roulette. That's probably like Russian roulette. I see. A gun came out from there. Which means I have to use that to play Russian roulette, right? Russian roulette? Then allow me. You can't, no matter what, it's too dangerous. Hey, mon ami, there's something I wanted to ask you. In all honesty, I don't really understand the rules of Russian roulette. If that's the case, you load 1 bullet into the cylinder, then spin it. After that point the gun towards you and pull the trigger. Wait, you can't do that. There's a 1 in 6 chance you'll die. A 1 in 6 chance of death, which means the failure rate is only 1/6. Hey, is that rule really okay? Huh? I mean, if there's only a 1/6 chance of failing, wouldn't the game be too easy? You know when I said that Case 1 wasn't the biggest example of Nagato banking on his luck so insanely hard it's kind of scary? Yeah, we're getting there. So shouldn't it be the opposite? Remove 1 bullet from the gun, and then use it while there are still 5 bullets loaded. If you do that, then there's a 1/6 chance of success. That would definitely make it a more thrilling game.
That's...
What are you saying? Let's give it a go.
Hold on, Nagito. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Playing Russian roulette, obviously. I've only removed 1 bullet, so there's only a 1 in 6 chance that I'll survive.
You can't! Please stop!
It's not much of a talent, but even I have an ultimate level talent, you know? I'm the ultimate lucky student. But if I can't win when there's only a 1 in 6 chance of success, then what kind of ultimate talent is that? I mean, if my luck gets me killed like this, there's no way you can really call that talent. If I'm truly the ultimate lucky student, I need to survive here. Isn't that right?
Please stop!
You find Ao's self-doubt? Why? She designates herself as team leader, pushes ahead to try and help Uta's memories, and then it all comes crashing down around her. She's a teenager. She's the one that led the group. What would any teenager do when they led to something that burns everything back? You immediately start blaming yourself. Everything comes crashing down in your own mental world. Especially when they came back and everyone's life was in danger of everything. I thought it made perfect fucking sense. In fact, I'm surprised she didn't break sooner. I thought it was perfect. I think, yeah, maybe they could have, you know, built up to it a little bit better. Normal things. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're the only example. It's one man. Everyone has different ways of handling things. Everyone has different reactions. Not breaking sooner. Yeah, she should have probably broke a little sooner, but that is also a very strong tipping point with Uta. You know, she has this pattern, she's used to being the team leader and making all the decisions. She then makes a decision that not only blows up in her face, but endangers all the people she cares about twice over. One, because, you know, the Uta's heartscape nearly consumes them, and 2, because it allows the realm to break open enough that another god monster thing comes out. Both of which are on Owl's head for her acting rashly and pushing everyone else to follow her. So that being the breaking point makes perfect fucking sense. Instead of every other monster, because every other monster wasn't her fault. This was the one that was directly on her. The other ones were that they were still helping people, and it was by a byproduct they were doing it. This is, they led to do something, and it was the first one that was a cataclysmic failure. That's why. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, and and for Ao, it's all in her head. It's only like just how Ao sees it. It's just that and most people would have been like that in that situation. Or at least a good chunk of people would be. If you're put into that little leadership, assuming you don't crack from the pressure then and there, because fucking hell, I know I would. Yeah, but it might have been Uta's state, but Ao still pushed. Ao was the one that pushed as the leader, which is why she feels she took responsibility for it. You can't blame Uta for her health state in a realm she has no direct control of because she has no memories. It's like me blaming you for having a bad dream. You know, you can't help the things that happen out of your conscious control. Ao was the one that said, oh no, we're gonna go. We should go. For Uta's sake, we should go. And then they go, and it completely fucks up Uta, which then endangers all of them, which then exaggerates the hole and radar it's making other people. Agent 14 to 17. Yeah, but you're just one person. You don't represent everyone who's had hardship. One man. Everyone has different things. Everyone has different ways of handling things. Everyone has different limits. Something that is manageable by one could be the worst thing, most impossible hurdle for the next, and vice versa. I know, but that's the... I'm not saying you are, but that's the impression you're giving with how you're wording your point. And I'm saying, like, these things are things that can absolutely break people, and then your response is, I wouldn't. It's like, well, yeah, you're not them. you get what I'm coming from, like, one man. Anyway, Nagito put 5 bullets in the chamber, pulled the trigger, and, you know, got the one lucky shot because he's the ultimate lucky student, so of course he did. You said don't twist it. Wait, what part did I say that you was disagreeing with then? Because I was still talking about how Al would react at that point. Just wondered about... Oh, sorry, I missed that bit then. That's my bad. You know what? I'll take that one. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, that was my fault. I don't know if it was just input lag or me misreading, or by the time I noticed the comment it was a different timing or whatever. But I'd already started talking about the next thing, so when you responded to that, I thought you was responding to that, so that's my bad, sorry. Phrasing. Oh, well, we could both one man. So we take a detour into chat. Sorry, you guys are watching this in post. We're just kind of things in chat trying to clear up. We both have that habit. I talk. To be fair, my problem as well is that sometimes I talk too quickly and I forget that there's a several second delay on chat. So by the time like you guys hear what I've said, then respond, it can be a good like 8 or 9 seconds sometimes. At minimum, and considering how quick I talk sometimes, that could be a whole different topic. So then I think you're talking about the topic I'm on. Timing of it, plenty of times I could justify it happening earlier. Because like that much I do get, but I think, at least in my humble opinion, a lot of it with Al is because positive outcomes were always in front of her when things were stressing her out, so she could hold on. You know, when there was something that could have got her, there was always something good that was happening, or something just a little bit more hopeful that was happening. Whilst this is the first time where it's just like, everything went wrong, welp. You know? This is the first time it's just, everything went wrong, and Al just sits there and goes, is this my fault? And then of course that weighs on her because of it. And having a vote at the end. I guess, like, because Uta has a better understanding of who she is, and she has a glimmer of an understanding, but she didn't get everything back. People are friends because of her decisions regardless. Yeah, but at least from my experience, I can think of countless times where I know there are loads of people who are supporting me, or things that I've done that have resulted in good things for myself or others, yet one major slip that doesn't immediately have something positive surrounding it immediately makes me think all of that's for naught, and I start hating myself for it. So I can at least be understanding in that sense. You can have all the friends in the world, but if you feel like you've made a huge fuck up, you'll still feel like you've made a huge fuck up, and that's what Al felt. I don't know, I feel like you could deep dive into a lot of how characters respond in Blue Reflection and Blue Reflection Second Light. But for me, I always find it easier to understand and get it, because every single character ties into the franchise's central theme, which is empathy. And the central theme of empathy, when it's, you know, used with Blue Reflection Second Light, it's giving the protagonist a chance to see that from other people. It's giving Al that chance, because instead of her being always trying to care and do a bit for everyone else's problems, it's her having her moment where she kind of just snaps at the top. She snaps at her highest peak, and everyone else is now being empathetic to her. Perspective, other people advising me away from my failures and tend to listen to them. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying that obviously from person to person, it's always different to different. That was the door unlocking, right? Haha, looks like we finally cleared the final dead room. I'm scared of you, Nagito. Really? Oh well. Oh well, to the pip. Let's go. The octagon should be beyond that door. So this is the octagon, huh? What a distorted room.
Wow.
Congratulations, Nagito. Oh, well, he's here. Congratulations on clearing the final dead room. And you even challenged yourself at the highest difficulty with only 1/6 chance of success.
Here.
I have the modest present for someone like you. Now then, this first. Is this the Future Foundation's file? Didn't we already get this when we was in the roller coaster?
Uh-huh.
Well, just think of it as an extension of that. Extension?
Hey!
What are you doing giving without permission? But, one man, if you've just done the Uta sequence, you're an Albert, it means you're about to enter Chapter 8, which is next to Chapter 4, like my favorite dungeon, like my favorite chapter in the game. And it's what pulled me in to Reina, like more so. I already adored Reina at that point in the game, but that was like what made her like, oh god damn, she is a phenomenal character. What are you giving without permission? Let's see. And one more special prize. Here you go. This crest, is this Hope's Peak Academies? That's right, this file. It contains your student profiles from your time at Hope's Peak Academy. Meaning, they're profiles that you guys don't even remember. Our time at Hope's Peak Academy, huh? But after all this time, I still can't believe it.
What?
You mean that matter concerning your stolen school memories? I mean, a no-good person like me actually spent time with everyone else at Hope's Peak Academy? No, that's impossible. If that's true, how did I feel? Surely I would have spent my time feeling ashamed of myself being in the presence of such greatness. Jeez, whether you're upbeat or depressed, I still don't understand you at all. Oh well, anyway, I'm passing this along to you. How you use it is up to you. Thanks. I'll take a long look at it later. So if I look at these profiles, I will be able to find out what Hajime's hidden talent is too. You'll probably be happy about it. Yay, someone like me was finally useful. What are you laughing about? Well, I just thought it was ironic. Out of everyone here, someone like you was the one who obtained Hope Peaks Academy student profiles. I'm not sure if you're lucky or unlucky. What does that mean? But looks like things are gonna get interesting. Yes, Nagito. You might be the one who makes things much more interesting. I don't really know what you're talking about. Hey, what are you planning? What's written in there?
Like...
Anyway, Monami, no cheating. You haven't reached the end yet. Huh? I mean, you haven't played Russian roulette yet. But Nagito already did it. No. Get over here. Revenge in the final dead room.
No!
Coercion! Jeez, they're gone. In the end, I still don't understand what Monokuma was talking about. But for now, I'll leave this file for later. First, I need to investigate this room. It's not like I know how to get out of here. Like, is there a collectible in here? I'm trying to think. Like, I think there is. And I don't want to miss it. I'm gonna stop looking. I think I would have spotted it by now. I think there is a collectible in here, but oh well. There's a door on the floor. Isn't this the first floor of the Strawberry House? Could this door lead underground? Based on the sketch, this should have been a bunker. No, maybe what lies beyond this door. Things are finally getting interesting. A window? Why there's only one window in a place like this? Was there some kind of hidden meaning to it? But in actuality, what could it mean? In my mind, I entertained various possibilities as I walked slowly towards the window, and then, the moment I peeked out of it... Huh? This is... What you saw outside that window? It was completely different from any possibility I had in mind. I see, so that's what it was. It's outside this window. I started piecing it together and think about it. Yeah, I see. Seems I'm finally starting to get a larger perspective of the Funhouse with this. Refrigerator? Here? Gonna find drinks in it, but I opened the door and peeked inside. Poisons! You can secretly kill everyone with poison, in a way. That could be the most powerful weapon, but in that case you'd have to ignore the rules. There are lots of... Holy shit, there's a rocket launcher here! Too. There are hunting guns and grenade launchers even. Amazing. As expected of a place that cannot be reached unless you clear the final dead room. Thanks to how I arrived here, all the separate pieces seem to have connected together to one fell swoop. The chain reaction culminated in the truth, all thanks to just one clue. I know that now is not the time to enjoy things, but There's definitely a good feeling. Especially that window. That's why everyone becoming connected from there. Thanks to that window, I realized the mystery of the ultimate weapon in the Funhouse. Now all I have to do is tell everyone else about this. Before I do that, I should finally take a look at the file I received from Monokuma. Especially if it's everyone's student profiles from their time at the Hellspeak Academy. That's important. I cautiously opened the file and read it carefully, taking care not to miss a single letter. Carefully. Huh? And that's the end of Nagato's section. Now we're back to... Hey, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hajime. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something?
Well,
It's been about 2 hours since we spoke to Fuyuhiko. I wonder if the elevator's been fixed yet. So we were just sitting around. It'd be bad if we were still split up before the class trials. Maybe we should call them one more time. Hey, are you even listening? I only brought that up because I'm really worried. Sorry. What are you gonna do? You're right. I'm worried about them too. Let's try calling Strawberry House one more time.
I think...
Yeah, it's a great idea, I think. Fucking... what? Huh? How'd you get here?
Hello there.
Why, hello there, Hajime! Nagato, what are you doing here? Because I showed up. You showed up? How did you even come here? Maybe I teleported. Huh? Nagato's sudden appearance. Hey, answer me seriously. How are you able to come to this side?
Hey.
Before I do that, there's something I need to tell you guys. There is? I tried to investigate Strawberry House as much as I could.
Now then.
I'll give you those details first. Let's hurry this up. After being abruptly interrupted by Nagato, Chiaki and I learned about the results of his investigation. So all of his truth bullets, we get now. So he shares his info, so we get the button, we get the alibi, or the account, we get the alarm going off, we got the door and whatnot. Well, I guess that's pretty important, especially the fact that everyone in Strawberry House heard that rumbling noise too. But what was that about a wall clock alarm going off before that happened? Also, the fact that Strawberry Hall's button was broken is definitely worth mentioning.
Hey.
Also, there's one more thing I need to tell you guys. I cleared the final dead room. Huh?
Could it be?
You did the life-threatening game?
Wow.
It wasn't life-threatening at all. It was just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Russian roulette? It's a game where you load a bullet into a gun, spin the cylinder, point it towards you, and pull the trigger. So, you really did it?
Man.
Oh, so that's how you're supposed to play it? So it would have been just fine if I used one bullet, huh? No, I guess it was just as Monami said.
Huh?
Huh?
Actually...
I misunderstood and thought I had to take out one bullet out of the cylinder, so that's how I did it. That you only had a 1 in 6 chance of surviving. Well, I'm still alive. This hand just knew. It knew I wouldn't die. After all, the only good thing about me is how lucky I am. What's wrong with him? I knew he was strange from the start, but for him to casually do something so suicidal, he's crazy. That's all there is to it. Anyway, as I was able to clear the final dead room, I was able to obtain several rights. And one of those rights was the freedom to move between Grape House and Strawberry House. Not only that, but whenever I move back and forth, I don't even need to play the game again. Move back and forth? Where would you even be able to do that and how?
Man.
Hey, Hajime.
You stay quiet.
You've been repeating yourself over and over, and it's bugging me. Can you let me speak freely for a change? Even at the threat of death, my hand didn't betray me. How immaculate. Oh yeah, by the way, Nagato's tone towards, like, most of the cast is going to start changing now he's seen all our profiles, just as a heads up. Huh? Anyway, I'm definitely lucky. Thanks to that, I was able to clear the roulette at the highest difficulty. And I obtained quite an amazing prize as my reward. Is that the Future Foundation file?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a continuation of the file we received at the roller coaster. Continuation? There's even more detailed information about the killing school life that was in the earlier file. Killing school life. You mean the killings that took place at Hope's Peak Academy, right? As I recall, Byakuya was one of the students who participated in it. But even when we learn more about the killing school life, it has no relevance to us whatsoever. There was information about the order of the killings and who the killer was for each incident. I find it extremely boring to read about the deaths of people I don't even know. Game now. Well, let's just see how it goes.
Right?
Besides Byakuya, of course. Then it's just as I thought. That Byakuya was the Byakuya we knew, right?
But...
However, I can't say the information was completely useless. In truth, there are similarities between the killing school life and this killing school trip. Similarities? For example, the first murder involved someone important getting stabbed to death in an unexpected place. Yep, this is what I'm talking about. I said that this game literally deliberately uses the spine of the original. In the same way that Metal Gear Solid 2 deliberately uses the spine of MGS1 to trick you with its new story. The first death of the first game was Sayaka getting stabbed to death in the bathroom. She was your companion and like a proper love interest to Makoto, and someone who decided for herself that she would stick by your side to help you out as like an assistant to solve any case that comes their way. And yet she's the first to die. In this game, Byakuya is stabbed to death under a table. Someone who vowed to protect everyone and make sure everyone stayed safe no matter what.
Hey.
Also, the killer, or the one who killed the first victim, both of which were not a like completely like intended target murder. Leon reacted in spur of the moment, even though he went overboard. It was still a spur of the moment, and Teru didn't get who he was aiming for. Both of them had something go wrong in it. The second murder revealed the presence of a serial killer among the group. Yep, in the original game, Genocide Jack. In this game, Peko was pretending to be fucking that whatever justice. And the third murder was actually two killers that happened in succession. Yeah, just like with Taka and Nafumi. What do you guys think about these strange similarities? And I like how he stops here. The fourth kill, the fourth one that happened in the first game was a sacrifice. I like how he stops there. Like, he wants you to fucking figure it out. That doesn't immediately mean that Nekomaru committed suicide, by the way, before you jump on that one. No, it's not that identical. It can still be a sacrificial killing. It's just there was a sacrifice of some kind, is the link between this one and the first game's case 4. But these strange similarities. It's definitely strange. I can't think of these as coincidences, even my hand agrees, especially if Monokuma's behind the motives and driving the murders. Yeah, he seems very interested in recreating the first game. What are you trying to say?
Hey.
By the way, the fourth murder of the killing school life was apparently ruled a suicide. Whether that means something or not is something each person should think about on their own. I just wanted to tell you guys the truth. The truth? Are you sure you're not just trying to confuse us? Jeez, your complaints just never end, do they? If you're gonna talk like that, I won't want to tell you anymore. And I even learned what your talent is, too. Huh? Well, the file wasn't the only one I received from Monokuma. This is another one. That seal?
Yep.
Indeed, it's the Hope's Peak Academy's school crest.
Perhaps.
Does that have information about our stolen memories?
How unfortunate.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find any clues about that. My hand could have if I tried harder, but it's feeling a bit tired today. This file doesn't contain our information. Just Hajime's information. Just mine.
Why?
Isn't that weird? Why only Hajime's?
Jeez.
It's quite troubling that you would ask me that. I must say, it was always interesting that Hajime was the only one who couldn't remember his talent.
Right?
But that ends now. Are you serious? Did you really find out why I was chosen by Hope's Peak Academy?
Man.
In a way, it's just as Chiaki said. Hajime's existence is special. Because you were just some reserve corps student from the reserve department. Huh?
Well...
Unlike the primary department of main corps students who possess ultimate talents, the reserve department is a reserve corps students who entered the school for a basic entrance exam. Essentially, you're like a substitute or a second string. Well, even then, that's just in name only. The reserve department pretty much only exists to increase Hope's Peak Academy's revenue. Reserve department, substitute, second string, what is he saying? Like I said, to be a reserve corps student, you don't need to possess an ultimate talent. Keep in mind he had like his fixation of all these ultimates and hopes and whatnot. If we're not an ultimate anything, of course he thinks we're like shit. He thinks we're like worse than shit. He's like, well, you're not worth my time. You're no symbol of hope or any of that shit. So that's why he's been talking down to us since the moment he came into our sight. You just have to pay a rather costly entrance fee and tuition. With the funds obtained from these exams, the Academy can focus on bolstering and researching talent. Through this, the symbols of hope can be raised.
Isn't that right?
Which means you're just a stepladder, but you should feel honored. An average, talentless human can be put to good use for those who are known as mankind's hope. What the hell does that mean? Perhaps you simply weren't determined enough. Did you admire hope? Were you willing to sacrifice your body and soul to attend Hope's Peak Academy? Or maybe you were just obsessed with Hope's Peak Academy, like a fangirl following the latest trend. It's not like that, I
Stop it.
wanted to become Hope. Is that what you're thinking? Just stop it. Listen carefully. The only humans worthy of becoming Hope possess amazing talents and a strong will. And the moment you're born into this world, you either have that or you don't.
There's no mistake.
It has nothing to do with effort. You must be chosen by Hope to become Hope. Was that your reserve group? We'll get to that. That will be explained. We'll get to that.
You don't even
That's
know?
why it's not even worth admiring. Or were you so blinded by your admiration for Hope's Peak Academy that you couldn't even see that? Ugh. You're just some nobody from the reserve course who never had a talent to begin with. A nobody who forgot he was a nobody. That's all. Then I'm just... That's right, you were never an ultimate. You had no talent whatsoever. I don't have any talent. I'm just an ordinary high school student.
Man.
Aw, I feel sorry for you. Are you shocked to learn that you were the only one who didn't have a talent? But wouldn't, like, if I was there, I would be starting raising the question of, like, well, why did I end up with this group if I'm the only one who's not from the primary course? Why was I picked? You know? Well, of all the other reserve students, why am I the only one? You know, you would be questioning that.
That's not it.
But still, if you think about it positively, it looks like there's no more reason to doubt you. Now that we know that you are a normal, average, utterly unremarkable high school student, there's no way you could be associated with the future foundation. But if it's not Hajime, then who in the world could the traitor be? The survivor of the previous killing school life, Byakuya, would have been the most likely candidate. But now that part's probably impossible.
Hey.
Hey, are you listening?
Hold it.
There's no need for you to listen to this.
What?
Huh?
Well,
It may be important to talk about who the traitor is, but we need to focus on Mekamaru's murder first. Because if we can't survive the class trial, everyone is going to die together anyway. In that case, would the traitor be among those killed as well? That's something I truly wonder about.
Yep.
Oh well, it's fine. I'll stop for now.
hey.
You said you cleared the final dead room and obtained these files. That means you must have gone to the Octagon, right?
Hey.
Are you curious about the ultimate weapon?
So...
Did you find out what it was? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Is there any reason I should answer that? Was it he... I gathered straight away he's lying about one detail. He said the only reports he had in the book was Hajime's. I'm like, he's lying, because he treats everyone different. So it's like, no, he knows something about everyone else. So it probably wasn't just Hajime, it's just Hajime's the only one he wanted to talk about. Any reason I should answer that? Huh? What the hell? I'm the only one who cleared that room, and I'm free to divulge any clues I obtained there as I see fit, right? You planning to keep it a secret? Are you planning to side with the killer again?
Man.
Like I said, I'm not on the killer's side. That hasn't changed since this began. I'm on my hand's side. How many times must I repeat myself? I just want hope to shine even brighter. What you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. Just tell us already. Tell us about the ultimate weapon. Jeez, I guess I have no choice. I suppose I could tell you one little tidbit. You're right. I did go to a place that seemed to be the Octagon, and I found many different weapons there. But I didn't find anything worthy of the name Ultimate Weapon. Don't lie, there's no way that's possible.
Stop it.
Coming from someone with no talent like yourself, that's truly offensive. What did you say?
Oh.
Fine, I understand. Now's not the time for us to be fighting anyway. If you won't tell us, we gotta do it ourselves now. Shall we go back to investigating Mekamaru's case? We better hurry, the trial's gonna start soon.
You're right.
You're right. I haven't even seen the crime scene. Also, the guys in Strawberry House should be coming over to this side any moment now.
Bye now.
Then while we're at it, I'll go on ahead.
Hey,
Hajime? It's okay, I already know. You want me to focus on Nekomaru's case right now, right? It's true that I'm shocked, but now's not the time for me to feel like that. Right now, I can't afford to be the only one who's depressed. I need to survive everyone else and return home. That's what's most important. Isn't that right?
yep.
Yeah, I'm relieved to hear that. We should get moving then. Yeah, you're right. I should just forget about it for now. I need to focus on Nekomaru's case. Boy, that fucking... What Nagito's just opened up? Case 5, man. What Nagito's just opened up? Case fucking 5, man. But we're gonna learn a lot more about ourselves in Case 5. I have returned from the depths of hell. Gundam.
Yo.
Yo, sorry we're late.
Hey.
Just so you know, it's all thanks to me. I'm the one who fixed the elevator. See, it's just as I said, right?
Hey.
Hey, you even listening to me? I'm trying to stand out here.
Hey.
More importantly, Kazuichi, did you look into that matter I asked you about?
Huh?
Oh, the thing about the compass? I looked into it while I was coming here, but I think this compass might be broken.
You stay quiet.
I didn't ask for your opinion. See, I told you, he talks down on everyone now. He learns more in that book than he lets on. Just tell me the results. Yeah, well, the compass and needle rotate 180 degrees while you were riding the elevator. The needle rotated 180 degrees? I see, it's just as I thought. What do you mean by that? Well, obviously the elevator most likely rotated 180 degrees. The elevator rotated? Now then, I should go investigate Nekomaru's body. So if he was thumbing his nose at us, Nagito began making his way toward Grape Tower.
Oh my.
What the hell's wrong with him? Doesn't he seem pissed off or something? Nagito, what do you know? How much do you know? Hi, Gundam. I've made you wait.
Judgment!
The time has come to destroy your murderous illusions. But yeah, just like in the first game, there are bits in the background building upon the mystery that Case 6 is going to break open. So anything that you hear is going to go, wait a minute, what does this mean? Case 6 will probably answer it. Including where these people exist within the tragedy that happened in the first game. Or before the first game. They do fit into it. Nekomaru, are you serious?
Damn it.
Damn it. I don't know who did this, but this is pretty fucked up.
Hey.
Now's not the time to get sentimental. Come on, we need to hurry up and investigate. We already investigated everything we can here.
Wow.
No, you haven't. There's still something you should be able to investigate more thoroughly, other than my hand, I mean. If you investigated my hand, doesn't it look really good today? Oh wait, why am I talking to you? I hate you now. Now that Mikan is no longer with us, we can't perform an autopsy.
Right?
But Kazuichi should be able to disassemble the body, right?
Huh?
Eh?
It cannot be.
Is that true? Are you going to disassemble Nekomaru's body?
I won't forgive
Don't
you.
screw with me. Hasn't Coach Nekomaru been through enough already?
You don't know?
Been through enough? We need to perform this investigation so we can find out who the killer is. Or perhaps you don't want to know, Akane. Maybe you don't care what happened to Nekomaru.
Damn it!
Why you?
You stay quiet.
If you suck at using your brain, and you really want to know who the killer is, try not to interfere so much.
Damn it.
Ugh.
Jeez.
Come on, Kazuichi. What are you standing there for? Damn it, fine. Let's have to do it, right? First I wanted to see his insides, but not like this. This is too much.
Well...
Come on. You guys feeling okay, too? Now's not the time to be staring into space. Nagito, there's definitely something wrong with you. I thought he was just treating me differently ever since he found out I had no talent, but it seems like it's not entirely the case. His attitude towards everyone else is strange now, too. But why?
Damn it.
I'm so far. Nowhere gets in the middle of time like this. For off of a Nekomaru, but this is necessary if we're going to find out the truth behind this case. With his voice through his clenched teeth, because when you face Nekomaru, he's full of determination and began stabbing his tool knife into Nekomaru's body. Where'd you get that tool knife? Nagito gave it to me. He said he had it ready before we even went to the amusement park. So Nagito did that too, huh? It's like Nagato has full control of the situation.
Maybe...
It's like the damage to his head is the reason. Huh? The reason Nekomaru died, stopped functioning. His torso is covered in huge dents and the parts are dislocated. Maybe even a gear shaft broke too. Well, for now I tried disassembling Nekomaru's chest. That should help us learn something, right? If that's the case, I need to look at Nekomaru's body one more time. I didn't mean to click on that. Kazuichi's finished disassembling the body. I should probably check it out. Yeah, check the clock. Nekomaru's chest panel is open. The clock inside is completely exposed. The hands on the clock look like they were pointing to 7:30. Also, it looks like the clock alarm was set for 7:30 AM. Which means the clock broke the moment the alarm started ringing at 7:30. But 7:30 AM is strange, right? I mean, we should have arrived at Great Tower just before 7 from Monokuma Taishi. Is the clock malfunctioning? No, wait. It's a radio clock. It wasn't malfunctioning. Every other clock was. Every other clock was messed with because they were traditional clocks. Like, I caught onto that proof super quick. The reason why we all, missed the Monokuma Taichi and found Nekomaru instead is because Nekomaru's radio clock was the only one that couldn't be tampered with. So he's the only one who actually arrived at the intended time. So we need to find out who tampered with the clocks. Radio clock. Radio clock? It's a type of clock that receives radio signals so it can automatically update the time in fixed intervals. Simply put, it's an extremely accurate clock. That's right, it's a clock that will never slow down. It's even designed so it cannot be adjusted. I've become a Time Lord. Well, even if it's an accurate clock, they didn't need to install it inside your body. What are you saying? I don't need to wear a wristwatch ever again. There's nothing more useful than this. An accurate radio clock has never slowed down, huh? If that's the case, why does the bring clock to 7:30? Sleep mode, by chance the kid press out and force him to sleep. So the back name was like getting behind and press it in the Herculean task. What's wrong with him? He's clutching over Nekomaru's body. It always seems like he's glaring at him.
You're the worst.
Still holding on to carnine soda. Fair? Jeez, this is the worst.
Jeez.
You guys overlooked an important clue. I swear you're just the worst. As I thought, there's no way I can leave this to you guys. What are you talking about?
Well...
I found this under a fragment of the pillar that tipped over. A doorknob?
You don't even know?
Looks like the screws came out with it. That wouldn't happen unless you applied a ton of force to it. Plus, it looks like there's scratches near the base of the doorknob.
Hey.
Don't you think it's strange?
See?
If we examine the far back door at Great Tower, the doorknob is still intact, right? Now that you mention it, you're right.
Now then.
If that's the case, where did this doorknob come from? It's not the door that leads to Strawberry Hall, then there's only one other possibility. It has to come from the door connected to Great Pool that we entered from, right? Well, it makes sense to think about it like that. We should try it out. Try it out how?
I don't know.
We take the elevator to Strawberry House, and we enter the Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall. It's the only way you can see the other side of that door, right? But the button to that door to open the door in Strawberry Hall is broken, right?
It's obvious.
We can just repair it. After all, we have the ultimate mechanic on our side.
Well,
you're right, but I need the parts to repair the door to Strawberry Hall. I can repair it if it's broken, but I don't have enough parts. There's not much I can do about it. But you have plenty of parts right here.
Huh?
Huh?
See?
Just use Nekomaru. I'm sure if you dig for his body, you can find the parts you can use. That's kind of morbid when you think about it, Nagato. Hold on. Are you saying we should use parts from a dead friend? It's called recycling! It's a much better alternative than disposing it with the rest of the junk, right? Junk?
Hey.
Well, Kazuichi, is it possible or impossible? Like you said, I could probably use these parts to repair that button, but... Seriously, hold on. If you do repair the button, what's going to happen to the chain on the other side of the door?
Huh?
Chain? The door that leads to Strawberry Hall has a chain wrapped around the doorknob. Even if you fix the button on the Strawberry Hall side, the door won't open as long as that chain is there. You don't need to worry about that at all. Huh? I don't need to worry? What does that mean?
Now then.
Kazuichi, we should go over to Strawberry Hall so you can repair the door. Hey, I'm not finished. Hajime, you're going to come later too, right? It'd be real bothersome if you didn't. I mean, if there's someone in the tower, the door won't open at all. Recycled compost. I suppose.
Right?
So you should at least, excuse me, at least make sure, like, oh god, my throat's dying, make sure you're not pulling my leg. After testily saying that, Nuggs left the area.
Huh?
What the hell happened to him? He seems on edge about something. Who knows?
Damn right.
Oh, that reminds me. Naruto asked Kazuichi to do something weird for him, right?
Yep.
He had something to do with how the elevator spins 180 degrees. I wonder what it could mean.
Hey,
Actually, to tell you the truth, Naruto asked me to do something weird too. He wanted to investigate all the clocks inside both buildings. Clocks? So I did what he said and checked them all, but none of the clocks had their times messed up.
Jeez.
But why did he ask me to do that in the first place? I don't get that bastard at all. Survive with the program Nekomaru's personality. Fucking, that's up to debate. That's not some. That's one of the things that they won't actually like in detail explain. That's up to debate. That's up to you to decide whether it was actually Nekomaru or if it was just a robot with him coding. Either way, the robot's gone, and so any existence of Nekomaru is now removed. I say that I'd like to believe it was that he survived, because it would make his report card make more sense. If you start his report card, you can literally continue where you left off once he becomes a robot anyway. So you'd have to have like. Unless it's like, I say that could still be a programming thing, that they just programmed in his memories. As after bacon load of gravitas using as recycling. Yeah, true. Not the doorknob matter, there are still many mysteries surrounding this that we don't understand. If we go to Strawberry Tower, we might be able to solve some of these mysteries, maybe.
Jeez.
Like, that's all we can do. Let's head over. Yeah, you're right. What was he said about the door opening? What's he planning to do about the chain? Looks like it won't come off easily, so Nugs have a plan or something. Jeez, I don't understand this at all. But yeah, everyone had to leave the room so the thing can work properly. Went into the elevator. Made our way to the Strawberry House. Been a while since I come to the Strawberry House.
What's up?
Hey, you're here.
Hey.
Kazuichi, how'd the repairs go? Well, the damage wasn't too bad once I got the parts, so I was able to fix it right away.
Yeah.
You got a lot of nerve saying that when you use Nekomaru's parts without my permission.
Hey.
Well, I mean, even so.
Now then.
Anyway, now that we're all here, why don't we try and hurry up and try it out? What will happen if you press the button to Strawberry Hall's door?
Even so.
There's no way it'll open. You haven't done anything about the chain.
Hey.
The little Strawberry Hall behind Nekomaru's body is blocked off by that chain, remember? You didn't do anything about that. It doesn't even matter if it's fixed upon on the outside. Well, we'll know if you try it out. Oh, ropes one button. Not even worth trying it out. No, we've come this far. If you're saying we should try it out, we should at least give it a shot.
Yep.
Yep, that'd be great. But there's so many people. Like, hello, you wave of people. No way this door will open the moment the chains send up. If feeling of resignation, I press the button. Huh?
Hey.
Why did it open?
Impossible!
Impossible! Where did the chain go?
Hold it.
Hold on a sec. It's not the only thing that's strange. That's right. There's another way to say this. It definitely looks weird.
So...
What do you mean, huh?
Hey!
Hey, doesn't this look the same as when we were in the Grape Tower? Yeah. I remember in like the last case when I said, how did no one notice that Chiaki's handbook was still facing us when we came through the other door to test if it was the same thing? Yeah, Nekomaru's still on the left and the pillar's still on the left, yet we supposedly came from the other side. How does that happen? You know? That's part of the mystery. Everything faces wherever side you come through. I wonder why. Maybe you're in the Grape Tower. Yeah, you're right. When we was inside Grape Tower, Nekomaru's body is in front of the far back door. Which means his body should be in front of the door to the Strawberry Hall. So he entered from Strawberry Hall, his body should be right in front of the door we walked in. Why isn't it like that? Why is Nekomaru's body in front of the door of the Grape Hall?
Hey.
Not just that, the parts I carefully arranged when I disassembled the body all moved too. Well, he isn't the only thing that moved. Even the tipped over pillar and the spilled oil. They all moved the exact same way. The crime scene looks identical to how I saw it when we entered from the Great Hall. We think that's in this crime scene, so the Great Hall now shifted to the opposite side. And it's as if it rotates 180 degrees, right? Can't imagine that the floor actually rotated 180, but... is it really what this means? No, it's more than that. It feels like there's an even greater mystery here. A mystery so great that it could easily drastically affect the outcome of the case. We might have to rethink this. We need to fundamentally rethink how we've been approaching this case. Yeah, to solve this case, you've got to solve the mystery of the Funhouse first.
I see.
The chain disappeared. The strange feeling I felt when I went back and forth between the two towers. Yep, just as I thought. I was definitely the right choice to confirm this. Just as you thought, then you already knew about this mystery. You have a bad habit of relying on others when you don't understand. Why don't you try investigating first?
See?
The door at the far back with a picture on the grape inlet. Maybe there's a clue hidden there. Clue on the door? Yeah, it's missing the handle. A picture with grapes on it. This should lead to Great Hall. Wait, huh? One of the doorknobs is gone. It's like the screws came out with it.
Now then.
It's the same as that doorknob that was on the floor.
See?
See? The screws came out with it, right? Then the doorknob next to Nekomaru's body came off the door to Great Hall. Well, that's what it looks like. When you say clue, were you talking about this? But what is it a clue to? Broken doorknob, then update your handbook. Check the bullets so you have to review it.
What?
Did you get even more confused? No need to worry, just one clue will change everything. All the mysteries will be solved, as if everything were linked together, if you could reach it, just like I did. What does that mean? Even if I ask him, Nagisa probably won't give me an answer, so it'd just be a waste of time to ask. And that's the end of the investigation.
It appears that it's time for the class trial! To tell you the truth, I'm tired. Extremely tired. I feel like spending the rest of my life hibernating already. Man, I know it's bad, but I'm so sleepy. I just want to ditch. Though I really don't feel like it. I'll show you my serious side when you come to the class trial. Even though it's impossible since it's so annoying, you can count on me to take this seriously.
Looks like it's going to start. Another class trial.
Hey!
But how are we supposed to get to the trial ground?
Damn it!
You're right. We can't do anything unless we get out of this building. Akane, did something happen?
Hey!
No, well, you guys hear something? Here?
Hey.
What do you hear this time? Suddenly as if cutting off Chiaki, I surrounded inside the shake and rumble. It suddenly appeared before us. Does it go inside from here? Seems that way. Alright, I'm gonna go. Hold on, Nekomaru. I'll make sure I avenge you. Jeez, needs to be a little cautious. Obviously a trap.
It appears you
I
cannot
agree.
escape.
I detect the sense of danger. Even my familiars are saying do not go inside.
It's nearly showtime!
Jeez, how interesting. If you can kill me, you're welcome to try. Try stabbing your sword through my very heart. Now then, we shall get moving as well.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. It's annoying, but if Miss Sanya is going, there's no way I'm not gonna go. This is so damn annoying. Because it doesn't matter if it's a trap or not. One by one, everyone went to Monokuma Rock. Until I was the only one left. And I was about to take a step forward. We're the same. The same step ladders. Huh? I was standing next to me with his eyes locked onto the Monokuma Rock. Other than the small movements of his mouth, he was perfectly still. You and I are just step ladders. For everyone who holds the title of Ultimate. I always believed I didn't mind. Unlike you, I know my place. What are you saying?
Man.
That's why I was prepared to become a sacrifice at any time. And from that true hope would be born. I always believed that the talent that survived would be true hope.
Damn it.
But it wasn't. There's no hope amidst all this killing. Yeah, and as soon as he gets angry, he lifts his other hand. Of course there isn't. What kind of hope comes from killing people?
What?
Really? Oh, my hand seems to disagree. 1 minute, let me go talk to him. Are you suggesting that sacrificing others for hope isn't real hope? But you're wrong. It's only natural and extremely obvious that strong hope devours weak hope. What is this, a fucking animal?
Isn't that right?
After all, that's what it means to live, right? There's the Iron Fist of Justice, yeah. Well, it's even little things. I said, every time he gets angry, he looks at his left hand. Every time he's, like, monologuing or going on about hope, he looks at his right. But it's also when he's got both his hands up. His right hand is always relaxed, his left hand is always tense. Like, it's like even beyond our jokes, it is actually a genuine thing that he always seems to look at his right hand when he's talking about hope and look at his left every time he's angry. There's no way I'm going to accept that.
Well...
Oh well, not like what I wanted to say to you anyway.
Hey.
There's this one novel I like. It's a peculiar mystery story. A novel? The story is told from the point of view of a high school girl involved in a serial killer mystery. But when you get to the end, surprise, surprise, the girl is actually the killer. Of course, the story is written carefully so the reader doesn't learn the ending in the middle of the story. The protagonist is just a projection of the reader, and this projection turns out to be the killer. Which means the killer you were looking for the whole time was inside you all along. How do you feel about novels like that? What the heck are you talking about? He was jumping from one topic to another. And I can't comment on a book that I've never read before.
No good
Such a normal answer. I should have expected that from a talentless reserve corps student like you. But I know that you don't matter at all. So why do I care about you? You admire hope. I love hope.
Right?
In some way we're similar. But maybe that difference is what's making me so emotional. Enough already. I don't have time to argue with you. Let's go. Everyone's waiting.
Man.
Everyone, huh? So you still believe you're just like everyone else? Reserve Corps students are so full of themselves. As his chilling laugh continued as he disappeared into Monokuma Rock. And Naruto, it's called The Murderer Was the Friends We Made Long Ago, and it's called a Shonen Jump. Or Shonen Jump. However you pronounce that. Calm down. That's right, I need to calm down. I took several deep breaths, and once my nerves had settled, I stepped into Monokuma Rock. The elevator shook violently as it descended into an ever-increasing speed.
Hey.
When we're in a normal elevator that shakes this bad, it reminds me how effective that elevator in the Funhouse was.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably true. Get ready to continue to shake. Imagine like going towards, like you're about to condemn one of your friends to death and you're just making small talk. And it's head deeper and deeper, and suddenly it stops like it always does. And the door opened.
Well now.
I understand your desire to applaud this wonderfully vulgar trial ground. But it's so exhausting to discuss useless things. Let's just get on with it already. So sad. My chest hurts. Forcing anyone to do this is so sad. Hey, don't go talking about permission after I've said my catchphrase. Otherwise, I'll roll a dice, and based on the result, I'll give you a sex change operation that many times. What an extreme punishment. Now then, let's get on with this once again. Let's get a move on, boys and girls. So it begins. I hope this would never happen again. Now it's happening for the 4th time. The curtain of the 4th class trial is about to open. Nekomaru Nidai, the ultimate team manager. You can't say that, yeah. He was more passionate, more daring, more honest than anyone I'd ever met. Truly, he was more man than any of us. He sacrificed his body to protect Akane, and his appearance changed drastically because of that. But he still tried to live earnestly. And just when I finally got used to his new form, Nekomaru's killer is one of us. Yes, we got Sonya, Fuyuhiko, Soda, Nagato. Man, there's one red page. Chiaki, Gundam Tanaka. Killing someone because it's the only way to survive is no excuse. I won't let this be excused. Akane and ourselves. I won't forgive this. The person who betrayed Nekomaru, who betrayed their friends. I will never, ever forgive them. And so, the life-threatening trial, bellowing with hope and despair, begun. The killer is among us. Yeah. Wow. I need to get a better sense of humor. I giggle at the dumbest shit. jeez. Right. Let's go for our truth bullets, because we got into, and this is a good one to refresh on, because we kind of got distracted in the middle of, you know, the escape room, the final dead room, and like all the shit with like Nagato and whatnot. And the victim is Nekomaru. He got battered everywhere, but the biggest dent's on his head. There's wires like everywhere around his leg and body. The button was broken into, so he could be turned off. There's oil everywhere. There's a tipped over pillar with oil on it. There's a shiny, clean hammer that probably wasn't actually a murder weapon. The door was seemingly chained up, but Akane heard a noise at 5:30. There's rubble underneath the body. Fuyiko saw Nekomaru at 5 AM. The wall alarm went off at 5:30. The contact elevator used to move between both houses was broken. The button was broken. Nagato found a way to get between the two houses without using the lift. The compass spun 180 degrees when you take the elevator between the two houses. Nekomaru's alarm clock that used a radio clock cut off when he died, but it cut off at 7:30, which is weird because we only got there at 7, which was half an hour before it said this thing stopped. But it is a radio clock, so it should have been more accurate than our clock. There was a broken doorknob that came from seemingly the grape house door. And there's a strange thing in the tower where everything in the crime scene moved perfectly between the two rooms, instead of us seeing it from the other side. Final guess, who do you think the killer is? So that I know who it is, it's gonna be the point of finding to solve it all. As per usual, we're playing on hard mode and everything. We're gonna dive straight in.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it.
Akane is an interesting guess. Yeah, I can see the logic, especially with like the game's tone and whatnot. It's an interesting guess, but we'll see how it goes.
If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. I'm sure you guys are starving by now, but let's get revved up and raring to go. Whoever survives will be treated to a fancy lunch. Guess what? Rabbit curry is on the menu.
Huh? I'm not the main ingredient, right?
I'm here today because Coach Nekomaru risked his life to protect me. I'm gonna be the one who avenges him. I'll definitely find out who the killer is. I'm definitely not tempted by curry. Got it?
Akane! You seem to have an impressive amount of drool flowing from your mouth.
Hey, why don't we try going over the incident? We weren't able to leave Strawberry House, so I want to make sure we get a detailed understanding.
I discovered Nekomaru's body a little before 7 AM. I headed over to Grape Tower for Monokuma Taichi and found the body there. Hajime and Chiaki were also with me.
Hajime was with Miss Sonia and Chiaki that early in the morning? Don't tell me you three were together since last night!
Imbecile! I am not some woman with flexible legs.
Of course you're not. You're much classier than that.
With legs like those, I could probably do the splits real easy.
We just happened to run into each other on the first floor of Grape.
It's like, moving on.
Tower together.
Wait, so you know I said how Sonya has like no fucking time for Soda anymore? You know I said that like Sonya genuinely has like negative time or energy towards Soda? You're starting to see it. Like immediately, like the moment you say something, she said imbecile. Like she put him in his place immediately because she's fucking sick of him.
And then, the three of us discovered Nekomaru's body.
The body discovery announcement was made soon after. Akane heard that and rushed over.
We heard the body discovery announcement too, from Strawberry House, obviously. As I recall, we found out the elevator was out of order, which left us stuck.
Who isn't at this point? Yeah, fair comment, well made.
So we decided to go to the tower for the time being and headed for Strawberry Hall. But someone even broke Strawberry Hall's door button.
We couldn't go anywhere because of that.
Thinking we should at least find some method to communicate, we set our sights on the lounge telephone.
Forget these boring intros. Let's talk about the killer. Anyway, it's definitely someone from Strawberry House.
What do you mean, definitely?
There's no way a chick would kill someone so cruelly. So it must be one of you Strawberry House dudes. One of you better hurry up and confess, or I'll break all of you in half!
Yeah, Akane, you're not thinking rationally because, you know, it's someone you deeply cared about who's dead and you desperately want revenge. You're fueled by anger here.
You're the cruelest one here!
Now. Enough with the lovers' quarrel. We need to think about this seriously. We don't have the luxury of discussing irrelevant things. The incident this time has many questions.
The incident notwithstanding, I also have many questions.
Then let's start with something even Miss Sonia can understand. The weapon. Well, the weapon is obvious, right? What the heck, you guys? The weapon! You could totally tell just by looking.
Tell the weapon is just by looking? It wouldn't be much of a mystery if it was true. I think the two are meant for each other. The only thing at the crime scene that looked the weapon was probably... Alright, so we begin. He's gonna try and push it, it's the hammer, but the hammer is so goddamn clean. And like the only thing that's not covered in oil.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
Oh, I still haven't got steady aim. That was what I wanted to fucking get last case. Steady aim, because the aimer moves so much on its own.
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him!
No, they didn't.
No, that's wrong!
No, I can't accept that hammer was the murder weapon.
Why not? Why can't you accept it?
A lot of oil was flowing from Nekomaru's body. Just like human blood, right? If the hammer was used to beat Nekomaru, you'd expect some oil to be on it at least.
But that hammer was clean. So that's why you can't accept that it's the murder weapon.
Well, yeah, but the killer might have wiped off the oil later.
Why?
Well, obviously, to make the hammer look like it's not the murder weapon.
Then why bother cleaning the oil? If they didn't want it to look suspicious, they would have discarded the hammer.
You're pretty insightful, baby gangsta.
Baby gangsta? Me?
Just so you all know, I was trying to test you guys. I thought, maybe you guys mistook the hammer for the weapon or something.
It seems that was a waste of time.
Then what was the real weapon used to murder Nekomaru?
Oh, it's not like blood? Yeah, but they're going off the logic that oil was literally fucking everywhere in that crime scene, yet not a single speck of it was on the hammer. If there was even like a glimmer, then maybe we could argue, but the fact that it was literally like shining clean, with nothing even remotely... Just go with it. Just go with it, alright? Just go with it. just go with it for now, alright?
That's the problem. There wasn't anything else.
I know what you mean, but just roll with it for a sec.
Then, how about we look at it from a different angle? If it doesn't have oil on it, it's not the weapon. So whatever has oil on it must be the weapon, right?
Yeah, the real reason why the hammer's not the weapon is because there's something else that does have oil on it that should be considered more of the actual hazard that did him in. The actual weapon has oil on it, must be something the crime scene that had oil on it. The broken pillar.
I see. The only thing with oil on it is that broken pillar.
Something intelligent said there.
Then that pillar is the weapon! Coach Nekomaru got clobbered.
He didn't get clobbered with it. The pillar's involved, but he didn't. Like, no one picked up the fucking stone pillar and whacked Nekomaru with it, Akane.
Nobody could withstand a blow from that pillar. Even if you used 100% of your muscle strength, it would be impossible to wield it as a weapon.
Why?
We tried to move it, right?
It's no use, it's barely budging. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, that pillar was pretty freaking heavy. But there's one dude who could have lifted that pillar.
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Coach Nekomaru's robot body. With that dude's super strength, lifting a pillar would be real easy.
So, he lifted the pillar, and then what? Did he use it to beat himself?
You mean Nekomaru killed himself?
Don't be stupid! He ain't the type to commit suicide!
Then even if Nekomaru could have lifted that pillar, it has nothing to do with the case at all.
Well, I guess you're right.
What the heck?
But it does bother me a little. That word suicide. By the way, the fourth murder of the Killing School Life is apparently ruled a suicide. Huh? No, that shouldn't matter. There's no way Nekomaru would commit
But
suicide.
that's a problem. If it's not the pillar, then there's no other weapon we can think of.
There may be a way to use the pillar as a weapon without lifting it.
Huh? For reals?
Yes, for reals.
I see. So my gut was right after all. All right, it's up to you, Sonia. Prove that pillar was the murder weapon.
Understood. Then I shall give it my all. Sonia, here I go!
Okay, Sonia, you little idiot.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted...
I was gonna say you can knock it down, that's why I got
Beating
fragments
him with
ready,
it
because
is
fragments were
beyond a
under the body. If they knocked it down on top of Nekomaru, how did the fragments get under him?
Over?
Right? That's
No, that's wrong!
not the cutest thing. She gets cute.
Nekomaru was
There's
punched by
one
the pillar.
particular scene in
There
Case
should have been
5
fragments on top
that, like,
of his
anyone who's
body.
played the game knows. It's literally one line, yet it's like the best fucking line delivery Sonia's actress could ever hope to give. It's so perfect. And it makes everyone go, Sonia, what? Anyway.
Huh? Fragments?
The pillar fragments were scattered beneath Nekomaru's body, but there weren't any on top of his body. If the pillar had been tipped over and crushed him, the fragments should have been on top of his body instead.
I briefly considered that too. But it's probably not what happened.
I see. That was entirely my bad.
If they didn't tip it over, then how did the killer murder Nekomaru with that pillar?
How much longer are you gonna focus on the pillar? Just let it go already!
There's no way I can let it go. I'm positive that Nekomaru was killed by that pillar.
Why are you so certain about that?
I just have a feeling.
A feeling, huh? That's just your instincts.
But we can't say for sure that that instinct is wrong, can we?
Alright, time to start that drinking game again of the Hajime Ha simulator. Huh?
There's another way to use that pillar to kill. You guys just haven't noticed it.
Is that true?
Then I shall ask you, what way is that?
You guys, the same as usual. You're unable to clear a path to the future with your own powers, so you just stand there and falter. What a waste of talent. And you all intend to fight the Future Foundation? You make me laugh.
What did you say?
Regardless, it's not like I want to die with the rest of you. So I guess I should lend a hand.
Hey, Nagito. What the hell happened to you? How come you're not talking like a lunatic anymore?
I've learned a valuable lesson. Ignorance is by far the greatest shame.
Huh? What do you mean?
Who cares? Just tell us how the pillar was used to kill.
Well, first of all, the pillar itself is not enough. But when combined with a specific item, there's a way it could be possible.
A specific item?
Yeah, Nagito's entire viewpoint on everyone here has drastically shifted. When he said, oh, it was only Hajime's file, that was such a fucking lie. There is something on everyone here that made Nagito change how he sees all of them. And how he doesn't see them as, like, the symbols of hope that he did before, so doesn't think anything of them. And starts looking down on all of them as, like, something less.
Of course, the ultimate weapon.
Ultimate weapon?
Isn't that the thing you get when you clear the final dead room?
So, Nagito knows what the ultimate weapon is?
Of course I know. But I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen it, you know?
We've seen it?
That's right. You've seen it clearly. Because I, the one who has claimed dominion over evil, am the ultimate weapon. I am he who cuts the insolent catalyst which flows out from the chaos with the sword of victory. It's only fitting that I deserve to be called the ultimate weapon.
Yeah, it's a lot better than fucking the Ultimate Breeder Gundam.
No, you are far greater than the ultimate weapon, since you wield your 4 dark devas of
Also,
destruction.
once again, Sonya crushing hard.
I see.
I don't know why, but I'm not liking this.
So just like, my simp senses are tingling. They're telling me the girl I'm simping for doesn't like me. Uh-oh.
Cut the bullshit and say it clearly. What is the ultimate weapon?
In order to clarify that, we first need to solve the secret of the Funhouse.
Huh? The secret of the Funhouse?
And once again, I gotta specify for Gundam, Ultimate Animal Breeder. Animal Breeder. Cutest couple here.
You still don't realize it? Jeez, get it together. You're supposed to be the symbols of hope, aren't you? Ah, I forgot. Except for Hajime, of course.
Except for Hajime?
If we make it out of this, I'll explain it to you guys.
Anyway, we must first clarify the secret of the Funhouse, right? Then I think it must have something to do with the structure of the Funhouse. Strawberry House leads to Strawberry Tower, and Grape House leads to Grape Tower. But in actuality, they are both the same building, and both houses are linked to the central tower.
It's only gonna indicate his couple. She's over. Oh, sorry. I realized you were joking.
It is undeniable that such a sweet building structure is the secret of the Funhouse.
Man, not only does that make perfect sense, but Miss Sonia's beautiful voice is just so soothing.
Faux show! I shall leave this matter to your discretion.
You know when I said Sonya's trying to learn more of the language? Yeah, she's gonna start trying to force in slang every now and then to try and, like, prove that she's learning the native language with mixed results. Two houses are connected to the tower in the middle. I thought that first too, but I ended up finding proof that completely contradicts that. I know you ever heard Queen's English saying, yes, in its fam, but that's kind of what we're going to be approaching. Anyway, we need to explain the nature of the building. Learning that I can... Sorry, I didn't realize this until only the last case. You know, I did, 3 full playthroughs, and this was only the first time I learned this, but learning last case that you can pick what bullet you want before it even gets to this screen has done so much. It's helped so much. I can't even begin to explain how helpful it is to just be able to preemptively pick the bullet before we even get into it.
Truth, Strawberry
Because I can just read it and be like, oh, it's this evidence, and immediately just go get it before it starts.
Same place.
Because we can establish it's not the exact same place.
Wrong.
Because of the strange feeling and the fact that everything shifted.
Both of those towers, are they really the same place?
Why are you asking that now? Do you harbor a grudge because my kingdom destroyed your homeland?
Hajime, I won't tolerate any sort of rebellion.
I mean, doesn't it seem strange? When we went to Grape Tower from Grape Hall, Nekomaru's body was in front of the door to Strawberry Hall. But when we went to Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall, his body was in front of the door to Grape Hall.
It's probably some kind of trick, like the floor rotating 180 degrees.
Yeah. Sonya was trying to say for the glass. Yeah, that was a weird line. Anyway.
If it is, then see? That means it could have passed as the exact same place, right?
If so, then what? Do you seriously think such a simple answer is the correct answer?
Does that mean he's wrong?
Oops, I guess I've said too much.
If the floor didn't rotate, then that means we need to think about the structure of the building again.
Bow down.
God, I knew that was coming. I was like, is she going to tell us to bow down in a second? And then it came up. I was like, I knew it was coming.
Somebody moved Nekomaru's body.
Well, we were moving from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, but we should have all been together during that time. Even if they tried to move the body inside the tower.
Then Monokuma did it. While we were moving, Monokuma quickly moved things around.
But Nekomaru's body wasn't the only thing moved. Are you saying the broken pillar was moved too?
If it is too heavy to carry, let them roll it. Just like if there is no bread, let them eat cake.
Alright. How would you so
There are
quickly
many
move all that
different
oil?
The body could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Shit, I'm out of bullets. Out of cuts. I said they said they get precise on how many cuts you have later on. You have to really be on it.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma.
Yeah. Yeah, you're worried it might be Sonya now, aren't you?
It seems you have forgotten.
But no, she's just arguing with us. It's too early in the cave.
Surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear.
No, wrong thing.
Crap!
I fell for it again. I'm like, oh, the first thing to slash. No, it's not always the first thing to slash.
Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
Allow me to
now we can
cut through
challenge it.
those words.
It wouldn't be so easy to just perfectly move the oil from one end to the other to make it to perfectly replicate the scene.
Is possible, but it would have been impossible to move the oil on the floor.
They don't have bread, let them eat cake. Oh, I don't... Is that... I'm sorry, I'm too stupid. I don't get the reference. And I know what the word means, I know what the sentence means, but I don't know what it's from originally, sort of thing. Like the French Revolution and the reign of... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So for a split second, my brain just kind of went, eh? You wouldn't think I got a B in history. You wouldn't.
Huh?
When the position of Nekomaru's body and the pillar changed, the oil surrounding his body moved too. Physically moving all of the oil like that is simply not possible, no matter how you look at it.
Then it's impossible to think it was moved.
As she said, there's an aristocrat out of touch with the suffering of the French plebeian population. Oh, right. So it was people when it was when people then like turned on the system and everything started to kick off. In that sense. When it was the final nail in the coffin that started the revolution. And you're worried that it will end up somehow becoming the same thing towards Sonya, that people will turn on her.
I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe I got so fired up.
It's all right. A fired up Miss Sonya is awesome to watch.
Have you noticed how now, like, Sonya's kind of made it kind of clear she has a thing for Gundam? Soda's leaning into his simping him, like, far harder. Like, he's desperately trying to fight her back, even though she really doesn't like him at all.
So what really happened? Does that mean the two towers aren't the same building?
We can't be certain of that either. Not when the experiment involving the handbook I left on the tower floor was a complete success.
Yeah, the E-handbook was still there. That's why we thought the two towers were the same building.
If they're not the same building, or two different buildings, then what are they?
No idea, huh?
This mystery ties into the secret of the Funhouse. But we don't have enough clues to solve that mystery. Then the only thing we can do is rely on the one person who has those clues. You gotta ask Nagito.
Hey, Nagito. I thought it would come to this. I knew my turn was coming up. Fine. I'll tell you guys a big hint that can help you solve the secret of the Funhouse.
Give us the answer, not a friggin' hint.
But then it wouldn't mean anything. I need you guys to do this class trial properly. It's also important for me because it will help me determine something.
Determine? Is he talking about the traitor? If so, why did Nagito say that all of a sudden? Did something happen to him?
How do we know your hint is any good? It's suspicious that you're the only one who knows it.
I have a good reason for that. The reason I'm the only one who knows it is because I was the only one who performed the appropriate action.
From the appropriate action or to learn the secret? Could he be talking about the life-threatening game?
I see!
You're talking about the final dead room, right? You cleared the life-threatening game there and found something, didn't you?
That's right. The hint is what I saw after I cleared it. In the depths of the final dead room, there was a hidden room surrounded by concrete. And there, a small conspicuous window waited, all by itself. From that window, I saw some very strange scenery.
Strange scenery?
Instead of explaining it, it might be faster just to show you. At an opportune time, I found a perfect camera in the final dead room.
You took a picture?
Yep.
Nagato grinned creepily as he retrieved a small digital camera from his inner pocket.
See? This is it.
And as he said that, he showed us a peculiar picture.
Let me explain it to you again. I took this picture on the first floor of Strawberry House, from the secret room within the final dead room.
Yeah. We're pretty high up for it to be the, you know, what's supposed to be the bottom floor of the Strawberry House.
But don't you think it's weird? If the Funhouse's structure is what you guys have been thinking, then there's lots of things that don't make sense in this picture, right?
Lots of things that shouldn't make sense in the picture.
Then let's begin. Shall I call it thinking time?
Why did he say it like that? Thinking time! Doesn't make sense in this picture. There are two things. Firstly, how goddamn high up we are. Secondly, where's the other tower?
Here!
But I gotta do the other tower first since my cursor was on
The
it.
structure of the funhouse is what we thought it was. Grape House and Strawberry House should link to the tower in the middle. Which means, if you're viewing the tower from Strawberry House, you should see Grape House behind it. But in this photo,
I don't think
see
I think
anything
it was
behind the
more
tower.
just that Nagato was
Shadow,
supposed to
no
come
shape,
across being
no
very
Grape House at all.
condescending and sarcastic at that point, and so he was just hammering it in. He's like, thinking time! Like he's talking to a bunch of children.
I see.
But equally, I haven't heard the Japanese voice to compare. Nagato said there's lots of things that don't make sense in this photo, which means there are other contradictions. That makes sense in the picture. Yeah, the, how high up we are.
You said this photo was taken from the hidden room inside the final dead room, right? If that's the case, then that means it should have been taken from the first floor of Strawberry House.
Yeah, it should have been.
Then, this is definitely strange. This photo doesn't look like it was taken from the first floor. The angles suggest it was taken from higher up.
That's right. Good call. In summary, this is the truth contained in this photo. The first floor of Strawberry House is located in a high area, and Grape House is not behind the tower.
It's not? Are you saying that Grape House is merely an illusion spell cast by Monokuma's cursed eye?
From this point on, do your own thinking. Now that you've finally met the same requirements as me, if you guys are truly symbols of hope, you can easily solve a simple mystery like this. It might be possible for Hajime to solve it too, even though he's just a normal high school student. Despite the fact that you don't have a real talent, you already know about the other clue.
The other clue? Is he talking about that one time? Why, hello there, Hajime. Nagato, why are you here? Because I showed up. You showed up? How did you even come here? Maybe I teleported.
You're referring to when you suddenly appeared on the second floor of Grape House, right?
Yeah, if you haven't figured it out, it's not that... Because, you know, we had the compass thing with the lift, where, you know, it flipped and whatnot. It's not that it's two separate buildings, the lift is taking us between them. It's one large building, and the lift just swivels around the building as it goes down to make the impression that we're entering it from another side. When in reality, the lift, like say the lift was at the north of the strawberry house, it was taking us to the south side of the grape house as it descends. But it's all one giant building. It's one giant building with one tower.
I'm asking you just to be safe. At the time, where do you think I came from?
The top floor, right?
Such sharp eyes. So you realized it already.
Top floor. So the third floor?
But the Monokuma archive should be the only room on the third floor of Grape House.
What does it mean?
Is that thing just now another hint of figuring out the mystery behind the Funhouse's structure? Yeah, it's not that it's a strawberry house and a grape house. Is that the first 3 floors are the grape floors, and then the 4th, 5th, and 6th floor are actually the strawberry floors. We were just told that the strawberry floors were a 1, 2, 3 of a separate building, and we believed it. Once you know that, the tower, why does it take forever for the doors to open? No, it wasn't because it was necessarily just checking. It's because it's a giant lift of its own, and it literally raises the entire floor to that level we're on. Which is why Nekomaru or the crime scene was exactly the same, regardless of which door we went through. Because we were entering the same building from the same side. All it did was elevate or de-elevate the floor to match where we were. It was Nagito appeared from the 3rd floor. Using the photo we took, I might be able to find out the answer. And if I need to just think about it. But we got to do a logic dive first, which is fine because it's my favourite minigame. But that's how it is. That's how it works. So we got to establish that there is a way for Nagito to get through from one building to the other. The final dead room was on the bottom floor of the strawberry house. The archive that he came from was on the top floor of the grape house. Yes, they both exist. They're just not the same. They're just not the separate buildings. Oh, you bitch! That was so cheeky, and I'm not gonna make that jump. Yep. That was a cheeky fucking obstacle. They're the same building. Oh, Jesus. And they're stacked vertically.
It's all coming together! Got it. I know the secret of the Funhouse.
Then let me hear it. What kind of answer will you give, I wonder?
In the picture Nagito took from Strawberry House, I didn't see Grape House at all. So where did Grape House go? There was only one possibility. It was in a position where it couldn't be seen from Strawberry House. Which means Strawberry House and Grape House are in the same building, but on different floors.
Same building, different floors?
Then the 2 houses aren't 2 different 3-story buildings. They're actually one 6-story building?
If you think about it like that, based on Nagito's picture, it's clear where Strawberry House is located.
Strawberry is above grape.
I see! On top of Grape House. That's where Strawberry House is located. Because of that, the photo taken from the first floor of Strawberry House was at a high angle. Altogether, this means the first floor of Strawberry House is also the 4th floor above Grape House.
Oh, snap! I never expected
Oh,
that the 2
snap!
houses were
I love
connected
you,
vertically.
Sonia. Not as much as I love Ibuki and Mikan, but Jesus Christ, woman.
But what about the shape of the building? The 2 houses were completely different shapes.
Strawberry House is 4-sided, and Grape House is 6-sided, right?
It never occurred to us that they were the same building because it was structured with 2 different shapes. quadrilateral and a hexagon, overlaid atop each other to misdirect how we would perceive them. And it worked, didn't it? Disregarding the tower, we fully believed the two houses were two separate, distinct buildings.
In order to conceal the unique design of the
Yeah,
Funhouse,
Sonya stands. One man. No, I'll always be with Mikan.
Monokuma put us to sleep so we couldn't look at the outside of the building when he brought us to it.
You've just been Kuma'd! Don't you think a building full of so many surprises totally deserves to be called a fun house?
Then, it's true? The building was really like that?
Quiet you, chat. I've said it before and I'll say it again and I'll keep saying it. With only one exception on either side, I think this game has a phenomenal cast of characters. I genuinely adore all of the girls but Hiyoko. And I think all the dudes are great but Teru. Like, this game had a near perfect home run of characters. And so anyone who's like, oh, I love this Mihiru, I love Sonya, or I love Ibuki, I'm like, yeah, every one of you, all of you are valid. You know? People that was like, oh, I love Hiyoko, I'm like, see me after class.
That's right! Those two houses exist on different floors in the same building!
Also, this track that's playing in the background, I know it's in the first game as well, and it's in this one, but I more assign it to the third game, because they play it a lot in V3. And I mean a lot. I don't hate her either. Yeah, that's fair. She does become you can see she's trying to change, try and be a better person. It's just, you know, you understand. Yeah, that makes... Yeah, I think that's a much better way of going about it. The people are like, oh, I love her. I'm like, why?
Constructing a building like that on your own without my knowledge? How horrible!
Then what about the towers? Are they arranged vertically just like the houses?
Yeah, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower should have also been different floors inside the same building. Just like Strawberry House was on top of Grape House, Strawberry Tower was also on top of Grape Tower.
However, if they're different floors within the same building, why was Nekomaru's body in both places?
That's fair. I think, like, Soda is... Yeah, that's fair. On my first playthrough, I didn't mind Soda that much. I liked his design. Like, he has worth, because, you know, he fixes the door and whatnot, in this case and whatnot. But yeah, in hindsight, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, this guy doesn't do much other than just be kind of annoying sometimes. It's just he's not like a complete scum of the earth like Teru was. The only difference is that Teru, yeah, his motivation for killing at least had some gravitas and made sense.
Aw, your precious hammies don't know? But it's so simple. Alrighty then. I'll be the one who solves this mystery in a flash. Please watch me, Miss Sonia.
Oh, I see. Do whatever you like.
Oh, definitely make her watch me. I'm gonna stand out till she notices me.
Oh, it's gonna be even funnier when we shut down his argument in a second. It's gonna be really funny. It'll be really fucking funny when we shut this down in a sec.
Then hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
I was too close, I was too much to the left, but yeah, I knew that was right. So now we're gonna go, no, you're wrong, you're an idiot. Look at how much you embarrass yourself, you fucking idiot.
Wasn't a dummy. That can be proven by Kazuichi's account.
Huh? Me?
Remember? When we moved from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, we thought the body had moved. And that's when you said...
Not just that, the parts that I carefully arranged when I disassembled the body are all moved too. So it's even more of an insult. It's like, hey, we're gonna use your own words to prove that you're wrong.
Right up until that moment, you were disassembling Nekomaru's body at Grape Tower, right? The killer couldn't have known how you'd take apart his body, so they couldn't have built a dummy.
Unless Kazuichi was the one who built the dummy. then it would be a different story.
Miss Sonia, that's a pretty harsh joke.
Yeah, I don't think Sonia's joking. I think she wants you to be the killer so she can get rid of you. What's kind of jabroni? Yeah, he'd redefine the fucking term.
You are joking, right?
It's alright. Kazuichi is not the killer. If he was, he wouldn't have fixed the elevator or the button in Strawberry Hall. It'd be much more convenient for the killer if it stayed broken.
I see. That is disappointing.
Disappointing! Sonia's like, damn, it's not him. Fuck.
I'm even more disappointed.
However, even if Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy, it's meaningless if we don't have the important answer.
The reason Nekomaru's body was in both towers, even though it was supposed to be on different floors.
Maybe it was simply moved?
The body moved to a different floor?
You can't think of a device like that? A device that moves things to different floors in the same building?
A device like that? You mean a thing where something moves that we've been on? You mean like an elevator? A device that transports things from different floors of the same building? I feel like I've seen that before. Hajime, please help. It's an elevator. You gotta do hangmans for an elevator. It's not that he understands him, it's that she knows it's not him. As much as we want it, not to him. Oh Jesus! Do you see how quick that fucking game? Like, I was like a fucking machine. That was like that was out for blood.
I got it!
Like an even more. Because I said before that I wanted Soda to be the killer of Case 3. I think it would have made more sense. I think you're being way too mean on Chiaki, dude. I think you're being way too aggressive. She's being the most reasonable one right now, outside of Naruto just bitching at everyone. She's one that's saying, okay, let's not just jump to conclusions. I know Soda's a little shit, but let's not just immediately con him and make out he's the baddie and we haven't gone through every single piece of evidence yet. I adore Chiaki. I think Chiaki's great, especially in the next case, but one thing at a time.
What? Are you saying Nekomaru's body was transported using an elevator?
Where the hell is this elevator anyway?
It's the tower itself. The inside of the tower is one big elevator. Which means the tower was designed so that the whole room goes up and down like an elevator. So whether you enter from Strawberry Hall or Grape Hall, it all leads to the same room, right?
But she hasn't been a panda character. She makes the odd game joke, but everything else, she's literally the replacement Kyoko. She's the assistant that helps you get the pieces of the case. It's just that she's also a sleepyhead. That doesn't immediately make her a panda character.
So
Who
that's
likes
why we
games.
could only enter it from one side.
And even
or
then,
the
she only
other.
really brings up games, like, before the trial. The moment the trials go in, she goes into sicko mode and starts actually trying to solve the case each time. Case though, yeah, but I'm tired and I'm tired and I play games. Does that make me pandering to you guys? Come on. I know it's real life versus fictional characters, but I still think you're being too harsh, dude. This is a compliment. Yeah, I know. I still think you're being too harsh.
Now that you mention it, sometimes when I pressed the door button, it took a while for it to open.
I see. We were basically waiting for the room to arrive, just like an elevator.
Well, surface level traits. As much as I get that, if anything, you've just kind of almost... I sound like fucking Phoenix right here. I'm like, you've opened yourself up. No, I don't mean it like that. It's more like, none of the characters are exactly what they seem on the surface level. That's like the whole point of this franchise. To a different extent. Some of them are kind of like idiots. Like, Soda comes across as like seeming to know what he's on about, and then it's kind of revealed he's just a big fucking simp. You know, Fuyuhiko thinks he's like this big hard man. It turns out he's actually got a bigger heart of anyone here. Chiaki comes across as just like, you know, the tired, lazy gamer girl, when there's a lot more going on. A hell of a lot more going on. I know it's a different extent, some characters do it better than others, like holy shit, some characters do not do it, but fucking Jesus Christ V3, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't think she's a panda character. I think she might have traits that you could associate with it, but I don't think she's a panda character. She's extremely deliberate in how she is written to serve the narrative of this story, and I can't stress enough, it will make sense next case.
Please hold on. If the inside of the whole tower ascends and descends like an elevator...
And once we beat the story, there's a lot more I'll explain about some characters anyway. Some of the details that this game goes into in its Case 6, because like in the first game, Case 6 is the one that opens everything up. It's entirely answered within itself, but there's a couple extra like details that are just nice to know that come from the anime that I'll elaborate on to help hopefully make things more sense if they don't to you.
Then why is there a picture of a
that's fair
strawberry
enough.
on the far back door when you enter from Grape Tower?
So there's a lot more going on with Chiaki yet. I'll explain all when it
And a
matters.
picture of a grape on the far back door when you enter from Strawberry Tower.
If the room just moves up and down like an elevator, there's no reason for the doors to change.
Plus, after the
Also,
incident, the
Sonya
far
and
back
Gundam
door in
tag
the
teaming
Grape
in
Tower had
explanation.
chains wrapped
These two
around
on the
it,
same
right?
wavelength so hard.
But when we entered Strawberry Tower, those chains were gone.
Not just that, but if I remember correctly, even the doorknob was broken off.
There are too many strange things. Was that tower really an elevator?
When you see people and things, make sure you focus on the good parts instead of the bad.
What did you say?
So, let's put aside what's changed. And
in
focus
almost
our
every single
attention on
case,
what's
Chiaki's
present.
the one that continues the conversation to help us out. That's what I mean, where it's like, although it's not direct replacement for Kyoko in that sense, she serves a similar role to Kyoko in most cases, where she's there to try and at least keep the conversation going, and kind of help tip off the player to what you should be focusing on next. Like an assistant character. Just between the assistant characters, I did slightly prefer Kyoko, even though Kyoko was a lot more like, tell him, Naegi. And Chiaki is a little bit gentler about it. Like, I still kind of preferred the bluntness of Kyoko.
Why do we have to do that?
It's fine. Come on. What does everything that hasn't changed have in common?
Things that didn't change from the move between the two towers. Stuff for a while now. There shouldn't be anything strange about them. In fact, they all moved the elevator. The one thing that they all have in common is that they were all on the floor.
I see.
Personality. Chiaki has a personality,
Is it
for
safe to
goodness
say
sake.
that all the items on the floor didn't change?
Just because the difference is that Kyoko is a personality you like. That's where the line is. Kyoko is a very firm and strong person morally and mentally, who knows exactly what she wants, exactly what she's after, and will stop at nothing to make sure she gets it, even if it makes her come across as cold or unruly. Chiaki is just a more soft-spirited person. Doesn't mean she doesn't have a personality. She wants to help people, and she's prepared to keep the conversation going and strive to do what she can to keep people supported no matter what. The difference is one's vicious about it. Like, Kyoko is very much a, we will get to the bottom of this. Even if I have to sacrifice the only person I consider a friend, I will get an answer to this. Whilst Chiaki is, I've got to do everything I can to make sure no one else dies. And then when someone else does, she goes, damn it. Because she blames herself. There is character there, they just don't put it in full display and put it in full aggression the way Kyoko does. But, like I said, I'm still getting ahead of myself. Case 5 and Case 6, man. There's a lot we'll be able to explain, and I can hopefully at least make you more understanding towards Chiaki if you don't like her. Which is wild to me, because she's like the fan favorite character of this game. But at the same time, what's new, one man? what's new? And that's not me saying, you're the weird one or anything like that. What's new with you, or sometimes I, we both do it, not liking the fan favorite or liking the most hated? And it's not that Chiaki's the fan favorite because of the pan drinking. She's the fan favorite because of her story. Before that enters your mind, it's not because of that. It's because of her story and where she fits into the narrative, what she does and what she's capable of, and what she tries to do throughout the saga of Danganronpa, and not just in this game, carries great gravitas. And it carries a lot of influence on why people enjoy her character so much.
And? Why did the picture on the far back door change? If you can figure that out, you'll have the answer. The reason is because that elevator has something unique about it.
Something unique about that elevator? Only the floor moves.
I see!
I was like, what do you mean there's no ceiling? No, there has to be a ceiling. I had to think about that for a second.
That's it. The elevator was designed so only the floor moved.
That's gonna be weird. Yeah. I'm not even gonna try and like help you on that one man. You're talking to the guy who like, because I don't like doing scores, but I always jokingly say like personal remakes a 10, technical it's a 9, because literally the only fault I had with it is that air combat could be a little bit smoother.
Only the floor moved?
So unfortunately you're on your own on that one man. I'm sorry man, I don't make the rules.
Only the floor was.
Speaking of Final Fantasy, I'm still really loving Theatre Rhythm, and I made a shocking discovery that I then took online and like tortured a bunch of randoms with. In the Final Fantasy VII tracks, because it's a rhythm game and they're trying to be fair, One Winged Angel isn't the full like 5-minute track. It's only like a 2-minute segment of it, which like I said, for a rhythm game, that's being fair. You don't want the track to be too long because it becomes way too brutal to try and perfect casually. And they never want that. It's why most rhythm games always shrink down songs or keep them under 3 minutes. In the 7 remake, One Winged Angel is just the final phase. So it's only like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. And once again, yeah, fair, makes perfect sense, sure, whatever. You go to the Advent Children of One Winged Angel, it's the entire 6-minute track. It's the whole track, unedited, uncompromised, on anything. And I was like, holy sh... Like, it's so hard to get perfect, because it's the whole 6-minute Advent Children One Winged Angel. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I learned it counts as a battle track, which you can only use battle tracks online. They don't let you use travel tracks, because it can mess with the coding and whatnot, I suppose. So you can just go online, go into a random lobby of a bunch of randoms, and literally just drop a 6-minute, like, insanely hard track on them, like a monster. And if it lands on you on the minute it spins the wheel, like, tough shit, everyone else has to keep up with it. I recorded a video of me picking Advent Children, it landing on me on the spin, and all the players in the online either dying or failing to get even half the notes. But because I practiced it, I perfected it. So it's like, you see a perfect bar, and in the next name, it's like half a bar, because they missed over half the notes of like an 800 note track. And I was just like, oh. I felt like a demon last night, because I was playing it all night. I played it like 11 PM. I got way too addicted playing online with it, but I was like a demon, and I just felt like I was a real monster in the group, because the very next track I picked was the fucking Gilgamesh track. The Gilgamesh remix that's in the Theatre Rhythm playlist, the hardest track in the game, according to the difficulty scaler. The one that I made like a shit ton of mistakes on in the live stream on. I threw that at them, and I didn't even hit it perfect, but I still got first. I was just like, I feel like a monster, because it keeps on randomly landing on me, because it literally spins a wheel, and the wheel just kept landing on me. So I just kept on putting evil tracks at the other players, and for some reason none of them voted to kick me. I would have voted to kick me if I was any of them. It won't be. It won't make themselves aware how weird I am. Yeah, I hear you, dude, don't worry. I just ended up getting on a tangent of fucking theatre. I was like, I've yet to do all the tracks. I've been working my way through them steadily, but the game has, like, over 400 tracks thanks to the DLC and deluxe stuff, so I've got as far as, like, Final Fantasy VIII, just working my way through them all. Like, it's a grind, especially because, like, Final Fantasy VII split into 7, the 7 series, and then 7 remake. Yeah, boy. It was just so sad, like, holy shit. There's just the fact I was sitting there like, oh my god. They have the whole 6 minutes of the track. Like, they didn't condense it or edit it down or anything. So you just get wrecked. And I was like, imagine if Almighty Buenavels was in the game and it was the full version. The 13-minute long song. Or if Dancing Mad was in it, the 18-minute long song. And it was just in their full versions on there. Imagine how, like, evil they could have got if they wanted to. I think Dancing Mad and Almighty Buenavels, if they were in the game, would have both just been, like, banned off online or something. Like, they just wouldn't have been online, because they're too long. To be fair, that's actually something I can gripe on, because I did the Lightning Return section. None of the final boss themes are in the Lightning Return section, and it's the only game in the series that, in Theatre Rhythm that doesn't have either of the final boss themes. I get not having Almighty Buenavels, because the entire point of that track is that it's a giant 13-minute piece of dissonance. So it would be insanely hard to even design the rhythm about it, because none of the notes and pacing of the track makes sense deliberately. But Divine Love, the precursor to the final boss theme, that should have made it. That's a normal track that's only like 4 minutes long. That's not there either. They instead played the major boss theme as their last track. So you don't go anywhere near the finale of LR in Theatre Room, which I just thought was just a weird choice. Like, why did neither of the final boss themes make the cut? There you be, your cheers. Whilst in 13-2, only the first phase of the final boss made the cut. Like, if I had to choose between Heart of Chaos and Invisible Depths, Heart of Chaos does have a louder rhythm, so it makes sense for a rhythm game, but Invisible Depths is the real final boss theme, so why wasn't that included? And also, whilst we're talking about fucking Final Fantasy 13, so I know I'm going on a tangent, why is it in 13-1, of the 3 phases of the final boss theme, the most iconic phase of the 3 phases, Born Anew, the second one, that has the most views on YouTube, is the one thing that everyone thinks of when they think 13's final boss, and is insanely iconic in its own way for the series, is the one phase they don't have in Theatre Rhythm. They have Phase 1, and they have Phase 3. They don't have Phase 2, and I was like, it's the most popular one of the 3. The fuck? Like, what do you mean there's no Born Anew? Actually, why do they have Phase 1? Phase 1 is kind of meh. And it's not even like with the final boss. It just happens to also play when you start the final boss. It plays in another fight earlier in the game. Come on.
That's why we saw different doors in each tower. Which means
also, yeah, only the floor moved. The 2 doors were there beforehand.
And on the 4th floor, which was Strawberry Tower, a different door on the far back wall had a grape design.
Then, where do the different floors lead?
I want to say they lead outside, but they're probably just for show.
Just for show? Why was something like that necessary?
Because it's a fun house, Sonia. The whole point is to trick you.
So we'd falsely believe that the doors were connected to where their picture signified. It was actually very effective. Because of that, we totally misunderstood the building's structure.
I don't get it. But I guess it means whoever designed this building had a totally twisted personality.
Did you hear that, Monami?
Don't blame this on me. Take responsibility for yourself.
Then I'll take responsibility and gently caress you.
Like, there's no way that's gonna happen. Stop with the tasteless jokes.
And meanwhile, the whole gang's just kind of looking at these two like, will you two just shut the fuck? Yeah.
By the way, what does the chain on the far back door in Grape Tower mean?
It was probably wrapped there by the killer to keep us as far from Strawberry Tower as possible.
Why?
Because of that chain. You guys thought you couldn't enter there, right?
Like you said, I could probably use these parts to repair that button, but seriously, hold on. Even if you do repair the button, what's going to happen to the chain on the other side of the door? Chain? The door that leads to Strawberry Hall is a chain wrapped around the doorknob. One time I actually agree with and support you, immediately invalidate by swooning over Monokuma. Yeah, the one time Monami is actually like, no, take responsibility, it immediately gets used against her. Like, ugh. You don't need to worry about that at all. Huh?
The killer destroyed the Strawberry Hall button, so we'd stay away from Strawberry Tower. Everything was done to tamper with the evidence, so we wouldn't find out about the secret of the Funhouse. The appearance of a body in the tower would contradict what we thought we knew about the building. In that situation, if we'd gone to Strawberry Tower, we'd have seen that contradiction firsthand. And using that as a clue, we might have discovered the truth. The truth that the 2 houses and the 2 towers are actually one complete vertical building. The killer wanted to keep us from learning that. That's why they made us stay away from Strawberry Tower.
They destroyed the button and wrapped a chain around the door just for that?
Would it really have inconvenienced the killer if we learned the true structure of the building?
It would have been a major inconvenience. After all, This funhouse is strongly connected to the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru.
Hold on. You're progressing much too quickly. There's still a contradiction concerning the building structure.
What a pain. It's fine already.
Gundam, please proceed.
yeah. Sonya's like, no, Gundam has something to say, we listen.
You said earlier that Strawberry House and Grape House are connected vertically, right? If so, how does the contact elevator supposedly transport us from one house to the other?
I see. Now that you mention it, I completely forgot about that matter.
If that elevator moves vertically, then when your back is facing the elevator, both towers should be on the same side. But does this reflect reality? Inside Grape House, Grape Hall is on your right when your back is to the elevator. And inside Strawberry House, Strawberry Hall is on your left when your back is to the elevator. Which means the houses are on exact opposite sides of the tower.
You want to know a fun little bit of trivia? Like 2, maybe 3 years ago now, Chris Tagliaferra, the voice of Gundam, did a full playthrough of Danganronpa 2, cosplaying as Gundam, and in all the lines that Gundam wasn't voiced, he voiced them. And he went along with all of it. Because also, he just read the lines of the script, so he didn't know the entire mystery, he didn't know the whole plot of the game, and he also didn't know what happened, in anything that Gundam wasn't involved in, basically. But he did the whole fucking thing, and it was so charming watching him play through it, and all of Gundam's line going, yes! Or, playing it up when chat would, ask him things, he'd respond in Gundam's voice and shit. It was so fucking endearing.
Answer me, fiend! What does this mean?
And the only reason I know that is because he was beside himself listening to his voice from so many years ago. Because Gundam, this is the most vocal Gundam has been. This case, he because there's far less of us, other people have to pick up the pieces of, challenging ideas and whatnot. Gundam speaks more as each case goes on, because he has more reason to, and there's less people, so someone has to. Hearing Gundam challenge or talk about things, and it's just Chris just sitting in a corner beside himself listening to himself from the past and all this stuff, and any line that isn't voiced, him challenging his voice and going yes. I think it's part of the reason why I adore Gundam so much, because his voice actor is such a genuine blessing to this world.
What does this mean?
I agree. What does this mean? The two houses are connected vertically. The position of the tower should be the same in both houses. But in fact, when my back was facing the elevator to the Grape, it was on the right, and yet in Strawberry, it was on the left. How can I break through this contradiction? Yeah, the compass will solve that one. I think it was Kazuichi's? Kazuichi's the one that was checked. Hang on. Hang on. The compass spun 180 degrees. Yes, it is. I'm sure I'll do this. Yeah, I would too. I would do it all the time. My favourite other thing, because, I am a bit of a fanboy for Chris Tagliaferra over the years. He's also the current voice of Megatron in, the Transformer cartoons. He did a thing in an amusement park where he had to... it was a robot to make Megatron 12 foot tall, things like that. But he was on a speaker with a camera in front of it, so he could do the Megatron voice. And anytime he saw someone come up to the Megatron who had a Danganronpa shirt on him, he'd start quizzing them about who their favorite character was in Dangan 2 to see if any of them would say Gundam. And you go, wait, if you played the second one, who is your favorite character from that game? He got into it so much. Chris does a lot of different roles, but Gundam is his son. Gundam is genuinely his favorite role. He always brings up Gundam in any anytime he does a cameo or something in his office. He has an artwork a fan sent him of Gundam on his wall behind him. Gundam's his child. Well, he's done a lot of different roles, but Gundam's his kid. That's the only way to put it. He loves doing Gundam's voice, and it's a voice that he will whip out at a moment's notice any convention when someone asks.
Vertically, not horizontally.
You have to bring up the fact that the compass spins. So if the compass spins, it's because the lift is actually going diagonally. It's spinning around the building as it lowers.
The elevator wasn't just moving vertically. Isn't that right, Kazuichi?
Huh? Me?
Come on. You used the elevator while you were holding that compass Nagito gave you.
Ah, that. Yeah, it was pretty strange. From start to finish, somehow the compass needle rotated 180 degrees.
Rotated 180 degrees?
Meaning, as the elevator moved between the two houses, it also rotated 180 degrees. It was probably following the building's perimeter as it rotated to the other side. Which means the exit would be on the opposite side once you arrived at the other house, right?
And thanks to that, the tower we saw on our right side when we arrived at Grape House appeared on our left side when we were at Strawberry.
I like the little diagram they have for this case. This little, like, 3D diagram that they probably put together in 5 minutes in, like, a PC software. Because it... yeah.
An elevator that rotates while it moves. Is that even possible? It's like something from an amusement park.
Really, Fuyuhiko? What's this whole island? I know we only got to see the island at the start, but there's not Disney Castle, there's a horror house, there's a roller coaster. Gee, I wonder if it's an amusement park.
Well, a funhouse is an amusement park attraction, you know. And since the building doesn't really need to be structurally practical, it makes for some splendid fun.
That's not splendid at all. You're inhuman.
You say I'm inhuman, but I'm just a bear. So I was never human to begin with. I'm different from these lowly humans.
So we're done with the secret of the funhouse, right? Then let's start talking about the important stuff. What's the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru? And how'd they combine it with the pillar?
Huh? You still don't know what the ultimate weapon is yet? It's what I found at the Octagon, you know.
Oh, this is that point I should be mentioning something, because Hajime is about to come across insanely fucking stupid, but it makes infinitely more sense in the Japanese version, so stick with me on this. In the Japanese version, throughout the entirety of this case, they have used the English word for octagon. Like, in the Japanese version. Like, the rest is in Japanese, but they always use the English word for octagon, or at least Nagito always uses the English word for octagon. He's about to ask us what an octagon is, and Hajime's gonna be like, because in the Japanese version, him hesitating and having to think about it makes more sense because it's in a different language.
What is the octagon? I haven't heard about that yet.
Oh my... I can't believe I have to explain that now. As long as you know what an octagon means, you can solve this simple mystery easily. I see!
If I recall, an octagon is a shape with 8 sides, right?
Doesn't Hajime feel like a goddamn idiot? Like that bit? But when you know it's a direct translation, and in the Japanese version, octagon, they use the English word, then you sit there and you go, yeah, it makes sense that he would go, actually. So, yeah, it's a huge UFC fan. It's like, oh my god, do you guys not watch any MMA? Come on.
I didn't expect you to know that.
Also, this ends up coming across way more
You're quite
patronizing than
knowledgeable.
intended. He's supposed to come off patronizing, but I didn't expect you to know that, what an octagon is. Obviously, in the Japanese version, it's a little less patronizing. It's still patronizing, but it's a smidge less because, you know, once again, English word, Japanese, in the Japanese version. Anyway, let's move on.
I guess I should continue listening. Where is the place befitting of the name Octagon?
That's it, my immaculate hand is besties with Dana White. We always get luxury seats to watch the fights. Did you watch that one the other night between... I don't fucking watch UFC. Made up person A and made up person B? Oh, wasn't that spectacular? The last time I was even remotely aware of anything UFC, I think Michael Bisping was still doing fights. And that was like a decade ago, I think. That was the last time I really paid attention to like anything even remotely to do with the UFC. And I wasn't even to pay attention. That was just because, like, my stepdad used to watch it. I know he still does, but he watches more Bellator now than UFC. Intro is Connor. Oh, you mean give me your belt? That guy, that Connor. And Carbid. I've seen that skit. Give me your belt. Give me your belt. No, Connor. No, Connor. You can't have this one. Give me your belt. Give me your belt. Place probably befitting the name. Oh, this bit. I can at least. Here's something I can criticize. The bit they want you to click on is hyper precise, even if you click on the right thing. Like you have to click on the right pixel, otherwise it will say no. It's really annoying. You gotta pick this.
Here.
You have to pick that corner slab. If you're slightly on the pink or slightly off the green, it will say no. You have to pick that specific spot. It's a little overly precise for its own good. Oh, I knew which Connor you meant. That's why I went, give me your belt, because that's all I know I'm always good on McGregor. To fights. Oh, fair enough.
Why is that place the Octagon?
You know how the 4-sided strawberry house is on top of the 6-sided grape house? If you cut a 4-sided shape out of a 6-sided one, you get 8 edges. It becomes an 8-sided shape.
Yep, you have to do a little bit of maths to figure it out. Yeah. If you cut the hole in it, if you count the sides, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not a traditional hexagon, but it is still a hexagonal shape, technically.
That's basically the gist of it. The true identity of the Octagon is that secret room.
Now I demand that Naruto and his hand are besties with Dana White. It's like, yeah, I love this hand, because this is the hand I shook Dana White's hand with. That's the secret of why you love that hand. It's like, I shook the hand of a billionaire, or however rich he is.
In actuality, that place contained various weapons.
Then the ultimate weapon was there too?
That's a little different.
Fuck, of course he brings up his... Of course he looks at his hand after you just say that. Fuck, goddammit. It's like I heard someone talking about my hand. If you look carefully, you can still see the green on it from the dollar bill that Dana gave me.
Learned? The true identity of the ultimate weapon is the Funhouse. Which means the killer used the building structure as their weapon and killed Nekomaru.
Yeah, and Nagato's making a very good point here. For them to have killed Nekomaru the way they did, there's a good chance they used the lift, and the fact that it only looks to detect life. If they deactivate Nekomaru and then just have him fall, that's a great height to fall from, 3 whole floors into a pillar from the head angle. Yeah, that'd probably dent the head enough to break it off. And considering a door handle broke, he was probably like... And there's lots of string around Nekomaru's body. We can probably make out that he was hung from that door handle. And then when he probably woke up, because the alarm went off in his chest, he realized he was upside down from, at that point it would have been 3 stories up. Panicked, tried to get himself unstuck, which then would have dislodged the screws in the handle, causing him to fall to his death. And that loud thud we heard was his actual death. When he fell.
Like me, the killer probably realized the secret of the Funhouse from the scenery.
But then that also means the killer didn't have to be there when the death actually happened. It could have happened hours ago. And then strung him up to the handle, left, and then just let time do its thing. When his alarm went off, we heard the bang, he would inform his death, the killer was nowhere there anymore. Which then changes the structure of everyone's alibi.
And then thought of a way to kill, making use of the building structure.
The funhouse itself is the weapon, so they killed using the building structure?
That's why the killer tried to keep us from learning the mystery of the building. But more importantly, using the building itself as a weapon? Such a spectacular crime. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate weapon.
The funhouse itself is the ultimate weapon. The Funhouse is the true identity of the ultimate weapon? What does that mean? How did the killer use that to murder Nekomaru? And who is the killer who did that? Yeah, you still think it's Akane? We'll see. And that's the halfway point of the trial.
Hiya!
But hello there, I thought of a new bad word. They're called Monami. Well, I can already tell I won't be pleased by this. Yeah, geez, you think? It's almost like someone said, hey, I thought of a new insult to throw at you. Yeah, I'm gonna be so happy about this. Let me say it right away. I'm already used to insults and slander. There's no way I'll get hurt by mere word. Monami is seriously used to fatly. What? That's much more straightforward than I expected. It's too fatly, huh? That's not it. That's not it at all. Stupid, fat, and ugly. The perfect jet stream attack of incorporating all three of these would be. Ta-da! It's too fatly. Oh, well, what? There's a fatten in there?
Okay, everyone, all together now. Monami is a serious Stufatly.
Oh, you doubt anyone else could have pulled it off? Oh. Well, they've had to have found a way to deactivate Nekomaru by pressing the button on the back of his neck.
Hello. I hope your day is well. I'm trying to force myself to be more energetic, or else my mental state won't be able to keep up. Ugh, my heart's thumping like crazy. I might as well have a laid-back, so what attitude and go ahead with high energy. Yeehaw! Ah, but be careful that your batteries don't run out for various reasons.
Can you tell this game was on the PSP at first? Be careful your batteries don't run out. Yeah, can you tell this game was on the PSP first?
And just like I say each time, don't forget to say it frequently.
I never expected the Funhouse itself to be the ultimate weapon. Oh well, let's just press on ahead.
Fucking Chucky like, it's the ultimate. Never mind.
Is it really alright to accept a situation so easily?
I mean, that's not what's
Yeah,
important.
jokes on Monami.
Really
No one
important
plays the
is-
PSP version anymore. Everyone plays the console version. Should I say that? I think it got ported to the Vita first, so you at least got the Vita version.
The killer who used the building structure. Like, who's Nekomaru's murderer?
But is it really okay to believe the building is the weapon? Nagito said it, you know.
There's no way I'd lie at such an important moment. I don't want to die either.
What happened to the bastard who kept saying how much they didn't mind dying?
He's right. There was a time when I thought I could become a stepping stone for your hopes, but...
Am I going to put the Vita version? Let me double check something before I burst that bubble. Give me 1 second. I think this was before they started splitting up versions in a lot of games. Oh, god damn it, I'm gonna have to scroll. Hang on. Oh no, Danganronpa 1 plus 2 Reload, I've only got the PS4 done, so the PS Vita version is a different version. It's V3 where they're both the same. In V3, it's a shared trophy list between Vita and PS4, so you can only do one playthrough to get all the trophies. I knew one of them was...
I will sincerely retract that remark.
Yeah, Nagito retracts it because he doesn't see us as the symbols of hope or whatever now.
Retract?
I'm disappointed too, you know. If this was a murder for the sake of hope, I'd happily sacrifice myself.
Yeah, Sophie tracking. What if that's more of a thing nowadays? Like before a long while, that wasn't a thing. They tried to unify them, so a lot of lists it was just one version counts for all. That'll be 85. Fair enough.
You say such falsehoods, per usual. There is no such thing as murder for the sake of hope. Murder is simply murder. Forcibly sacrificing others for one's own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions.
I see.
It's fine. Let's just leave him alone and find out who killed Coach Nekomaru as fast as we can. Just so you know, it's not like I'm getting hungry or anything, you know.
Akane! You were drooling waterfalls?
That line seriously claps. Hang on. What, the murder... Hang on. This one. There's no such thing as murder for sake of hope. Murder is simply murder. Forcing sacrifice on others for own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions. Nagito as usual. Can't tell what he's thinking, and I have no idea if he's serious or not.
Anyway, if the killer used the building's structure, why don't we think about how they used it?
How they killed Nekomaru.
It might be better if we clarify the cause of death first, don't you think?
Nekomaru's cause of death, huh? Yeah, now it's just... We're now in the second part. The second part is actually... Now we've solved the Funhouse. It's actually what actually happened to Nekomaru and who killed him. He's damaged horribly. He was being sensed with a blunt object, but he was beaten with a blunt object. It would be a kill that utilised the building structure. So what was Nekomaru's cause of death to also utilise the building structure? He fell to his death.
See. That's it. I think he might have died from falling.
Died from falling?
If the Funhouse's secret is that it's a structure where both towers and houses are vertically connected, then the killer made use of its height and caused Nekomaru to die from falling.
Are you saying they pushed him off? Where'd they push him off from?
That, I don't know yet.
Don't just make things up when you don't know the method. Where in that building would you even be able to push someone off in the first place?
It might be possible in the tower. You could push him off the 4th floor when the elevator is on the 1st floor.
Did you forget how the elevator functions? When it's on the 1st floor, the door on the 4th floor won't open.
Saying he died from falling is truly incorrect. You should burn in the flames of hell.
But my gut is going crazy right now.
If Nekomaru died from falling, where did the killer shove Nekomaru from? I'm gonna reach the truth. I hold out, I reach out for the... Sorry, behind this incident. I need to solve that mystery next. Non-stop debate. I don't know if we're going to talk about the button on the back of his head yet, but I'll keep this in mind.
You can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Nekomaru inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Oh, damn it, I missed it. I think that was the thing we need to challenge.
Did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside.
Oh, actually, never mind. It was a good thing I fucked it up. And yeah, of course I referenced Persona 4. It's the game. It's one of the games I've probably spent the most hours in my life
should only
on.
work if something is moving.
Especially when I was younger.
If Nekomaru wasn't moving inside, the elevator sensor wouldn't have detected anything.
Could it be his sleep mode?
When Nekomaru's goodnight button is pressed, all of his functions shut down, and he enters sleep mode. If he's in sleep mode, the elevator sensor wouldn't have noticed him, right?
I see. So that's how...
However, even if they moved the elevator in that manner, Nekomaru would have just moved along with it. There would have been no drop for him to fall and die from, yes?
That's what I was about to explain, before Kazuichi interrupted me.
Yeah, Chiagi's like, yeah, I was about to get to that, but then Soda, being the little bitch he is.
Silence, pest!
Now you're calling me a pest?
A way to create the drop inside the elevator while Nekomaru is still in it. Chiaki seems to have an idea, but what way would that be? The wire. God, how many... 7 bullets, Jesus.
If you arrange it a certain way...
It's reveling what you are, yeah.
You can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
Fihiko got it.
I agree with that.
I agree with that!
Didn't the doorknob have scrape marks on it? That might have been where it got scraped by the wire.
Is that the same wire that was tied around Nekomaru?
The tip of that wire was tied into a loop. If the elevator moved while that loop part hung from the doorknob...
If they did something like that, He would have been suspended in midair!
That's right. He was suspended in midair.
Huh?
The killer tied up Mekamaru with the wire while he was in sleep mode. Tied the tip of the wire into a knot and hung it on the doorknob to the 4th floor. With that, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor of Grape Tower and suspended Mekamaru in midair.
That's right! He was so well hung! Kinda like...
You better not finish that sentence!
The killer took advantage of the elevator's unique feature. Only the floor moves. By doing that, they created a drop so Nekomaru could fall to his death.
Too easy.
Soda, you really don't like this whole fact that you've been demoted and no one likes you, huh?
Drop? There's no way you can make him fall and die with just that. Why? If Nekomaru is suspended in midair like that, then how do you get him to fall?
You wait for the alarm clock to go off.
Because if he's suspended in midair, he won't die if he doesn't actually fall.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. There's the alarm clock timer.
Even if they suspended Nekomaru from... How would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
Also, just for comparison, when Sonia argued with us, her arguments took so many goddamn slashes to get through because she was so confident and strong in her argument that we had to fight so much harder to break through it. Soda, it takes 1 slash per word because he's so fucking weak and useless that he has no confidence in his own words. So all we have to say is actually, and he backs down. That's what it's trying to imply here.
It's possible that he fell on his own.
What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right? If he was sleeping, there's no way he could do... Now's the time, but in that case, you still won't be able to explain that moving the elevator with Nekomaru is just impossible. End of story. What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode.
There we go.
Allow me to cut through those words.
Alright, now shut up, you useless simp.
What do you think would happen if Nekomaru woke up while he was suspended upside down in midair?
What are you saying? Like, how would he even wake up?
He has an alarm inside his body. As long as it was armed, it would have deactivated
Oh, doorbell
his
just went. 1 minute, guys. Alright, I'm back. I just had to go check the doorbell. Alright, let's go see Soda get wrecked.
Which means the killer set the alarm before they suspended Nekomaru.
If you woke up from an alarm and realized you were hanging upside down and had no clue why, if something like that happened to you, you would start panicking a lot, right? Instinctively, your body would start moving. Nekomaru probably did exactly that.
And then, in order to make him fall from the force he was generating, the wire was hung on the tip of the doorknob so it would easily slip off. In actuality, the scrape marks caused by the wire were near the tip of the doorknob, right?
But Nekomaru didn't fall because the wire came off, right?
He fell because the entire doorknob came off.
When Nekomaru awoke, he must have struggled much more than expected, which caused the doorknob to break off.
Oh, you're enjoying the crossover content in Second Light. I'm still going to stand by it. The Atelier side of the agreement really did Blue Reflection dirty. In Blue Reflection Second Light, the crossover stuff with Ryza, they give you 3 whole areas to explore from Ryza 2, they give you a mini story, they play music from that area, they have a little mini game you can do extra with it. You go to Sophie 2 and you go to return the favor, it's 2 areas with none of the enemies from it, none of the music from it, no story beat with it, no, like, nothing from it. It's just the areas slapped in called a day. And I was like, wow, one got a lot of time and attention, the other just got slapped in. Like, the Blue Reflection kind of got done dirty on their end of the deal.
Was that unexpected for the killer too?
Well, that's probably it. If they knew it'd leave behind evidence like that, they would have at least tried to do something to cover it up.
Like, I get that, like, when Sophie 2 was in development, Blue Reflection Second Light was probably also in development, considering they only came out, like, what, 6 months away from each other? So there's probably a good chunk of it that they just couldn't incorporate, because when they started work on that bit, it wasn't finalized in the main game. But it still came across like, they could have done a bit more than this, you know? The fact that it's just 2 random areas slapped into Sophie 2 from Blue Reflection, with none of the enemies, none of the music, no story beats in it, no unique loot, it's literally just you go there and that's it. Yet in Blue Reflection, they went all in and made their own mini-story for it, had their own gimmick, rearranged the map to make it work for Blue Reflection since there's no swimming mechanic in Blue Reflection. You know, and like retold parts of it and had like, you know, even like they even made their own Riser model and all that shit. Like, you know, like, one of these things is not like the other. But then I'm bitter about it because I was really looking forward to it. So that's on me. I should have gone in like expecting it to be about the same as it was the other way around. I was expecting it to be a mini story involving Ao and Co. And it wasn't. So I was a bit like underwhelmed by it a little bit. Yeah, I didn't expect the doorknob to come off. The reason that ever happened was because in that case, I should use my full power. Ugh! With fierce roar, Nekomaru pulled all of his power into grabbing the doorknob with both hands. But oh, so yeah, back in the Grape House when we first investigated it, back when Nekomaru was still alive, he really went to fucking town on those doorknobs. So one of them was probably already loose and ready to go. Not yet. Here comes the incredible strength of 1 million horsepower. Whoa! Wait, isn't it creaking? If you break off the doorknob, we'll be stuck here. That really is what it was. Then that's the clue Nekomaru left for us to find.
I see. So that's how Nekomaru fell to his death.
Do you finally understand now?
Yeah. It appears it's just as Miss Sonia said. I'm just a pest. No, I'm not just a pest. I'm a total fucking pig. Isn't that right, Miss Sonia? If I'm a fucking pig, you can say so!
For a split second, I almost felt slightly bad for you.
No, I believe you gave your all.
Hey! Why aren't you teasing me anymore?
This guy, he gets off on this!
So thanks to that alarm, Nekomaru ended up falling while he was still hanging upside down. That doesn't mean he just crashed straight into the floor. Of course, you know that too, right?
Doesn't mean Nekomaru crashed straight into the floor. When Nekomaru fell to the floor, the only thing I can think of what happened was he hit that goddamn pillar. Cooler came out of his eyes.
I see!
When Nekomaru fell to the floor, he ended up colliding with the pillar. Isn't that it?
So one man. So every time I think I can't hate him even more, he finds a way. That's why I switched back to Gatorade.
Finally, the pillar!
Also, yeah. Akane was onto something. For the 4th goddamn case in a row, Akane's gut was actually kind of right. And at the start of the first case, she had a gut feeling that either Nagato was up to something or Teru was up to something. It turned out it was both of them. In the second one, the opening line was that she suspected Peko, and then the conversation, they just ignored her and it got brought up later on. In the third one, she talked about how it was something weird going on in the hospital. It turned out, yeah, it was Mikan. And the fourth one said that she was been fighting us all for the first half of the case, that the pillar's involved, and it was. Akane's gut instinct has always been kind of close to the mark. It's not as bad as Mew in V3. Mew in V3 correctly predicts every single case in the entire game, including the ones that she's dead in. It's insane. Literally, the first case starts up and she goes, I think it's this person, she's right. Case 2 starts, I think it's this person, she's right. Case 3 starts, only someone like that would do something like this, she's right. The only case she didn't predict is the one she died in, which was case 4. She even already predicted that 2 people would come to blows and one would end up killing the other. That ended up happening in case 5. And she also made a joke about who she thinks the mastermind would be, who then also turned out to be the mastermind in case 6. With the only exception being the case she died in, you correctly predicted every single case. The moment you catch on to that, some of the mystery dies a little. Because the moment you realise, you're like, oh. Obviously on your first playthrough, it's just her, like, spewing shit and you just kind of take it what it is. But it's only on your second playthrough, when you have context, you realise that she was right in every single case except the one she died in. It's like giving us good instincts. I mean, yeah, true.
So that's how the pillar shattered, and why oil was spilled all over the place.
See, I told you the pillar was the weapon. My gut was totally right.
The reason why Mew got away with it though in V3 is that Mew is extremely crass and dirty-minded and viciously insultive on like every single sentence. She can't just say, "Oh, you smell bad." She's like, "What? Did you shit yourself twice and then roll in it?" She is excessively vulgar and extra. So most people, either in the game or, you know, people playing it, tend to kind of blank out what Mew says half the time, because 90% of it's just crass insults. So when she's actually on the money, you don't realise. Ego and super ego. Yeah, and they don't think about it that much, one man. It's, like, come on. They can have a character that just happens to have a good gut instinct and make guesses, and it just be a coincidence that keeps happening. It doesn't have to explain it about the logic and psychology behind all that.
Well, the pillar was a bonus. It's not even clear if the killer intended that, or if it was just a coincidence.
At this point,
which is, I know this is you I'm talking to, one man, which is why I'm hammering in the point more that it really doesn't matter. It's the characters in the game. They can have one jokily happen to keep on getting it right. Maybe it's my hand who's the killer.
Then what about the alarm?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, maybe my hand did it. I think it could tie someone up. Couldn't you, little hand? And it just starts twitching. Like, oh, actually, no, it's got a weird twitch. Maybe I can't tie a knot.
I'm positive the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m. And if we map it out from there...
Yeah, character depth is a very valuable thing. Having a cute little gimmick with the character depth is an entirely different conversation, though. And that's, like... They're not the same thing. She can have a gimmick and she can have a weird little thing going on and still have character depth in other ways. It's just a trait. It's just a gimmick that character has. Man, am I glad I'm not covering V3, because we spend most of V3 talking about how those fucking characters are written. And that's not me digging on you or the game, it's just those characters are such a fucking clusterfuck that I would want to talk about them for ages, about how I don't like them and how they're written, for most part. Or V3, there's only 4 characters I liked. It was 5, but then one of them let that down in case 6, and so I... Our instincts. Yeah, then can you explain yourself a little more than one man? Because the conversation... The first comment you put was entire gimmick is a good instincts, and then we went to my problem is the human philosophy and psychology, and that's why I said it's not that you don't need to think about that in terms of how they're writing these characters. That's not a thing you need to worry about. Am I missing something?
Hold on, baby gangsta.
Okay.
Stop calling me baby gangsta!
What'd you just say? Did you say the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.?
You didn't check it yourself?
You like the effect that I had on the carnate? That's an interesting...
7:30 a.m.
Nah, that's impossible. Because even though I slept in a little, I still got to the tower at 7 in the morning.
Now that you mention it,
That's everything back. Uh-oh.
There was no way I could be late for Monokuma Tai Chi, so I left for Grape Tower before 7 a.m.
And if we found Nekomaru's body there, it would have been before the 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, the point Akane's making is that the radio clock timer that stopped only when Nekomaru was broken, it stopped at 7:30, which was supposed to be, you know, half an hour after we supposedly got there. So what happened? Why is the radio clock, you know, the thing that's supposed to be, according to this game's logic, so stick with it, more accurate, the one that's ahead of us? That's what Akane wants to question and challenge, to try and solve when he actually died.
It appears yet another contradiction has been birthed. How were you able to discover Nekomaru died at 7:30 a.m. when you went to the tower at 7?
That's what I want to know!
Another mystery I don't understand. Seriously, it's just one after another. But I can't choke this up a little this time. Just a little more and I can be able to reach the truth. There'd definitely be a clue to breaking through this contradiction. Yeah, because they're eventually going to say something along the line of, oh, maybe, like, his clock was wrong. And he goes, well, no, it's a radio clock. The game went out of its way to establish it's not wrong.
We headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
No, that's wrong!
I'm gonna hit this case when I play it.
No,
yeah,
the clock
that's it.
inside his
Genuinely,
chest
if you
was a
just want to
radio
enjoy the
clock,
visual
so it
novel
would've been
side of it and
impossible
not
to
worry
mess
about the rest, my best recommendation is just have a guide. Just treat it as a visual novel thing and just have a guide for all the investigating. It's really not like an invalid way. If you just want to enjoy or try and enjoy the characters and story, you can just do that. No one's gonna like. Well, no one should get all elitist about it on you for not want. For if you care about the story and characters but don't care for the mystery side of it, because I know it's not for everyone.
So you're saying there's no way the killer could have tampered with the clock?
She is in the story sometimes. Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe the clock Miss Sonia saw was the one that got tampered with.
The clock inside Grape House?
Once again, I'm glad we're not covering V3 in this revisit because V3 and I once again I have to specify I do like V3. Holy shit, is it the worst game in the series? Though I still like it. Holy shit, is it the worst game in the series? Though I still like it, but holy shit. Mystery Eva, it's done better without insane troll logic. Yeah. Which is part of the problem I have with V3. V3 tries to escalate all the twists to make it stand like higher than 1 and 2, but it escalates it so much it goes into nonsensical, and so the twists don't make sense. And what doesn't help is that the twists of V3 also retroactively affect the events of the first 2 games. So not only is it a bad twist, it damages the legacy. Which is probably why V3 is no longer considered canon. And that's from the director himself. Even though I said it before and I'll say it again, they could have absolutely found a way to make it work. I also understand the director turning around and saying it's not canon anymore.
No, I checked all the clocks inside the Funhouse.
And absolutely, I agree. I'm like the father of that. Every time I bring up the Yakuza series, I bring up that I love the series, but god fucking damn it do I hate 5. But I still love the series, but 5 had so many problems, and I bring up everything to do it. The point I'm making is that the point I was making wasn't that, oh, I promise I like it, I just have problems in terms of V3. It was more that, holy shit, the amount of problems I have with V3 would really make you think I have a grudge against it. It's not just that sort of thing. It's literally just like V3, like almost every single case, every single 5 minutes, there's something that happens that makes me go, god damn it, in that game. Just the whole package is enough that I wanted to finish it, you know? Do people think I hate the series? Yeah.
Oh, that's what I asked you to do. So you really listened to me and checked all the clocks.
And because of that, I can confidently declare that all the clocks had the same time displayed.
If there's no possibility that the time was tampered with, then we must doubt that human's testimony.
Yeah, there's an old saying about the thing you love the most must be the thing you're most prepared to criticize, because you should always want to see it grow. That idea. That's what you're essentially talking about, one man. Yeah.
Please believe me, we are not lying.
Then maybe it's a misunderstanding?
Also, that was cute. Hang on. He was like saying maybe someone on the girl's side was up to something, but then when Sonya said no, he was all together, Gundam backs down because he trusts Sonya. These two have a thing for each other. They trust each other.
I never misunderstand. I'll crush you into dog food.
This time-related contradiction. I don't think I should doubt the testimonies. I should doubt the clock. There's no mistake that something was done, but what was it? Perhaps we overlooked something. Maybe we misunderstood something. Just say, like, the killer premeditated the killing so far that they messed with the clocks during the night, so only Mechamaru's would respond accurately to lure him in alone to the thing they were all supposed to attend to at 7. Anyway, back to a logic dive. Alright, this time hopefully no more, like, random BS catches of, like, a wall coming up. Whee! Oh, you gotta jump that one. Whee! The blue ramps you auto jump, so you don't have to worry about it. Hajime and the others misunderstand. They misunderstood the time in the building. Because yeah, they're going to start getting harder now. You're going to start having 3 options instead of 2. In the V3 variant of this, which I don't think is as good, the Psych Taxi. Oh jeez. They start having like 4 and 5 options later on in that game. Like, they start getting kind of crazy with it. It was the buildings clocks. Because you can't tamper with the radio clock according to the game logic. Which house had the wrong house? Both, wasn't it? Which house had the wrong house? Which I read it in my brain right, but my mouth didn't. Both of their times were messed with.
It's all coming together.
Also, yeah, the answer was yellow all 3 times. It's actually the answer in front of you all 3 times on that one. I guess to introduce you to the idea of worrying about 3 answers.
Inside the building. Isn't that right, Fuyuhiko?
Yeah, none of the clocks had the wrong time.
But what if all those clocks have been messed with?
What? All the clocks?
So even if you checked all the clocks inside the building, there's no way you'd have noticed it.
I see. So the killer messed with the time inside the whole building by changing all the clocks.
Yep, and they could get away with it because there was no more Monokuma announcements at night and morning. So we didn't know the time accurately. We had to trust those clocks.
So that's what it was. There's no way I would have noticed that.
This is truly fantastic!
Now's not the time to be pleased. More importantly, how much was the time off?
She's right, that's the main problem. I need to clarify how much the time was off after the killer messed with the clocks. That's definitely the next mystery. I'm going to reach the truth in one go. And we can work it out because Akane heard the bang. That was when he died, so we can figure out how much off it was from the bang and what the clock was at then.
Then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death was clearly 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
What time would 7:30 be? In
on the
our
clock.
time.
Yeah, in our
any
time
clues
zone.
that can be used to narrow that down?
If only I heard the sound when he fell.
I agree with that. That's right. We should have heard the sound he made when he fell. Wasn't it that rumbling noise?
The reason why you're coughing is because your heater... Dude, that's something you might want to look into. If your heater's making you cough a whole bunch, that could be a leak. That could be a gas leak or something.
Rumbling? I thought it was just an earthquake, so I went back to sleep. Was that the sound from when Nekomaru fell?
Well, a huge body fell from the 4th floor to the
Well,
first.
League of Decided run over
The
20
pillar fell
hours.
with it.
Oh, so the atmosphere is getting, I don't know what the right word is, but because the heater, like, dries the air, you're not getting enough, like, actual, like, moist air in your body sort of thing, so your throat's getting drier.
It's obvious we'd hear the impact sound.
We heard that noise too.
It was when we were gathered at the Strawberry House Lounge. What is it, Sonia?
Oh, well. That sound everyone heard? I did not hear it at all.
Yeah, the asthma wouldn't help me. Also, yeah, this is where we're going into. People in the deluxe rooms did not hear the sound because the deluxe rooms were soundproof.
Huh?
You probably didn't hear it because you were sleeping.
I could not sleep at all. I was awake the whole night with hunger pangs.
There's nothing to worry about. What's important is that rumbling noise anyway.
If we use that rumbling sound as a reference, we might be able to figure out how much our time was off.
I heard that sound probably around 5:30 in the morning.
Huh? You can tell?
I instantly woke up and left my room. And that's when I saw the clock in the lounge.
Excellent work, Akane!
So from that, 7:30 died, we set at 5:30, the clocks were rolled 2 whole hours back.
I see!
Nekomaru's alarm went off at 7:30. And if we heard the sound of his impact at 5:30, that means our time was off by 2 hours.
2 hours? That much?
I'm going to air it out. Yeah, do so.
We were starving pretty badly. There's
Maybe
no
get a
way
glass
we
of
would've
water as well.
noticed.
Plus, the Funhouse has no windows. And there weren't any Monokuma announcements either.
However, for what reason did the killer alter our perception of time?
The reason is obvious. So they could lure out just Nekomaru.
Lure out only Nekomaru? Yeah, because he had the fucking radio clock.
If you messed with the clocks and used a specific thing, you definitely get Nekomaru to the tower alone.
Yeah, I know, everyone was
right?
supposed to be forced to attend Monokuma Taichi. So if you had him go there, technically 2 hours before everyone else got there, that's perfect amount of time to kill him.
From there, the killer's plan was a splendid success. That's all it means.
So I was messing with the time. The killer also used a specific thing. They were trying to lure it out. It was the Taichi.
I see!
That's it. The killer made use of the Monokuma Taichi activity in the morning.
How did they use it?
We were required to go to Great Tower every morning at 7 a.m. for that activity, right? But if they mess with all the clocks inside the building, what would that do to us?
We wouldn't be able to attend on time.
There, dude. Yeah, you get some water.
That wouldn't affect Nekomaru. His radio clock had the exact time.
That's right. In doing so, the killer was able to lure him to the tower by himself at the precise time.
Then, when I witnessed Nekomaru early in the morning...
If I recall, you witnessed Nekomaru around 5 a.m. And if that time was also 2 hours off, it should have been 7 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it. At that time, he was heading over to Monokuma Taichi, right on schedule.
I see. Now that I think about it, I realize what Monokuma meant when he said those words.
Too early! He didn't even ask you yet!
Jeez, how outrageous! Honestly, didn't expect everyone to ditch Monokuma Taichi. But it turned out like this after all, so I guess it can't be helped.
When you said everyone, you were including us, right? We thought we came to the tower on time, but in truth, it was way past the meeting time.
Ah, jeez! That's, well, how should I put it? What was it? You know, tripping over a foot, or something like that.
Are you talking about tripping over someone else's fault?
Wrong! Too bad!
Liar! I'm right!
That's not it! It's incorrect!
That's definitely the correct answer. You always get so stubborn like this.
Let's just ignore the peanut gallery.
Yeah, fair.
No,
he's a peanut gallery. Yeah, fair comment, man.
The number of suspects has drastically decreased.
Oh, take a shot. Huh?
Hey, why would that decrease the number of suspects? Don't be a friggin' liar!
You'll know I'm not lying when you listen to what Fuyuhiko's going to say next.
Huh? What the hell do you mean?
You witnessed Nekomaru going toward the tower. Did something else happen after that?
Are you talking about that alarm?
Alarm?
A little while after I witnessed Nekomaru, the clock in the Strawberry House lounge started going off. Plus, it was just before that rumbling sound occurred. That's it. So that's what it is. If Nekomaru died when the rumble happened...
Yeah, Monokuma and Monomi, sometimes they just start going off on their own bit and like no one wants to hear it. That's another thing that like I really don't like with V3. V3, there's 6 goddamn Mono Bears. There's Monokuma and there's the 5 Cubs, and it's like, please, the moment one of them has to talk, all of them have to talk, and it's like, it's so often, it's like, I just want to strangle in game. I just want to hurt them in game.
Really? Was there anyone who didn't have an alibi at that time?
I remember now. The sound was so loud I couldn't help bolting from my room. But there was one guy who never left the lounge. We were both on the same floor. It's pretty weird that bastard never came out of his guest room.
Which means that person does not have an alibi for when Nekomaru fell?
Who is it? Who's the bastard?
Yeah, who was the one person who didn't have an alibi between the men at that point?
You're the only one!
The one who wasn't there. It's you, right, Nagito?
That's right. Nagito wasn't there. It was just me, Gundam, and Fuyuhiko.
Yeah, we'll
You
get to
didn't
that one,
come
man.
out. Even though the alarm was going off like crazy, you weren't in your room, were you?
If that's the case, where were you?
Please, say something!
If you don't hurry up and answer, I'm gonna suicide dive you!
I don't think that means exactly what you think that means, Akane, but whatever.
If I may be frank, even if I wanted to go to the lounge, I couldn't.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
It's merely the foolish talk of the weak.
Not only did I not hear the alarm, I never even heard that rumbling sound.
You couldn't?
You're definitely fucking lying.
However, that is also true for me.
Yes, because you were both in the deluxe rooms, which was soundproof. Yeah, I appreciate the pro wrestling reference,
It
yeah.
is obvious that I did not hear the alarm in Strawberry House, but I did not hear the rumbling sound either. Is that not strange? I mean, everyone else heard it.
To be honest, it's not just them. The same goes for me too.
Oh yeah, what room were you in? Oh wait, you was in a deluxe room as well. You know, the soundproof room. That's why you three couldn't hear it. But oh wait, there was 4 deluxe rooms that were taken. Who was in the last one? Who seemingly did hear it? That we now need to explain why he was out of his room at 5 AM before the alarm went off. Huh?
I was in a pretty deep sleep, so I thought that's why I couldn't hear it, but it wasn't that. I probably couldn't hear it at all.
Couldn't hear it? What does that mean?
You still don't know. Think about what the 3 of us who didn't hear a sound have in common, and I'm sure you'll figure it out.
The only people who didn't hear the rumbling noise were Nagito, Sonya, and Chiaki. The secret is what these 3 have in common. Could this also be the secret to the point of the killer? Please just... Oh god damn it, gotta do deluxe, haven't we? Deluxe rooms. Give me a U. Oh, that's gonna be for way later. It's rooms. That was harmless. Why can't they all be that quick? That was why can't they all be that quick? Wow, that one just gave me all the letters I needed when I needed them.
Nagito, Sonya, and Chiaki. The 3 of you were staying in deluxe rooms, right? If I recall, the deluxe rooms are...
The guest rooms are divided up by quality grade. The deluxe rooms is soundproof and has excellent air scintillation. The standard rooms is so-so insulation, but it's pretty decent. And the crummy rooms have severe airflow and draft problems.
The reason we could not hear the rumbling noise...
That's right. It was because the deluxe rooms have superior sound insulation. You actually noticed that. Nice catch, Hajime. Are you using your ultimate reserve corps student talent?
This fuck.
Now then, you guys must understand by now, right? The true identity of Nekomaru's killer.
Yes, who had the last deluxe room? Who was out and did hear it and but shouldn't have been out at the time he was? Who was out and about, who was there for the alarm that shouldn't have been out and about at that time? Because it doesn't make sense for them to be.
Hold on a sec. Why does that lead to who the killer is?
Why? Well, that fact just now is a very important clue, and a decisive factor in identifying the killer.
Decisive factor?
Somehow, I feel like I understand what Nagito means. The killer among us? The killer who murdered Nekomaru. The killer of Case 4, the one who ended Nekomaru Nidai, is Gundam Tanaka.
You're the only one! Gundam, there's something I want to ask you. When the alarm rang at the Strawberry House Lounge, you rushed over there too, right?
What's wrong with that? If the bell of catastrophe rings throughout the night, it is the universe's providence to stop it.
Why were you able to hear it?
Hear what?
I mean, you were also staying in a deluxe room, right? Nagito was staying in a deluxe room in the same house on the same floor, and he couldn't even hear it. So why were you able to hear that alarm?
Now that you mention it...
Gundam?
There is only one possibility. You weren't in your room at the time. That's why, even though you were staying in a deluxe room, you still went to the lounge. Am I right?
Gundam, you have some sort of explanation, right?
Gundam probably couldn't return to his room because of Fuyuhiko.
Me?
After you saw Nekomaru heading to the tower, you stayed at the lounge for a while. Am I correct? Until the moment that alarm started ringing, right? If you were in the lounge for that long, the killer who had left earlier obviously wouldn't be able to go back.
Even though Nekomaru's murder was a death trap that utilized the alarm in his chest, the killer still needed to prepare the murder in advance.
Like putting Nekomaru in sleep mode and tying him up with the wire.
In order to do that, the killer needed to be waiting for Nekomaru at the tower. Which means when Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru, the killer was already at the tower.
And once they tried to go back, they couldn't because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
In their original plan, the killer should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off. And they were supposed to stay in their room. They weren't planning to come out and go to the lounge.
Which means they wouldn't have heard the alarm or the rumbling sound, thus proving they were in the room,
Just like us.
The best case scenario would have been if those two in the lounge had gone to check the deluxe rooms. After all, if they personally saw the killer sleeping in their room, it gives the killer a stronger alibi. Unfortunately, they failed to secure that alibi.
Because I was in the lounge.
So the killer couldn't go back to their room, and ended up hearing the lounge's alarm.
Hey, what are you doing? This raucous is louder than the supreme ruler of the Netherworld bellowing for a sacrifice. How are you making all that noise so suddenly?
But why'd you come out? You should have hid till the excitement died down.
If Gundam tried to hide, and if those two went to his room to check on him, he would have been found out. That would have been the worst possible outcome. That's why he couldn't just stay hidden.
If those two had just checked the deluxe rooms as planned, that would have been ideal, but how ironic. The moment Fuyuhiko set foot in the lounge, your plan was doomed.
Gundam? Please, can you at least say something?
Answer me this. Including myself in my 4 dark devas of destruction, how many ears do we possess?
Huh?
The answer is 10. That's right, I possess 10 ears. That means I have 5 times the hearing of a normal human. The soundproof system here may as well not exist.
Is that your argument?
You bastard! Do you understand the situation you're in right now?
Do not panic. The truth shall now commence. At the time, I left my room to go to the bathroom. By coincidence, I heard the alarm. That's right. That's all it was. The world is always so simple.
Are you saying it was just a coincidence? Isn't that timing a little too perfect?
And yet, I'm being suspected by all of you. It seems it was actually horrible timing on my part.
I see. You're still holding out. Well, you don't have to admit it. We're going to decide who the killer is with the majority vote anyway.
Jesus, Nagato is like, well, it doesn't matter if you try to defend yourself. If we run out of time, you're the one most suspect, we're voting you. So you might as well be trying a little harder to defend yourself. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to talking to my hand.
So, why don't we just go ahead and start voting? It's obvious that Gundam is the killer.
Hold on a sec.
You know, Hajime, this class trial, this killing, it's merely the opening act, you know.
Hey! What do you mean the class trial is just the opening act?
Perhaps I should say, it's just a farce. Just a boring farce. So boring, so stressful. I'm so painfully bored that I might develop stomach ulcers. Seriously. Let's just hurry up and finish this before I collapse from poor health.
Nagito, something definitely happened to you, didn't it?
Hmm?
At some point during the investigation, your behavior became even weirder. What actually happened? Did you discover something?
Well, let's just leave that fun for later. And finish this opening act already.
Ah, you said opening act again!
Why aren't you upset that he called everything you do a farce? Why are you only upset that he said it's the opening act?
Please hold on! We have yet to hear Gundam's rebuttal!
And of course, Sonya's trying to give Gundam the chance because she doesn't want to believe he might have done it.
But he's completely shut up. Perhaps he can't argue anymore.
Gundam!
I was simply at a loss for words after being dumbfounded by your pathetic assumption. In fact, I shall deny the very basis. Your assumption has been wrong since the beginning.
Since the beginning?
Based on your assumption, I hung Nekomaru from the 4th floor of the tower and made the floor descend to the 1st floor. From there, after returning to Strawberry House, I was present when the alarm at the lounge went off, correct? Although going to and fro is busy enough as it is, how would I be able to travel between both houses anyway?
I see. The contact elevator was broken.
As I recall, the killer tampered with the Grape House control panel, which shut down the elevator. Plus, the stopped elevator should have been facing the Grape House side. If so, the human who used the elevator would have left it at Grape House. For these reasons, it's an indisputable fact that the killer destroyed the elevator at Grape House.
And what's wrong with that?
If the elevator was broken at Grape House, you wouldn't be able to return to Strawberry House.
However, I was already at Strawberry House. I was present when the alarm in the lounge started ringing, which means your assumption is clearly wrong.
Are you serious? And here I thought it's already been decided.
Have you learned your lesson, pitiful humans? You cannot overcome this contradiction.
That's wrong. When something is obviously wrong, that's when the contradiction's born. There's no such thing as a contradiction that can't be overcome. And of course the hope versus despair starts playing. Oh shit, what am I using here? Let's just write it out and see what comes to me.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House...
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
That makes more sense. Because there is.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already?
As they said earlier about the only means of travelling, there's not the only means. We've already established the two floors, you can get between them.
the only means of travel between the two houses.
Oh, you bitch, I lost the whole thing. I was trying to avoid the problem.
The elevator was broken. Your assumption...
Plus, the elevator broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot...
Since I was at Strawberry, there's no question that the following...
Also, I like that Gundam's voice is so gravelly and deep that even when you speed it up, it doesn't sound that much different.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer Why don't we stop this already?
Alright, this time let's try not to miss.
That elevator, the only means of travel between the...
There we go.
No, that's wrong! No, there should have been another way to move between the two houses without the elevator.
Such a method does not exist!
Then why don't we ask the person who actually used that method?
Oh, Jesus, you got to pick on Nagato again, because, yeah, he did find a way to get between the two floors.
You're the only one! Nagito, you should know. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You appeared so suddenly that one time because you used that method, right?
Nagato, why are you here? Because I showed up.
There's a secret passage connecting the first floor of Strawberry House to the third floor of Grape House. Isn't that right? Jeez. Once again, I let the reserve course show off. But you're right. There's a door on the floor of the Octagon, which is on the first floor of Strawberry House. After I opened the door and went down, surprise, surprise! I ended up in the Monokuma Archive, which is on the third floor of Grape House.
Meaning, the third floor and the fourth floor are actually connected.
Plus, once you've cleared the final dead room once, you can pass through it as many times as you want. If they used that secret passage, they could have gone between the two houses as much as they wanted.
Infinity Unlimited Flame!
Jesus Christ, Gundam.
However, what if the killer was unaware of the existence of the final dead room?
There's no way they didn't know.
That is merely an illusion you have fabricated from your own suspicion. If you value your life, you should stop with your scrutiny.
No, but we can prove the killer was aware because the only place the wire could be found was in the Octagon, beyond the final dead room. So whoever the killer was had to have done it.
There's no way I can stop.
What did you say? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Alright, rebuttal showdown against Gundam.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
Oh, I forgot this one sucks.
Wormhole. However, how frail I say. Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can't back down!
Oh, Jesus. Nice.
I already proved a secret passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon? Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blood...
Allow me to cut through those words! The wire used to string up Nekomaru's body, the hammer that looked like the weapon, and the chain on the door in the tower. Those are all the items that weren't in Funhouse. Where did the killer obtain them? The only place I can think of is the Octagon. There were various weapons and tools there. I'm pretty sure I saw stuff like wires, hammers, and chains too. Since those items were used in the crime, there's no doubt that the killer went to the Octagon.
If that's the case, they obviously know about the secret passage too, right?
It seems this is the end. Normally we'd end up listening to Hajime lecture us.
Oh, this fucking... I forgot about this. This is bullshit.
The case.
We gotta do a long summary of the case. Nagato goes, nah, I don't want to hear it.
There's no reason to waste any more time on this opening act.
So he tries to... Nagato is pretending he's the main character now.
Hey, what do you... First of all, By messing with all the clocks in the building, Gundam tried to lure only Nekomaru. The elevator was probably broken by that point.
Like, it's
Thanks
even
to
playing the
that,
music.
Nekomaru wasn't able to go to Grape Tower, which was supposed to be the meetup point. So he tried going over to Strawberry Tower, just like we did when we found out the
Also,
elevator
you don't
was
get to
broken.
advance the text.
Well,
Naruto
it's
also advances
obvious
it. He
he
genuinely
attempted
thinks he's the protagonist here.
At that time, we didn't know the two towers were the exact same place. Also, the button in Strawberry Hall wasn't broken, so he was easily able to enter Strawberry Tower. But surprise! Gundam was waiting for Nekomaru's arrival.
Hold on. If Nekomaru didn't go to Strawberry Tower, what would the killer have done then?
Their plan was a balancing act of uncertainties. But even if they failed, they probably wouldn't have minded. They can just greet everyone the next morning as if nothing happened, and come up with a different plan.
And, without such a risky plan, they wouldn't have been able to lure him at all.
I'm going to continue summarizing the case, okay? Through this, Gundam successfully lured Nekomaru to Strawberry Tower. There's no way he could fight head-on with the robotic Nekomaru, so by pressing the goodnight button, he rendered Nekomaru powerless without fighting him.
Hold on! What did you just say? That I didn't battle?
What's wrong with that?
Don't mess with me! Don't mess with me! I cannot ignore those words!
Why are you angry all of a sudden?
You fools do not understand! You don't understand at all! Ha! You make me laugh! After all this time, you still don't understand anything at all!
I don't understand anything. What does that mean?
It appears I cannot finish just yet.
Yeah, Gundam is actually prepared to confess. The reason why he said we're not finished yet is because we were about to... It's not just about insulting him and saying he didn't try and fight first. He feels that we were about to insult Nekomaru. And he wants to clear that air first before it happens. He feels that we were about to insult Nekomaru, that Nekomaru didn't get a chance to fight back or push back or anything.
Maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. However, I cannot finish just yet.
Yeah, he's saying like, yeah, maybe I am the killer, but there's something we need to clear up.
I cannot finish!
What do you intend to do?
It's obvious! I'm going to destroy your illusory assumptions!
And this is actually starting to lead into a little of what I was talking about earlier, where I said case 4, it's not about it being a suicide, it's about it being a sacrifice. Gundam did what he did for sacrificial reasons, not because he was trying to save his own skin or anything like this. Everything he's done, the reason why he was keeping the conversation going and challenging us on every little thing wasn't to save his own ass, it was to prove that we can survive. He was always prepared to accept that he was the killer. He was always prepared to accept his death. He was always prepared to just confess, basically, if he needed to. He wanted, for his own conscience, to make sure that everyone was capable of pushing forward and surviving first, which is why he stretched everything out as much as he did. And because we got info wrong at the end there, he's like, well, hang on a minute, he needs to clear this, make these guys clear it up, so then he can die peacefully, basically, knowing that everyone else is going to be fine. And the reason why he took down Nekomaru, well, once you know all that, you can kind of figure it out. It was already established that the only way for everyone to escape was for someone to die. Someone had to die for them to be fed, otherwise they'd all starve to death. Gundam sacrificed Nekomaru to make it so everyone else had to go out and survive. He disagreed with the logic of, well, we'll just keep searching, and if we die, at least we all died not killing each other. He disagreed with that to the core. He was like, no, that's just giving up. At least that was in his mind.
Are you saying you still have more? You still have room to
But
argue?
of course, with how Gundam words himself, it doesn't come across that way to the cast until too late. But yeah, I'd caught on to all of that by this point. The first game, the characters sacrificed themselves. In this game, Gundam sacrificed someone to make sure everyone else survived and carried on.
Your word.
And the person he chose was the person that's most disconnected from humanity. The robot. Which is why I said it's interesting way earlier on that we talk about whether Nekomaru really counts as a person still, or whether he's just a machine programmed to be like him. Gundam clearly made his own conclusion to that answer when he chose who to sacrifice to make this happen.
However, that button was on the back of Nekomaru's neck. To press it, I'd have to get behind him.
It's not easy to get the drop on Coach Nekomaru.
It's even more difficult if it's a one-on-one situation.
Just as I thought. Truly frail. Succumbing so easily to this simple argument, it was just a mere illusion. If you want to set me up as the killer, at least surpass your own human limitations.
That's wrong, Gundam. You're the one who's wrong.
Such a wonderful line. However, I cannot say that I'm satisfied. Listen well. I shall teach you 2 tips for making someone admit their defeat. First, you must crush them with your own overwhelming power. And as for the other, you must provide a reason that will persuade that human. You have not fulfilled either of those yet.
I guess you really don't want to admit it. And just as you requested, I will provide an argument that will leave you no choice but to be persuaded. Alright, time for a panic talk.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesies! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesies! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesies! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesies! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him?
This is the end!
The 4 Dark Devas.
Even if you didn't get behind Nekomaru, you should have been able to press the button on the back of his neck. As long as you have the power of the hamsters you keep with you.
Oh? Are you seriously saying he used his hamsters to press the button on the back of Nekomaru's neck?
Of course that'd be impossible for a normal hamster. But it would have been possible for Gundams. In fact, we saw that with our very own eyes, right?
Emissary of evil, in accordance with our ancient contract, the time has come to lend me your aid. Pierce through Supernova Silver Fox Sandy. Alright, press the button. Truly, this is the Skyline Lamentation art of the Demon Mouse. Soon the door to destiny shall open.
Now that you mention it, after Ibuki was killed in the music venue, one of Gundam's hamsters retrieved the piece of wallpaper from the baton lighting, right? Hey, with your friends and their exceptionally smart brains, it must have been possible to secretly get one of them behind Nekomaru and press the button on the back of his neck.
How about it, Gundam?
Not just myself, but you actually brought up how splendid my subordinates are. I have no recourse but to admit it.
Admit it? Did you say you admit it?
It appears I've obtained a one-way ticket to hell.
And see, now that we've proven we're strong enough to continue and keep fighting to the very end, Gundam's satisfied, so he confesses.
Fine! Then you must trample me underfoot.
So he's saying, but you gotta do it right now.
Victory can only be built upon a foundation of corpses. You cannot find peace without sacrifice anywhere. Now, trample this life. Trample it as though it were mere trash on the side of the road.
I said, this whole trial, it was Gundam disagreeing with the notion of everyone should just try not to kill each other, even if it means we'll end up starving to death. Gundam disagreed with that as a core principle. He wants people to continue fighting to live no matter what. He obviously doesn't want to kill people, but to make sure that everyone else is forced to continue, he willingly sacrificed not only Nekomaru, but also himself. Like I said, if this case had gone sour and it hadn't proved it, he would have confessed anyway. He wanted to... This whole trial was him basically proving that we're capable of fighting for ourselves. For him. To prove that we can carry on even after he's gone and keep on finding a way forward.
Pull the curtain strings of this worthless performance with your own two hands.
But we still got to do the closing argument, so here we go. Who set their alarm clock? The killer did. Lounge since early in the morning. That was Gundam. No, sorry, Fuyuhiko I meant. What time did he see him? That's not on that wall. Weakness in the back of his head. Oh, fake weapon. And the clock's way back here, I think. Yeah. Gundam's biggest fault is his selflessness. Yeah. It's why I ended up appreciating this case. Because I ended up loving Gundam so much. It's like, this was the case that turned me around on Gundam. I'll come back to that one. No, that's exactly the same thing. Whoops. I saw the thing above it immediately. I was like, oh, hang on. It was then tied to the doorknob. Got it. Destroyed what after leaving the tower? Oh, the door and everything else. We can't get to that yet. Last stock. Alright. Weakness was the button on the back of his head. There we go.
Here's everything that happened in this case. Let's first go over the many tricks the killer prepared before they committed the crime. First, they destroyed the contact elevator. This separated Nagito and the others in Strawberry House from our group in Grape House. Next, they lured Nekomaru out by himself by turning back all the clocks in the Funhouse by 2 hours. Additionally, in order to secure an alibi, the killer went to the Strawberry House lounge and set the wall clock's alarm to 5:30 a.m. After finishing their preparations, the killer went to Strawberry Tower with the necessary tools in hand. They obtained these tools from the Octagon, which you can enter.
It also means because Gundam used the final dead room, that means he also did Russian roulette. He also didn't do it the way Nagito did, but he also put a bullet in the chamber, spun it, pointed his head and pulled the trigger and got lucky. So yeah, Gundam's a beast. He doesn't have the ultimate luck to bank on the way that Nagito did. Gundam just went, fuck it, and just went for it, and got lucky. The old-fashioned way.
This means the killer discovered the secret of the Funhouse faster than anybody else. That secret being, Strawberry House and Grape House are actually the same building. On the morning of the incident, Nekomaru woke up and headed over to Grape Tower for a specific reason. There, Fuyuhiko, who was at the lounge by coincidence, witnessed Nekomaru. According to Fuyuhiko's testimony, that was around 5 a.m., but by that point, the killer had already messed with our perception of time. In actuality, Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru at 7 a.m. That's also the same time Monokuma Taichi begins. Nekomaru went to Grape Tower to participate in that. However, because the contact elevator was broken, Nekomaru was unable to go to Grape Tower. So he decided to try going to Strawberry Tower. But the killer was waiting for him there. With the power of hamsters, they were able to press the good night button on the back of Nekomaru's neck. This forced him to enter sleep mode, rendering him immobile. From there, the killer began preparing to use the ultimate weapon. First, they set the alarm in Nekomaru's chest to 7:30 a.m. so he'd wake up. Then they tied him up with a metal wire, tied the tip of the wire into a loop, and hung it on the doorknob.
Honestly, I know it's because the door was locked, so the doorknob wouldn't have, like, spun low, but it still could have been loose. If he wasn't careful, the moment the lift went to lower, the wire could have just slipped off, and then Nekomaru would have just woke up at 1:30, just laying on the floor, tied up. You know? Like, he took a gamble there.
After leaving Strawberry Tower, the killer then destroyed the door button to Strawberry Hall. They did this to keep us from entering Strawberry Tower, and to keep us from discovering the secret of the building's structure that they used to kill Nekomaru. Then, they used the secret octagon passageway to travel to Grape House. After arriving at Grape Hall, they pressed the button to open the door to the tower. When that happened, the elevator-like floor of the tower began descending, and Nekomaru's body was still inside, dangling upside down in midair from the wire. The killer entered Grape Tower to see if their setup was successful.
Gosh, I suppose that answers that. If it had failed, he could have then just gone back around, put it back on again, and then came back down, and just checked it until it worked. If he had to push back the timer a little bit, he had 2 hours to play with, for goodness sake, so he could have messed it around till he got it, so yeah, I suppose it wasn't that risky.
This was done to make us falsely believe we couldn't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall. With this, the killer finished their setup and tried to go back to their room using the secret passage, so they could craft their alibi when Nekomaru died from the fall. But something unexpected happened. Fuyuhiko, who saw Nekomaru earlier, was still at the lounge. As a result, the killer couldn't return to their room, and with no options available, time ran out.
What Gundam, like, I know he didn't want to get away with it that much in the end. He was just trying to set it up an investigation. What he should have done, though, at that point, honestly, is just own it. Instead of, like, waiting for the alarm and then joining the crowd, just strolling up to Fuyuhiko and be like, oh, you couldn't sleep either, huh? Or something like that. Because Fuyuhiko might not have even been looking in the door frame to even notice Gundam came from the right side and not the left where his room was. So if he just strolled straight up and goes, oh, you couldn't sleep too, huh? Then he would have, you know, it would have been a smidge more convincing. Might not have helped in the long run, but still.
The lounge's wall clock alarm started ringing at 5:30. Well, actually 7:30. To avoid a worst-case scenario, the killer was forced to appear in front of Fuyuhiko with the others. When the wall clock's alarm rang, that was also the same time Nekomaru was waking up. He woke up while he was still hanging upside down, so he couldn't help but sway his body powerfully. Originally, the loop of wire was only supposed to slip off the doorknob. But because there was a heavier load than expected, the doorknob ended up breaking. Nekomaru fell from the 4th floor all the way to the 1st floor. He crashed into the pillar, which decapitated him on impact, and died. The sound of Nekomaru's impact echoed throughout the funhouse. However, by this point, the killer's plan was about
so
to fail,
disparate in
thanks
this
to the
bit.
broken
What's
doorknob
going
and
on with that
Fuyuhiko.
man's face? Anyway.
Meaning, the killer is someone who wouldn't have heard the alarm if they were in the deluxe room. They also wouldn't have been able to return to their guest room, because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge. That someone is Gundam Tanaka. I can't think of anyone else but you.
Splendid. That was splendid. For a mere human, you did quite well.
Stop. Stop it already. Stop using weird words to avoid the truth. Or I'll friggin' kill you myself!
I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe. You killed Nekomaru? I cannot believe something like that.
You don't wish to forgive me? Do you feel regret? Then finish it! Cast your impure votes for Gundam Tanaka! My beloved, deadly foes, let the voting time begin!
Gundam. I made a lot of little slip-ups during that. I got screwed on that first logic dive, not expecting that wall to show up. But we got an A.
This result isn't all that exciting. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Please pull the lever. Crap! I bit my tongue at the most important part.
Yeah, whatever, Monokuma. It'd be bad if I bit my tongue again, so I'll speak slowly. Judging from the result, you guys were correct once again. Getting 4 in a row without any mistakes is a splendid achievement. That's right, the one who killed the robotic Nekomaru in the amazing Funhouse was Gundam Tanaka.
Nice!
Yay! I did it all without biting my tongue.
Now then.
Now that we've decided who the killer is, let's do the execution already and get this over with. Hold on. It's true the class trial is finished, but doesn't mean the incident's over. Can't finish it yet until we hear from Gundam.
Jeez.
No matter what he says, it won't change a thing. Well, I have no right to stop you either, so do whatever you like.
Fall, my tears.
Why do you want to talk to the one who has lost? The loser merely leaves. It would be just unnecessary for me to say something.
Listen well.
Is what I would like to say, but the honor's sake, I shall correct one thing. Correct?
How pitiful.
You guys said I made Nekomaru powerless without fighting him. That, however, is a great mistake. Yeah, so he still wants to defend the honor of Nekomaru. Huh?
Fine.
Nekomaru did fight. That is no mistake. And because he fought, he lost and died.
Damn it!
Lost and died?
This, too,
If
must
he
be
was
the
just
will of
trying to
causality.
cling to life, there are many ways he could have done so. However, he did not allow that.
You.
What do you mean? Explain. Fine then, I shall reveal it all.
Let's make history.
Within the final dead room, I discovered the secret of the Funhouse. And I devised a killing plan utilizing that secret. By tampering with all the clocks in the building, I succeeded in luring Nekomaru to the tower. And this is what happened. Also, prepare yourself for a badass fucking screenshot. Look at this. Nekomaru and I were alone in the tower, standing face to face with one another. I want to cosplay Gundam so fucking hard. Can I say that? I want to cosplay, I want to get that coat so fucking bad. I should say I expected as much from Nekomaru. He sensed my subtle killing intent and instantly understood the situation. And we had ourselves a stare down. In that situation, if he wanted to run away, it would have been easy for him to do so. Yeah, that's the thing. Nekomaru still had his back to the open door. He could have turned and ran. But he chose not to. He understood the situation and decided to stay. Because at the end of the day, Gundam was also prepared to accept losing and him being the one that died. Because ultimately, it still would have led to what he really wanted, which is for everyone else to get out of here and continue to fight to live. Like, it's not like the Nagato, I want to die, so then someone else could be a Hope Stone. Gundam was, no, someone has to die, so the rest of you can live. And he decided that and made sure he stood true to it, regardless of whether it was him, or the ultimate threat that could have absolutely won a fight if he wasn't careful, Nekomaru. He could have just run away, or even called for help. But he did not turn his back to me. Instead, he chose a fight that risked life and death.
That is...
A fight that risked life and death. I want a full animation of this fight, but unfortunately we didn't get it, because they never did an anime adaptation of Dangan 2. The Spare arc is based before Dangan 2, and future arcs based afterwards, way afterwards. A fight life and death?
Let me tell
He was
you
serious
this.
too. He gave it his all to try and kill me. Huh? If I had died instead, the mystery surrounding the case would have been even more complicated. You would never know why I, the victim, went to the tower by myself.
I can see it!
Nobody would know that the victim, me, was actually the one who planned the whole thing.
Could it be?
Nekomaru really did that.
Sensing even my subtle killing intent, as expected of you, Nekomaru.
The scorching, stinging, tense atmosphere. I've been a team manager for so long, I'd nearly forgotten this. This is great! What a comforting atmosphere!
That's a great line.
And what is your reason? Do you intend to resolve this situation by killing me?
I am the Warlock, Gundam Tanaka. Heroes, Lords of Darkness, and even the gods themselves flee from me. I need not cling to any trivial reason. I'm simply going to kill you because your very existence is an annoyance.
You'll drench your soul with evil until the bitter end, huh? Splendid!
And to be honest, I think Nekomaru knew as well. I think Nekomaru knew that Gundam wasn't doing this for him as much as he said he was. I think Nekomaru is wise enough to read the room and understand that Gundam was doing it because he wanted to sacrifice someone to save someone else. To save everyone else.
In response to your spirit, I shall kill you with all of my might. I won't go easy on you. Don't even think about holding back. Don't waste your breath on cowardly tactics. Give me everything you got!
Nekomaru need I. Your blood will drench the foundation of my empire!
That is...
Why? Why did you fight? We are all friends. Why couldn't you stop this? Even if both sides agreed, it was still wrong. I will not argue. I have no intention of forcing my values upon you.
Let me tell
However,
you this.
I must say this. What's the point of living if you're just waiting until you finally die?
You weakling!
There's nothing courageous about that. That is abandonment. A mere feeling of resignation. Wait, are you telling us just wait until we starve to death? I'd rather have that happen to us than have our friends kill each other. Huh? Do you mean you'd rather die? That was what set Gundam off. He was hearing that. Ever since we were locked inside that building, everyone has been dominated by that feeling of abandonment. However, nothing is born from resignation. That is simply a reason to give up.
If you flinch,
Giving
you
up
will
on
die.
life. That is an insult to life itself.
Let me ask.
Have you fools heard of the term dog eats dog? Cannibalism?
Fine.
In zoology, cannibalism is a commonly observed phenomenon. Many creatures, at some point in their lifespan, engage in cannibalism.
Listen well.
That is what it means to live. If you say killing is for the sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself?
I shall engulf
If a world
this
would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being. Yeah, I'm seeing your comments, one man. I'm just in the zone. I'm in the zone. I love Gundam so much. Gundam's my favourite character, not just in this game, but in this franchise. There's a few characters I really liked across the series, but none of them are Gundam. So I was looking forward to coming back to this game for Gundam. I adore this man. Giving up on life and choosing death is nothing but a blasphemy towards life.
I renounce you!
It is a violation of the natural order. It is the arrogance of humanity.
You.
Are you saying all that just to try and justify what you did? But it sounds like Nekomaru felt the same too. That's why they fought, right?
Damn it.
Ugh.
Fine.
That man had the courage to die when he needed to die. That is why he challenged me to our battle. Regardless, as I've already said, I do not intend to force my values upon you fools. I have betrayed you all. That is the absolute truth.
Fall.
But even so, don't you think it's a better alternative to slowly starving to death here?
Oh.
That belief is why you committed your crime.
You...
Hey, what about the final dead room? Did you do the Russian roulette too?
Let's make
Unlike
history.
Nagito, I did it once, but... compared to my battle with Nekomaru, that was mere child's play.
Well?
You know, after listening to you talk for a while, I'm starting to think that, well, It's also because you unexpectedly admitted your crime without much resistance. Gundam, don't tell me you didn't sacrifice yourself for our sake, did you? I can't believe you'd ask such a foolish question. He's never going to admit it.
My name
Just
is Gundam
who
Tanaka.
do you think I am? I am Gundam Tanaka, history's greatest monster. My cursed existence is feared by all mankind. There's no way I'd sacrifice myself for the sake of you fools.
Fade like dust in the wind.
Not in a million years, not in a billion, not in 10 billion years. In the name of pandemonium, it is impossible. Is that it? Then I'll just leave it at that. Now then, let us be rid of this foolish talk. It's about time the fun started. Monokuma, let us begin.
Yes, indeed.
Yay, got it. I have prepared a special punishment for the ultimate breeder, Gundam Tanaka.
Please wait.
Please wait. This is just too much.
I beg of
Please,
you.
Monokuma, please help Gundam.
Huh?
Miss Sonia,
I beg of
please,
you.
I beg of you.
How pitiful.
Sonia. An act as unrefined as stopping a man from going to his death does not befit a noble such as yourself. Gundam. Finest actor for reals, right?
Fine.
Yes. I do not mind, however.
What is it, my 4 dark devas of destruction? Are you worried about me? Oh, my feared 4 dark devas of destruction. That is not like you at all. However, there is no need to fear. In this world, I am only a temporary visitor. I was simply visiting for a moment, and now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness. That is why, until the very end, pride, conceit, courage, insolence, fearful of nothing, daunted by nothing. Let us laugh uproariously! That is Gundam Tanaka! I shall stick with my evil until the very end! Open sesame pandemonium! I shall fill hell with true hell!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
That man! Chris Tagliaferra did such a phenomenal job voicing Gundam, and Gundam is such a phenomenal character. And it gets better. His execution. I didn't spot this at first, but someone else pointed it out to me. The Gundam Tanaka Stampede. Firstly, he makes sure his hamsters are safe. The 4 dark devas of destruction. He stares down, and what does he start doing? He starts drawing an incantation. But someone pointed out to me, the incantation, it's not a human one. It's an incantation you do for animals. The very last thing he does is make a spell to make sure his animals stay safe. He was truly prepared to accept his death. All he does is make an incantation happen so he believes his animals would stay safe. And then accepts his death. This part's a bit cheeky. He believed he was going to hell, but because he did a good deed, he's going to heaven. But he wanted to go to hell, because we believe it's where he was going. So at the last glimmer of his life, he was technically denied what he wanted. He was that's what that bit at the end's there supposed to be. Is that in the last glimmer of his life, he was prepared and wanting to go to hell, because it's where he thought he belonged. He was taken to heaven instead. And I'm just like... You could also just see it as, like, the game's way of trying to tell you, he did it for selfless reasons. But either way... Gundam. No. No, we know what he deserves. Absolutely. Shh. Even after Gundam is gone, the spirit of his parting words has lingered deep in our chests. Oh, by the way, you can only find it in this game, like, I'll probably miss it, which is why I'm going to bring it up now, because you have to kind of just know when to talk to Sonya to get it. Sonya adopts all the four Dark Devas. So it wasn't just like setting up the love story and all that stuff between them and making it hurt harder. She looks after all the hamsters. Even if the gun is gone, the spirit of the parting words still lingered deep in our chests. Don't give up on life. Did I misunderstand what he meant? It's just gonna make me cry, yeah. Then, what's the right thing to do? I don't know. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that. It's why I want more spin-offs. Because the spin-offs aren't canon, so the characters are still alive. Like, the only reason I entertained, like, the summer party is because I could mess with Gundam again. It's why I need more spin-offs. I don't care what. Just have a Gundam spin-off, for the love of God. But to say that, you could be argued the reason why he's so good is because of the impact he made in this, and his death kind of capitalized it. If he kept on coming back in spin-offs, even if they're not canon, eventually it'd start to, like, dampen the impact a little bit. I should think about it. I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that.
Damn it.
Damn it. Damn it. So pissed off. I need to throw something.
Damn it!
You all spent so much time worrying about each other, and thanks to that, things ended up like this. You're all full of shit. Every last one of you. But the biggest piece of shit is me.
Worst.
Damn it. Why am I so weak? Laughing. Yeah. That's a good... probably an apt comparison.
Oh.
It's such a downer, clearly. But still, even though we feel this way, we still gotta do our very best.
You are right.
This time around, we must move forward. We must continue to live and believe in our friends. If not,
You are right.
Gundam will most certainly crawl his way out of hell, and I presume he'll be very cross with us. She's crying! No, Sonya! You're right. You're right. She's trying to smile and trying to do what she knows Gundam would want, but there's tears in her eyes. It's okay, Sonya. We shouldn't just stand here. I mean, it's not like this is over. We still have to do it. We still have to finish this. For the sake of our friends who have died, we need to finish this once and for all. So, don't just stand there. Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain. You cannot allow that. How long are you guys going to stand around chattering? The class trial is over, so it's okay for you to hurry back over to Jabberwock Island. So yeah, Soda will never understand what the significance of love really is. Because I don't think, maybe I'm just kind of shipping too hard, but I don't think it was just a crush between Sonya and Gundam. I don't think it was just a crush. I think it was a lot deeper than that. And that's why, despite crying, Sonya's smiling and trying to push forward, because her love is powering her on to make her be like, no, this is what Gundam would want, I must honor that. But that's just me theorizing at that point. However, the Killing School trip will proceed as usual, so make sure you know that.
Wait!
Hold on! How much longer are you going to keep doing this? Seriously, how long is he going to keep doing this? How long is this going to continue?
Now then.
Alright, after being down for so long, I finally feel refreshed. Let's hurry back and eat some food.
Hey!
Hold on a sec, the mood shift is too damn fast.
Not like that.
Well, you know, it's like Gundam and Nekomaru said. That's what it means to live, right? Oh, even she was tearing up at the end there. She's, I didn't catch that until after I clicked away. Oh, yeah, she's certainly something else. So even, like, Akane was smiling through tears, because they know it's what they need to do. But seriously, I'm starving.
Hey.
Then let's go back for now and eat. And then, after we're full, let's sleep as much as we want.
Right?
And then let's do our best again. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but Gundam's plan worked. It brought everyone together. Well, not Nagato, because Nagato, like, Nagato. But it brought everyone else together. It worked even more than Gundam could have probably even imagined. That it brought everyone together onto the same roof again. With this, the class trial has come to an end, and once again we return to Jabberwock Island. The size of our group has definitely diminished, but despite that, even if it was just the rest of us, we did our best to stay upbeat and have fun together. Of course, our optimism was only superficial, but at that moment we were able to forget all about the dark despair looming before us. However, the only thing I was worried about was him. He wasn't there. He suddenly disappeared from our sight. Yep, I'm definitely lucky. I never expected to obtain so many valuable things from a simple game of Russian roulette. Thanks to that, I was able to learn the identity of our true enemy. And before everyone else, too. But it's just too funny. I mean, no one else could tell that I was lying. There's no way the file had just Hajime's information. Yeah, I called that out like frame 1, come on.
Well...
I guess they were too busy with other matters, or maybe they reached their limit. Regardless, I was saved. Things would have got complicated if they found out. Anyway, I can't forgive this.
Damn it.
This should never be forgiven. There's no way I can let this run loose. My Nagato voice is getting a little strained because of how much I went into Gundam. My voice is starting to get a little strained. We're going to wrap up when this chapter properly ends anyway, so I can give my throat a break. But my Nagato voice, I can't... my throat's biting me a little. There's no way I can let this run loose. I'll be the one who stops this once and for all. Even if it costs me my life.
It's obvious.
For the sake of hope, I can't ignore this.
Monokuma!
Alright, Monokuma has arrived. Who summoned me?
Now then.
Thanks for coming.
What's this?
Why is the lonely little Nagato? Are you all alone tonight too?
What's the matter?
So what's up? Your face is scary. I see, so you can tell. Perhaps you found out who the traitor is. You know me well.
Well...
Is what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, I haven't learned that yet. I see. So even you don't know, huh? Looks like the final showdown is going to take a little more time.
Hello.
So why'd you summon me anyway? Were you finally going to confess your love?
Hey.
I summoned you because there's something I really need to ask you. It's about the special prize from the final dead room. Oh yeah, what about it? There was information about 16 people in the file I received. But isn't that weird?
Say what?
What's weird?
You don't even
Well,
know?
there's a traitor from the Future Foundation hiding among us, right? Including that person, the total number of students would be 16, right?
Isn't that right?
But this file contains documents that were created at Host Peak Academy, right?
Of course!
That's right! I just reused the stuff from the former headmaster spent a lot of time making.
But...
If this file contains information about the traitor, was that person also a former student of Host Peak Academy? You had a ship Naruto exchange card? That's fair. I wonder.
Hey.
Could it be? Is this your doing? Did you slip false information into the file? Were you trying to keep us from learning the traitor's identity by obtaining this information? What's wrong with that? If it's my job to heat things up, it's okay if I do something small like that, right?
Well...
That's not my point.
Right?
My point is, you already know who the traitor is. What's wrong with that?
You're getting
Well,
all
you're
riled
splendidly
up.
correct when you say I knew who the traitor was all along. But even though I know who it is, why do you think I ignored it on purpose? It's just like Monomi after losing her magic stick. The traitor's existence means absolutely nothing to me. Their existence means nothing, huh? What does my hand mean to you?
No,
Well,
no.
that's just how I feel. I'm sure you guys feel somewhat different. After all, that person is the evil Future Foundation lackey who's putting you guys through this awful stuff. That's not entirely true. I didn't really come here to fight or anything like that. Instead, I came here to offer my cooperation, you know?
Huh?
Cooperation?
Hey.
Your purpose is to fill everyone on this island with despair, right? That's why you're intentionally letting the traitor do as they please, right?
Yep.
Yep. If that's the case, I might be able to cooperate somewhat, too.
Right?
However, in exchange, I want to know who the traitor is. I see. Interesting. Very interesting.
No,
Obviously,
no.
that's a big no. I mean, I want to make everyone in your group feel despair. That includes you, too. Well, I knew you would say that. Besides, I just wouldn't be able to handle the sadness when you inevitably betray me later on. Just as I thought, you saw right through me.
You're right.
No matter what situation I find myself in, my core way of thinking will never change. In order to create absolute hope that shines brightly, stepladders such as myself and despair exist. You're right. You're a true believer of hope, after all. I must say, that belief reminds me of that person for some reason.
Huh?
Reminds you? I don't know who you're talking about, but if someone as worthless as me reminds you of some other person, they must be extremely unlucky.
Like...
But you're just as unlucky, right? I mean, the fact that you're even involved in something like this.
Wow.
Am I? I actually think I'm very lucky.
Say what?
Huh?
You don't know?
Wouldn't you say that coming across this much despair is a rather rare opportunity? I can't rely on anyone on this island. That's why I have to be the one who does it. If I can eliminate despair from this island, I won't be a stepladder anymore. I'll become true hope. I'll become an existence that could even be called ultimate hope. You two are alike. You definitely remind me of him.
Hey.
Hey, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
See?
Who are you waiting for on this island? Huh? Looks like I'm right again. You're definitely waiting for someone on this island. Is the person you're waiting for already on this island?
Hey.
Well, answer my question. If that's the case, if that person's already on this island, wouldn't that be exciting? And that's where that thread is going to be left. Case 5, like in the first game, it's not just a matter of the next case that comes along. It's starting to dive into the bigger mystery of this entire game. Case 5 might be more than one stream. We'll see how it goes. I'll try and get it into 2, but it's going to get a bit longer and a bit crazier. And you can already kind of tell why. It's because Nagato is going to be involved. But we're now down to less than half total survivors. Of the 16, we now only have 7. We lost Nekomaru and Gundam Tanaka. And we get Gundam's earring. You know that thing he lost in the first case that ended up helping us prove that Teru, that ended up being like the ultimate thing that ends up helping us prove Teru is the killer? Yeah, we've got it. We've got his earring. And I'm going to save, and I'm going to wrap up here. The reason why I'm not diving straight into Case 5 immediately after this is because my throat needs... I knew my throat was going to be tested with Gundam speech. I knew it was coming, and so I was like, you know what? We can do Caligula Effect the next couple of days, then we can come back to it. We'll start Case 5 and the insanity that bullshit is, and then continue Case 5 and try and get the whole game done maybe next week. But that's enough from me. My throat's a little tired. I'm a little hungry. I actually kind of need a wee as well. That TM, I know it's TMI, but still. So I'm going to wrap it here. I'm going like crazy. Yeah. So, thank you so much for watching as always. As always, please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. My Twitter and Patreon is in the description of every video if you feel so inclined. I will see you tomorrow for the return of the Caligula Effect to play our double agents moding, where we'll be continuing that for the next day after as well. Then, on Thursday, we'll continue back with Case 5 of this game. We're looking forward to that. And on Friday, I plan to try out Grim Guardians. If that changes for whatever reason, I'll let you guys know. Ultimately, it depends how much that game is, because that game's still not available for pre-order. So it's just going to come out on the day. It's an 8-bit, retro-styled adventure game. If it's like a full-price £50 game, then I'm not buying it. But if it's just like, you know, the price I think it'll be, which would be like somewhere around £20 or less, or $25 or less, then I'll get it. So, but if for whatever reason I can't, then on Friday we'll probably just do more Dangan and get Case 5 done. Either way, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for more.